Chapter 166. As for Gu Xian's choice, Gu Chang'e was not surprised at all. In all the worlds, who could escape the law of true fragrance? Moreover, it was not as if he did not know that Gu Xian was poor. Before he made a move on Gu Xian, Gu Chang'e had made all the preparations. Even the peach village behind Gu Xian was dug out. Her little money grubber nature was even clearer now. Therefore, in order to make his act more complete, Gu Chang'e simply said these words. His image in front of Gu Xian could not be easily destroyed. As for these 10 heavenly weapons, it could be considered a small compensation to Gu Xian. After all, Gu Xian was not a cold and heartless person. He was aware of Gu Xian's kindness towards him. However, Gu Chang'e had his own plans. He definitely would not let Gu Xian off so easily. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, after today, Gu Xian would most likely be even more certain that there was some unknown secret behind the digging up the bones incident. She would not be able to resist searching for the truth. Gu Chang'e could also play some tricks in this, but his current level was far from enough. Gu Xian was far from trusting him. Things still need to become more interesting. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes and glanced at Gu Xian. Then, he let her choose the 10 heavenly weapons. At this time, Gu Xian did not panic at all. It was not easy for her to make Gu Chang'e bleed a lot for once. She would not let go of such a good opportunity. An equivalent exchange is an equivalent exchange. My divine healing medicine is not simple. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Gu Xian said. She seemed to be explaining to Gu Chang'e, but also seemed to be comforting herself. Gu Chang'e sat at the top, his robes fluttering in the absence of wind. He looked at her calmly. Buzz. The light of the divine weapon scroll of the way was like opening a treasure vault at this moment. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Suddenly, the big red bird on Gu Xian's shoulder started chirping. It seemed to be saying something to Gu Xian. Gu Xian's face could not help but reveal a slightly surprised expression. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Chang'e, as if to say, "You're definitely going to suffer this time. So you can speak the language of birds." Gu Chang'e said. She gave the big red bird a look, knowing that it had a talent for finding treasures. But since it was Gu Xian's pet, he did not have any ideas. At this moment, the big red bird felt a shiver coming from its soul, as if it was being stared at by something. But this kind of feeling was Gu Xian's eyes. But it still trembled and looked at Gu Chang'e with a little fear. When Gu heard this, she immediately. Why did it sound like insulting words? You're the one who can speak the language of birds. Gu Xian looked at Gu Chang'e with dissatisfaction. This was her way of communicating with Big Red. During this period of time, Big Red had helped her find many good things. Gu Chang'e's face was very pale. At this moment, he could not help but reveal a faint smile and said, "I think this big red bird is not bad. Why don't you lend it to me for a few days?" At this moment, his expression no longer showed any abnormality. Gu Xian secretly curled her lips. Just now, she had indeed poked at Gu Chang'e's sore spot. The speed at which he changed his face was simply incomparable. Don't even think about it. Gu Xian directly destroyed Gu Chang'e's unrealistic idea. The big red bird had followed her out of Peach Village. Their relationship was far beyond that of companions. Gu Chang'e wanted to snatch it. He was simply thinking of eating peaches. Hurry up and pick. You look like you haven't seen the world. It's only 10 weapons. Do you need to take so long to pick? After that, Gu Chang'e slightly raised his eyebrows. Just like a nouveau riche, he even had a nonchalant attitude. Gu Xian was secretly angry. She swore that one day, she would use more weapons than Gu Chang'e to smash his face. However, seeing that he was seriously injured now, she would not find trouble with him. Otherwise, the matter of bullying her like this today would not be over. Very quickly, under the big red bird's crafty guidance, Gu Xian picked 10 different weapons from Gu Changa's divine weapon scroll. There were simply too many good things inside. Even after picking 10 that were most suitable for her, there were still many things that she coveted. If it weren't for the fact that she could not beat Gu Changa. Gu Xian wanted to use her own bludgeoning technique and rob Gu Changa. Before this, she had always thought that she was a rich woman. She did not lack weapons, pills, divine medicine, ancient heavenly arts and so on. But today, in front of Gu Changa, she finally understood what it meant to be rich. And Gu Changa did not disappoint Gu Xian. Ignoring her eager and reluctant eyes, he closed the divine weapon Taoist scripture. Gu Changa, actually, I still have a divine medicine for healing injuries. I think that one divine medicine may not be enough for your injuries. When Gu Xian said these words, she was not embarrassed at all. Yet, her expression and tone were still very cold. She looked like she was seriously considering for Gu Changa. Those who did not know would probably think that she was really considering for Gu Changa. Gu Xian, I think you are thinking of eating peaches. Gu Changa laughed and interrupted her. Gu Xian, was indeed taught by those old monsters in the peach village. Although she was usually a little naive, she was very shrewd at critical moments. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to gain any benefits from her. Just his current appearance alone was enough to fool many people. Let me tell you, you have injured your core. It is best for you to recuperate well and eat more divine medicine. There is nothing wrong with that. 5 divine weapons for 1 divine medicine. Seeing that you are injured, I will take a loss. Gu Xian said seriously. Her beautiful eyes stared at Gu Changa. She did not have the slightest awareness of being rejected by Gu Changa. Just 1 divine medicine in exchange for 10 divine weapons. She did not lose out. In front of me, I advise you to put away your little thoughts. Or rather, Gu Xian, do you really think that I will not kill you? Gu Changa casually changed the topic at this time. This sentence clearly made Gu Xian's expression freeze. She almost forgot. Gu Changa was her biggest enemy. How could she talk to him now and start to bargain? However, she did not believe that Gu Changa would kill her. Gu Changa, can you tell me the truth? At this time, she could not help but reveal a complicated expression. What truth? Gu Changa asked back. He did not seem to know what she was talking about. At this time, it is already very obvious, Gu Xian frowned. She felt that Gu Changa was stubborn. I don't understand what you are saying. Gu Xian, you are thinking too much. Gu Xian felt that Gu Changa's expression was beginning to turn cold. These words were very obvious that Gu Changa was not willing to talk about them. Then I clearly wanted to kill you and take revenge on you. Then why didn't you kill me? Why did you think of ways to protect me and try to fix what happened back then? Gu Xian asked. Her mood suddenly became slightly anxious. Gu Xian don't think too highly of yourself. I didn't kill you because I am now the young master of the Gu clan. I have to consider the big picture and the reputation of the Gu clan. Besides, do you think that I don't want to kill you? You are thinking too much. If it wasn't for the strong person behind you and knowing that I can't kill you, do you think that I wouldn't do it? Hearing this, Gu Changa only sneered. It was as if he was mocking Gu Xian's ignorance and naivety. These words were half true and half false. In fact, part of the reason was because of this. At this time, even if he were to speak the truth, would Gu Xian believe him? Gu Changa wanted to know her reaction. Gu Changa, stop lying. Gu Xian heard these words and could not help but pale. She knew that Gu Changa would not tell the truth, but she did not expect him to say it so coldly and heartlessly. Fortunately, she had expected Gu Changa to say this. Otherwise, she might not have been able to accept it. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. I will not forget the grudge from back then. Gu Chang'e, just you wait. Gu Xian said. She had achieved her goal of visiting Gu Chang'e. At this time, she was naturally ready to leave. Gu Chang'e looked at her and muttered to himself. There was a flash of interest in his eyes. This reaction was within his expectations. Master, something bad has happened. At this time, a voice suddenly reported from outside the main hall. Hearing this voice, Gu Xian could not help but stop in her tracks. She was a little curious. Something bad has happened. For Gu Chang'e, what could be considered a big matter? What is it? Gu Chang'e asked calmly. Asking for fresh flowers, 300 miles away, a large number of immortal ancient creatures have appeared. They are gathering on a mountain peak. From the looks of it, they seem to be planning to attack. The follower outside the hall reported respectfully. Immortal ancient creatures. Another group of people coming to die. Gu Chang'e frowned slightly. He was now in a weak state of serious injury. Immortal ancient creatures were all targeting him. Recently, they had been sending their heads to him in batches, but they still did not give up. If he did not want to recuperate, he would have led a group of followers to kill them. At this time, which race was so blind? Did they have a death wish? Soon, Gu Chang'e's eyes fell on Gu Xian in front of him. This was good. There was a free fighter to use. Which race is it? Did you see clearly? Gu Chang'e asked. It seems to be the Feathermen race. The person outside the hall replied respectfully. I did not expect that even the Feathermen race would dare to step on me at this time. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, as if it was a pity. There was a feeling of a tiger being bullied by a dog. Then he looked at Gu Xian. Gu Chang'e, why are you looking at me? Do you think I will help you? Impossible. Gu Xian felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being stared at by an ominous thing. Gu Chang'e was definitely up to no good. It's okay. You will help. Gu Chang'e's smile was a little thought-provoking. Dream on. Soon, Gu Xian strode out of the hall, planning to leave along the original route. He did not want to stay with Gu Chang'e for a moment longer. Today, she was really angry at Gu Chang'e. However, although Gu Chang'e's injuries seemed serious, they were not life-threatening. This made her more or less relieved. Before she took revenge, Gu Chang'e could not be killed by others. Master, what should we do with the Feathermen race? After Gu Xian left, the follower outside the hall continued to ask. At the same time, he looked into the hall very carefully. Now, Gu Chang'e was not in a good condition. And the Feathermen race came with a strong momentum. They were not easy to deal with. At that time, the other young supreme martial artists said that they would appear to help. But at this time, who would care about who? Capture them alive if you can. Kill them if you can't. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e ordered casually, as if he did not care about the lives of those living beings. Yes, master. The follower left. At the same time, Gu Chang'e gave him a crystal-clear pill that was enshrouded in sword light. In fact, there was a wisp of sword energy of his true level stored in it. As for its power, it was not very strong. However, the divine might unleashed by crushing a pill could easily kill a demi-saint in an instant. In the eyes of the outside world, this method was nothing more than Gu Chang'e's terrifying foundation. Every time it was used, it would be used less and less. Therefore, the younger generation of immortal ancients' various races took turns to fight with him, intending to exhaust his trump cards. Unfortunately, Gu Chang'e could casually fabricate such a foundation. It could be said that there was no end to it. Anyway, the pill could be used as long as it was crushed. The sword energy contained in it had already touched upon an extremely profound level of laws. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could use their own methods to block this sword energy. Therefore, this kind of behavior, in Gu Changa's eyes, was like giving it away for free. But now, Gu Xian was unlucky. As soon as he arrived, he was attacked by the Feathermen race. Did she really think that she would be able to walk out unscathed? Even if Gu Xian did not intend to make a move, he would be forced to buy the Feathermen race. Gu Changa then left the main hall and came to the outside of the ruins to watch the show. Near the ruins, there was already a great battle. The divine light of runes rushed into the sky. But with the pill that Gu Changa gave, this battle was a little one-sided. The majestic Feathermen race directly exploded under this sword energy, one after another, forming a bloody mist that filled the sky. The mountain wind blew, slightly cold. Gu Changa's face became paler and paler. He looked even weaker. He covered his handkerchief and coughed. When the followers behind him saw this, they hurriedly brought over a stone chair for him to rest. Gu Xian, this is the training I'm giving you. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes with interest. Soon, he saw Gu Xian, who was in a bad mood during the battle. 1000. Chapter 167. Gu Changa's appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Regardless of whether it was the young living beings of the Feathermen tribe or his followers, all of them looked over. Clouds and mist lingered on the cliff. The immortal flower and sacred medicine seemed to have taken root and bloomed. It looked lofty and sacred. A young godlike man in a fluttering robe and sparkling hair stood there. He sat there. Although his face was pale and he looked weak, his eyes were calm. He seemed to be filled with coldness and depth as he looked down at all the living beings below. He still had a terrifying aura that made people tremble with fear. Gu Changa. He finally appeared. The leader of the Featherman tribe this time was a beautiful woman. She had a pair of golden wings on her back. She looked sacred and radiant. When she attacked, large patches of light rain swirled. She was Yu Jing, who had a conflict with Black Sky Eagle Tribe's Black Sky Eagle Tribe. She had brought many young living beings of the Feathermen tribe here. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that Gu Changa was seriously injured to fight with him. She was very powerful. Her cultivation had reached the middle stage of the empty god realm. She was strong enough to crush many geniuses and even young supremes. Rumble. Her eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. She looked at Gu Changa on the mountain peak from afar. After all, she had seen his real face. This young man with an extraordinary temperament was the culprit who had killed Long Teng. Gu Changa had not shown his face during this period of time. He had been recuperating. Yu Jing was not as stupid as what Black Yen thought. She had been observing for a long time recently. She even urged many living beings to find trouble with Gu Changa. She wanted to find out more about Gu Changa. However, she found that those living beings had all disappeared. Because of this, Yu Jing knew that Gu Changa seemed to be in big trouble. Most of the time, his subordinates relied on a pill to solve the problem. The pill contained a terrifying sword chi. Even a quasi-sage would not dare to take it head-on. Such a powerful pill was clearly something with an ordinary foundation. How could an ordinary person have such a pill? However, Gu Changa gave it to his subordinates. What did this mean? This meant that Gu Changa was very likely to be at the end of his rope. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to use such a precious pill. After all, this was a one-time use artifact, and every time it was used, there would be one less artifact. The refining process was very complicated. Even she felt a headache coming on. A strand of sword chi that contained a quasi-saint was extremely powerful. Unless one was a true saint or used a holy weapon, who could contend against it? Therefore, Yu Jing concluded that there was something seriously wrong with Gu Changa's body. It was even possible that he had used many of his trump cards when he fought against the inheritor of the demonic arts. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. This time, I've brought along a saint artifact. Although I am still unable to fully utilize it with my current strength, I only need a strand of its might to suppress everything. It seems that Gu Changa's injuries are indeed very serious. This is a good opportunity for us to avenge Lord Longtang and our clansmen. At the same time, our name will spread far and wide, spreading the name of our Featherman race. Many thoughts flashed through Yu Jing's mind. She looked at Gu Changa on the distant mountain peak with a piercing killing intent. At the same time, Gu Changa swept his gaze across the many scenes below, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. Master. Greetings, Master. It was also at this moment that a mighty sound rang out from the various mountain peaks. Streaks of divine rainbows descended in this direction. The figures among them were all Gu Changa's followers. They were fighting with the Featherman race, and the battle was fierce. Light soared into the sky, turning large areas of the mountain range into dust. Now that they saw Gu Changa, who had not appeared for many days, they couldn't help but feel excited and shouted respectfully in that direction. In their opinion, Gu Changa still showed up when he was injured. This was to encourage and motivate them. For a moment, everyone's killing intent soared into the sky. Their eyes were red, and their shouts shook the sky as they fought with the young creatures of the Featherman race. The sword pill bestowed by Master can kill all enemies. Someone roared out, activating a sparkling and translucent divine object. Overflowing killing intent surged from within. Chi. Then, a pill bloomed in the void. Terrifying sword chi suddenly appeared. It was as thick as a mountain ridge, continuous and continuous. It curled up with a sharp intent, cutting through the heavens and splitting the earth. Pu, the creatures of the Featherman race in front were in fear and despair. Under this sword chi, they directly collapsed, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. I don't believe that you have more of this kind of sword pill. Yu Jing's expression trembled, but she was not surprised. She was already planning to activate the sacred artifact. Boom! A scorching and resplendent aura appeared in her sleeve. A small golden sun seemed to be reviving. This kind of terrifying power was currently pressing down in all directions, making many people's expressions change drastically. They were a little shocked, and even alarmed. The aura of a saint, this is a sacred artifact. Someone said in a low voice, and his eyes were full of fear. Only saints could contend against sacred artifacts. For cultivators below the saint realm, it had a crushing power that could not be resisted. In order to deal with me, they even brought a sacred artifact. It seems that the various races of immortal ancient are really anxious. Gu Changa's lips curled into a strange smile. He was not surprised. During this period of time, the various races of immortal ancient had suffered heavy casualties. They had even started to step on the bottom line. The outside world and immortal ancient continent had always had a tacit understanding. Moreover, immortal ancient continent was moved here by an ancestor of the Tao heavenly palace from a certain place. Therefore, many orthodoxies would give face to the Tao heavenly palace. Although they coveted immortal ancient continent, they still deliberately restrained themselves. However, this time, under his calculations, the conflicts between the races of immortal ancient continent and the orthodoxies of the outside world were increasing day by day. The geniuses of both sides suffered heavy casualties. Many orthodoxies who came to immortal ancient continent were even annihilated. Especially now, the Featherman race had reached the point where they were brazenly using sacred artifacts. This was no longer an experience. It was a massacre of the cultivators of the outside world. No matter how ancient the races of immortal ancient continent were, to the orthodoxies of the outside world, it was just a place like a mystic realm. However, now, they had brazenly broken the bottom line. How could the orthodoxies of the outside world tolerate this? Wouldn't they be enraged and want to flatten immortal ancient continent? This also gave Guchanga a reason to oppress them with his power. This gave him a wonderful opportunity. Many orthodoxies maintained a tacit understanding between themselves because they did not have a general trend and could not find an excuse. And now, this excuse was being created by him. To the orthodoxies of the outside world, immortal ancient continent is a piece of juicy meat. In name, the Tao Heavenly Palace can't control the life and death of immortal ancient continent. At most, they occupy the entrance. At the thought of this, Guchanga's expression became more and more thought-provoking. These geniuses of the Featherman race were extremely stupid. In his opinion, this was the best way to ignite the flames. At this time, he could take advantage of this situation. With his status, he could easily toy with these immortal ancient remnant races to death. Then, Guchanga looked around again. Gu Xian was forced to participate in this battle. Now, she was entangled by a few geniuses of the Featherman race. Streaks of dazzling runes appeared around her. It was as if she was combining a supreme technique. There was an extremely powerful technique, and it was displaying a terrifying supernatural power. Even the scene of the stars in the sky appeared, suppressing the enemies in all directions. Although it did not look big, it had an invincible aura. Terrifying chi and blood energy erupted, surging and surging. Her opponents' expressions changed. They kept vomiting blood and were sent flying. Some of them were even beaten into a bloody mist. I told you that you've got the wrong person. I have nothing to do with Guchanga. You want to deal with Guchanga. What does it have to do with me, Gu Xian? At this moment, she was in a bad mood. As her jade-like fists shook, even the void produced a buzzing sound. It was terrifying. She had just left Guchanga's palace. However, before she could fly far, she was stopped by a group of Featherman race beings. Without saying anything, they directly attacked her. This made Gu Xian so angry that she could not wait to fly back to the palace and find Guchanga to settle the score. It was really like what he said. She would help him. Help my ass. There was obviously no other way. No wonder Guchanga's smile was so annoying. As Gu Xian fought with others, she noticed Guchanga appearing on the mountain peak in the distance. It was good that she did not see him. As soon as she saw him, Gu Xian was very angry. She only wanted to rush over and kick the chair behind Guchanga over. That guy was still watching the battle leisurely and did not make a move. He did not have the slightest self-awareness that he had implicated her. Damn Guchanga. He is indeed full of evil tricks. To think that I was worried about his injuries and specially came to see him. He only knows how to bully me. Gu Xian clenched her teeth. She was very angry. Her angry gaze seemed to pierce through the void and was like a sharp sword stabbing towards Guchanga. It was accompanied by a whooshing cold air. At this time, Guchanga looked at her from afar and said unhurriedly, Xian, you came all the way here to help your brother. It's been hard on you. There was an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't spoil this girl who deserved a beating too much. Guchanga, don't talk nonsense. As soon as she heard Guchanga's words, Gu Xian felt that something was wrong. Her beautiful eyes were overflowing with coldness. She wanted to tear his mouth apart. Guchanga was completely diverting the trouble. These two people are acting out a double act. They want to hide it from us. They are clearly together, but they dare to lie. This girl is in cahoots with Guchanga. She's still lying to us even now. She killed so many of our people. She still dares to quibble. Don't let her go. These words made the expressions of the feather human race even more furious. Their attacks became even more fierce. Amidst rumbling, symbols flickered, deriving many terrifying divine abilities. filling the sky with divine splendor and terrifying fluctuations. Gu Xian glared hatefully at Gu Chang'e. She put the blame on his head. It was difficult for her to divert her attention, so she could only fight with the enemies in front of her. Although her cultivation had made a small breakthrough, compared to the many immortal ancient creatures in front of her, she was still a bit lacking. At most, she would not be at a disadvantage when fighting with them. It would be difficult to determine victory or defeat in a short period of time. In terms of numbers, the feather human race had a huge advantage of 4-2. Gu Xian has the strength of the Marquis realm, but after all, she is the model of the daughter of 2 levels of destiny. She is invincible in the same realm, and it is easy for her to jump levels to fight. It seems like this is not difficult for her. I am not some devil. After all, I am training you. This is all for your own good. On the peak of the mountain, Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Then, he continued to speak with a worried voice. Xian, be careful. They have the advantage in numbers. Don't be careless. Don't get hurt. Why is Gu Chang'e suddenly concerned about me? Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned. There was a bit of suspicion on her face. Why did these words sound strange? She was not afraid of anything, but she was afraid of Gu Chang'e's sudden concern. Damn it, do you think I haven't been tricked enough? Soon, Gu Xian's expression changed. She was furious and could feel Gu Chang'e's deep malice. He didn't look like he was concerned about her. It was for the feather human race's geniuses to see. Seems like Gu Chang'e cares about that girl. Hurry up and take her down. Hearing this, Yu Jing waved her hand and said, a cold light flashing in her eyes. From these words, she felt that the relationship between Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian was unusual. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Kill. Many divine rainbows flew over. Many feather human race's geniuses rushed over from all directions. Their target was Gu Xian. Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian was about to explode in anger. She gritted her teeth and her chest heaved. Chapter 168. Gu Chang'e didn't care about Gu Xian's resentment at all, as if she wanted to stab him to death. He shook his head, and then stood up with a slight sigh. As her older brother, he should give her more training and help her break through her cultivation so that she could get her revenge sooner. Was that wrong? Sooner or later she would understand his good intentions, and be deeply moved by them. He didn't care about Gu Xian anymore and continued to fight with the others. That place, the brilliance of the symbols rushed into the sky, as if stars were exploding one after another. It was so bright and dazzling that many people couldn't open their eyes. Is the winged man race trying to start a war with my longevity Gu family? Cough, cough, cough. Gu Chang'e looked at Yu Jing who was not far away and said calmly. However, before he finished speaking, his face turned pale and he coughed, as if he had touched his injuries. The people behind him immediately handed him a handkerchief, their eyes filled with worry. Could such a weak master still hold on when he stood out at this time? Many followers were incomparably worried. They saw that Gu Chang'e's condition wasn't good. The injuries he had suffered during this period didn't show any signs of improvement. When they thought of this, their hatred for the winged man race deepened. They were really willing to take advantage of the situation. They even took out their sacred tools. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were insane. Gu Chang'e was magnanimous, and his heart was concerned about the common people of the world. He was seriously injured because of the battle with the inheritor of the demonic arts. In the end, the various races of immortal ancient took advantage of this opportunity to use sacred weapons to kill Gu Chang'e. If news of this spread, weren't they afraid of provoking public anger? Many people glared at the winged man race in front of them. However, Yu Jing didn't seem to notice these gazes. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e, when you attacked and killed my clansmen, did you think this day would come? When you killed Lord Longtang, you should have thought of all of this. You asked for it, you reaped what you sowed. Since you knew all of this, why did you do it in the first place? An evil person like you will get retribution sooner or later. Her words were full of righteousness, as if she was standing at the highest point of justice. For them, Gu Chang'e was their greatest enemy, a butcher who slaughtered the heavenly talents of immortal ancients' clans. However, at this time, Gu Chang'e actually said such words, intending to use the power behind him to pressure her. This made Yu Jing overjoyed. What did this mean? This meant that Gu Chang'e was at his wit's end. If Gu Chang'e still had strength and trump cards, why would he say such words? Making an enemy out of the Changxing Gu family, who was born after 21 years. Right now, the entire immortal ancient clan was angered because of Gu Chang'e. No matter how powerful the long-life Gu family was, could they still break the rules and slaughter their way over? Plus, this was what they had agreed upon before the opening of the immortal ancient continent. Life or death. Long Ting deserved to die. If you want to avenge him, I have nothing to say. It's just that I didn't expect you to actually use a saint artifact. Aren't you afraid that this matter will cross the line? Gu Chang'e said slowly, his expression calm. However, in the eyes of the crowd, there seemed to be an expression of a tiger being bullied by dogs. Master, the followers behind him all felt sullen and uncomfortable at this time. Some of them even clenched their fists and let out a low roar. Incomparable sorrow. This scene was extremely similar to a hero at the end of his road, a beauty in her twilight years. Who in the younger generation didn't lower their brows when facing their powerful and arrogant master? He even dared to scold the great elder of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. How confident was he? But now, because of his serious injuries, he was being pressured by a mere feathermen. Of course, the feathermen were not considered weak among the immortal ancient clans. Their power was enough to rank in the top 15. Could it be that their master really had no other choice? Gu Xian, who was fighting with a group of feathermen, was also stunned by Gu Chang'e's words at this time. Could it be that Gu Chang'e's injuries were really that serious? Had he already reached the point where he could only use the power behind him to intimidate the other party? She always felt that Gu Chang'e's words hid a terrifying killing intent that no one knew about. So. At this time, divine rainbows rushed over from all directions in the sky. Those were the other young geniuses who heard the news. Gu Chang'e's place of cultivation was attacked by the feathermen. This news spread quickly, causing many people to be shocked. Then, they were furious, immediately wanting to come and help. After all, Gu Chang'e now represented the face of the outside world's younger generation, and he was seriously injured because of the demonic arts inheritor. If they didn't stand out and help at this time, they would feel uneasy. Don't even think about harming young Master Chang'e. A young genius shouted, his entire body flickering with divine splendor. He arrived here, many people following behind him, all of them with majestic auras. With us here, the feathermen can forget about being so arrogant. Although young Master Chang'e is seriously injured, we are still here. In another direction, several divine rainbows rushed over, their angry voices resounding through the sky. Hearing these words, Gu Chang'e let out a faint laugh in his heart. He had expected this. However, his expression didn't change at all. With the help of my brothers, I'm afraid the feathermen won't be able to succeed today. He said slowly. Gu Chang'e, no matter how many people come today, it won't work, Yu Jing said coldly. She didn't care about the geniuses of various orthodoxies who rushed over. In an instant, young geniuses of various orthodoxies appeared in the sky from all directions, their faces filled with anger. They didn't expect the feathermen to be so arrogant at this time, not putting them in their eyes at all. It seems that the immortal ancient clans really want to provoke us. They even took out their sacred weapons. A young genius said in shock when he saw the sacred weapon in Yu Jing's hand. Once the power of the saint realm was involved, it was not something the younger generation could contend against. This made them even more furious, and even a little fearful. The Feathermen didn't care about their bottom line and wanted to kill them all. Damn it, I must report today's matter to the orthodoxies behind me and let the elders know that the Feathermen have gone too far. Immediately, someone said angrily. The immortal ancient continent was the territory of the immortal ancient clans. They came here to train, but they had already agreed that the older generation was not allowed to interfere. It was because the older generation's strength was far greater than theirs. If the older generation's experts interfered, this training would be meaningless. Now that the Feathermen had used their sacred weapons, they had openly broken the agreement. How could this not make them shocked and angry? Cut the crap. So what if I kill you? How many immortal ancient clansmen have died at your hands during this period? Yu Jing said with a cold smile. Attack. Buzz. The moment she finished speaking, several figures behind her appeared everywhere without hesitation, transforming into their original forms. Like gods and demons, they attacked together. Suddenly, a strange sound came from heaven and earth. It was like a dragon's roar, but also like a tiger's roar. Then, precious techniques came like a tide, covering the sky and the sun. Terrifying fluctuations instantly shook this part of heaven and earth. The surrounding cliffs collapsed, smashing into the ground. Damn it! Do you think we are afraid of them? Kill! Let's take advantage of today's opportunity to destroy this group of immortal ancient creatures. Young Master Chang'e is a righteous person. He was injured because of the creatures of various clans. This is the time for us to stand up for him. When young Master Chang'e was not injured, why didn't you come out? Now you know to show yourself. A group of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing this, the other young geniuses were furious. They directly rushed up and fought with these powerful figures. I'll have to trouble you all to help me. Gu Chang'e smiled, revealing a moved expression. However, Gu Xian, who was fighting with the enemy, sensed deep malice from his smile. No matter how weak Gu Chang'e was, he was definitely not someone the Feathermen could bully. The aura he revealed in the main hall was so strong that it made her feel suffocated. So what exactly was he scheming? Gu Xian, was suspicious. From what she knew, Gu Chang'e's terror was definitely not because of his strength. Rumble. Many young experts of the Feathermen race attacked, their cultivation levels were all in the Void God realm. In an instant, this place exploded. It was as if a river of stars fell from the sky, but also as if ancient stars exploded one after another. Terrifying energy waves swept through everything. Astral winds wreaked havoc, destroying heaven and earth. Every one of them was as terrifying as a true immortal realm expert. Meanwhile, a young supreme being who came to help turned into his original form, looking like a fire sparrow. He opened his mouth and spat out a monstrous flame that covered the sky and earth, turning into a terrifying fire sparrow. Stepping on the void, his eyes were like copper bells. With a boom, he charged over like magma. The scorching aura scorched the void, leaving charred marks on the edges of the void. It's useless, you are all too weak. Other than Gu Chang'e, you all can't even withstand a single blow. Yu Jing said coldly. She raised her hand and performed a powerful technique. Ancient characters lined up densely in the void. The young supreme being who had turned into his original form was immediately sent flying backward with blood spurting out of his mouth. The gap between their cultivation levels was too big. He was no match for Yu Jing at all. At the same time, the divine weapon that looked like a small golden sun floated in Yu Jing's hand and was gradually recovering. It was as vast as an ocean, crushing in all directions. It made everyone's heart palpitate and their divine souls tremble. They could not help but feel the urge to kneel on the ground. This was the power of the Saint Realm. Yu Jing was wary of Gu Chang'e, mainly because of the elixir that hid a strand of terrifying sword qi. But she also guessed that Gu Chang'e did not have many trump cards like that left. Gu Chang'e, today will be your death. Yu Jing looked at him with a cold smile. In her opinion, the current Gu Chang'e no longer had the power he had in the past. Immortal Ancients clans, are you really not afraid of the outside world's orthodoxies? Gu Chang'e asked indifferently. His face looked very weak and pale, but his expression was calm. Standing on the mountain peak, it was as if a gust of wind could blow him away. At this moment, divine symbols flickered in his eyes. It looked like he was analyzing everything, trying to find a way to break out of this situation. But in reality, he was just putting on an act. After all, how could he show that he was seriously injured and tragic, thus igniting everyone's hatred for Immortal Ancients clans? This was a technical job. If he overdid it, it would make people suspect that he had ulterior motives. Of course, Gu Chang'e still felt that he needed to wait for a critical moment. He was seriously injured, and his source was damaged, but he still had to resolutely block the power of the divine weapon for the young geniuses. He just had to put on a show of suffering enough. The young geniuses would explode, seeing Immortal Ancients clans as thorns in their eyes. Their hatred would be instantly raised to the maximum. He could also use this opportunity to increase his reputation. It might be useful in the future. Master, you're seriously injured. Don't fight anymore. The followers behind Gu Chang'e also joined the battle at this time. I let you fight at the front, but as the master, I hide behind. Where is Gu Chang'e's face? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e shook his head, an unquestionable expression on his face. The script was already prepared. At this time, how could he not go on the field? Boom! As he spoke, his aura changed. His originally weak body seemed to be ignited with vitality. A surging and vast aura reappeared. But Gu Chang'e's face became paler and paler, as if he had lost all color. Young Master Chang'e, you can't. Sigh, you better think carefully about the consequences of your actions. This scene caused the expressions of many young geniuses to change drastically. How could they not know that this was definitely a secret technique that could raise one's cultivation to the peak in a short period of time? But such a secret technique often had terrible sequelae. Especially when Gu Chang'e's origin had been damaged and he was seriously injured, such an action was very likely to cause irreversible injuries to him. It might even affect his future cultivation. How long can such a secret technique last? Yu Jing said with a cold smile, the divine runes shining in her eyes. She could already see that Gu Chang'e's blood essence was being consumed rapidly. He was already in a situation where he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It's enough to kill you. Gu Chang'e said casually. At this moment, he seemed to have recovered to his peak state. Then, a divine weapon Dao scripture appeared behind him. Surging divine light rushed into the sky, tyrannical to the extreme. Very strong indeed. Yu Jing's expression changed slightly. Then, she remembered the sacred artifact in her hand and calmed down. The Featherman race, and even the entire Immortal Ancient race, will pay the price for what they have done today. Gu Chang'e said lightly. No one noticed the playful look in his eyes. As he spoke, he took a step out of the mountain peak and disappeared. At the same time, the divine weapon Dao scripture made clanging sounds. Chi. There were all kinds of weapons, including sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and tridents. They turned into streams of light and flew overflowing with killing intent. Kill! Yu Jing shouted. The golden wings behind her flowed with brilliant colors as she charged toward Gu Chang'e. In the other direction, the group of Featherman race geniuses who were charging toward him did not dare to be careless. They also used all kinds of divine abilities. Some turned into a huge fire hole, some used soul-destroying light, and some used ancient techniques to suppress everything, every move here was extremely powerful and terrifying in the outside world, enough to suppress the foundation of a race. However, they all poured down on Gu Changa's body, throwing it over as if they were free. This scene shocked many of the living beings and cultivators who were rushing over. This was enough to show how much everyone feared Gu Changa. Even though he was seriously injured, no one dared to ignore him. Yu Jing actually brought a sacred artifact, no wonder she is so confident. However, this matter might not be good. On the mountain peak in the distance, black-faced Yu appeared with the younger generation of immortal ancients' other races, watching this scene from afar. She was shocked. At the same time, she had a bad feeling. Even she did not expect Yu Jing to bring a sacred artifact. This matter had already touched on the bottom line. If they could kill Gu Changa, then that would be fine. If they could not, then it would definitely be a great hidden danger. Meanwhile, at this time, in the battlefield, with a pu sound, miserable cries suddenly sounded. At the same time, blood splashed out, exceptionally terrifying. Several young Featherman race geniuses were torn to pieces, their bodies collapsing, their bodies and spirits destroyed. Divine Weapon Dao Scripture's brilliance was dazzling. All types of divine weapons rushed in all directions, carrying out a slaughter. Gu Changa's expression did not change. Even though he was very pale, when his fist descended, the enemies in front of him were all killed. His figure was extremely fast, not stopping. With a single step, when he raised his hand, sword light that filled the sky descended, enveloping the area within a range of close to 100 li with terrifying sword energy. Chi chi chi, screams of terror rang out one after another as all the Feathermen experts who were trying to kill him crumbled in the midst of it. This scene made Yu Jing's pupils shrink, her heart filled with horror. Gu Changa is ridiculously powerful as expected. Even though I am already seriously injured, in a one-on-one battle, I might not be his opponent. She did not hesitate, abruptly activating all of her body's strength, even using blood essence to activate the sacred artifact in her hand. This weapon had a mental connection with her. Otherwise, with her current cultivation realm, she would not be able to activate it and revive it. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even Gu Changa, who was currently slaughtering his enemies, frowned, as if he had encountered a thorny problem. Hong! In this place, a terrifying pressure erupted. Immediately after, a golden figure like the sun rushed into the sky, with a pair of wings on its back, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was incomparably terrifying, as if there was an endless sea of golden flames burning the sky around it. This was the sacred artifact spirit. This was a dazzling golden sun, with countless divine runes flickering. Yu Jing's face was pale. She directly revived it, displaying heaven overflowing divine might. It rose and fell in the horizon, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. This wave of fluctuation, sacred artifact. And it's not an ordinary sacred artifact. Many young supreme beings who were hurrying along, including Wang Wushuang, Yi Langtian, and the others, could not help but feel this aura, and their expressions could not help but change. This fluctuation comes from the place where Brother Gu is cultivating. Could it be that the immortal ancient clans actually used a sacred artifact to kill him? Qi Ling's expression also changed drastically. When she reacted, she became incomparably angry and cold. The immortal ancient clans are simply courting death. Do they really think we are easy to bully? They even used a sacred artifact. They are simply unscrupulous. Immediately, she no longer cared about this experience. She directly took out a communication talisman, planning to send a message to the power behind her and inform them of everything. Brother, the immortal ancient clans are too shameless to kill Gu Changa, right? They actually used a sacred artifact in broad daylight. Do they not put our clans and orthodoxies in their eyes? They don't even care about their bottom line. The purple-clothed young lady beside Yi Langtian also found it difficult to calm down, and was incomparably furious. The immortal ancient clans have gone too far. I will send a message to inform the clan. This experience has already changed. Yi Lungtian's face was also as heavy as water. For a moment, this kind of scene played out everywhere. The fact that the immortal ancient clans used a sacred artifact had clearly crossed the bottom line, enraging them. Gu Chang'e was already seriously injured because of the matter of dealing with the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, at this time, the immortal ancient clans actually directly used a sacred artifact, intending to kill him to the last. This immediately triggered a terrifying earthquake in the immortal ancient continent, creating irreversible waves. Chapter 169. Boom! The terrifying aura was like an awakening sacred sun. It was dazzling and shocking, shocking all the living beings and cultivators who were fighting in the ruins. Their senses could not be wrong. It was a sacred weapon. Moreover, it was a sacred weapon that had been passed down for generations. Just a wisp of its aura could crush a sacred mountain and cause the extinction of millions of living beings. The aftermath could destroy many ancient cities in an instant. Now, the sacred weapon was awakening in the sky, and its terrifying aura was sweeping across all directions. Of course, this kind of awakening was not a true awakening. At most, it could only display part of its power. That was because Yu Jing was only at the virtual god realm. She had to rely entirely on her talent and blood essence to barely activate the sacred weapon. She was prepared to use it to kill Gu Chang'e. A golden divine light appeared in the sacred weapon. It was like a raging fire that could even burn the sky. Oh no, run! The winged people tribe actually dared to use a sacred weapon to kill us. A young Sky Pride's expression changed. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have joined in the fun. In the first instant, he retreated into the distance. However, a wisp of golden runes still fell. It was like the sun's heavenly fire. With a poof, his entire body was burned to ashes. Stop! Aren't you afraid of angering the other orthodoxies by killing the rest? Gu Chang'e frowned. His eyes were cold and deep. He attacked forcefully. A terrifying divine light appeared behind him and surged forward. However, he was still half a step too late and could not save that person. Of course, he was just saying it. He did not intend to save that person. Too few Sky Prides had died. How could this play continue? How could this hatred be pulled up a little more? You should have thought of this when you killed my people. Yu Jing sneered. Since she could not kill Gu Chang'e yet, she would kill the rest first. Buzz! She was still activating the sacred weapon. Wisps of terrifying divine light fell, burning the void. This scene made many young Sky Prides furious. Then, they were terrified. According to the agreement of this trial, the saints were not allowed to attack. How many people could resist the attacks of the saints? At this moment, they were incomparably furious, but they could only think of a way to escape. They didn't dare to fight head-on, as they would definitely die in an instant. The Sky Pride from earlier was the best example. Boom boom boom, with a series of collapsing sounds, the blood mist exploded and turned into ashes in an instant. Under the holy artifact, many people couldn't react in time, immediately dying. It was to the extent where even a few immortal ancient creatures were affected. No one can escape. Today is the day you all die, Yu Jing said with a cold smile. Her body was being rapidly drained of its essence, energy, and spirit by the sacred tool, but she did not care. At this moment, she was invincible, able to kill anyone here. In next to no time, everyone within these ruins retreated far away to avoid being swept by the aftershock and losing their lives for no reason. The power of a sacred artifact was not something that a void god realm cultivator could contend against. Slaughter your people. Everything needs to be based on reason and evidence. Which eye of yours saw me do that? Furthermore, although the sacred artifact is powerful, you can't use it for too long. Gu Chang'e said faintly as she traversed through the void. At this moment, on the surface, the cultivation of the void god realm was revealed without a doubt. As he moved his feet, he easily dodged the strands of divine fire that fell down from the sky. However, when he dodged, he did not forget to cough a few times to show that his peak state was fading away. The time of the secret technique was almost up, and his injuries continued to worsen. At most, he could be considered a seriously injured person who cared about the greater good of the world. However, without his peak cultivation, he could not expose himself. Gu Chang'e, what are you so proud of? How long can you last in your current state? Before that, I can kill all of you with the sacred artifact. Yu Jing said with disdain. She was sure that this was Gu Chang'e's bluff, a stalling tactic. Gu Chang'e shook his head without saying anything. At the same time, he casually pinched, and a pill appeared from his sleeve. After all, this was his precious foundation. If he did not use it now, then when? Chi! The pill broke through the air, turning into a shocking sword ray. Like a divine chain of rules, it slashed towards the sacred artifact in the air. You still have a pill after all. The powerful sword Qi landed on it, instantly making Yu Jing cough out blood. Her body trembled as she suffered a backlash. She had always been on guard against Gu Chang'e's methods, but she did not expect that even the sacred artifact could not block it and was directly injured. You can use a pill to kill my immortal ancient creatures, so why can't I use a sacred artifact? She shouted loudly and swallowed a few stalks of spiritual medicine to suppress her injuries. You can use it, but I didn't say that you can't use it. Actually, speaking of which, I should thank you. Hearing this, a playful expression flashed past Gu Chang'e's face. Soon, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared in front of Yu Jing. However, under his intentional control, no one else heard what he said. Yu Jing was using all her strength to activate the sacred artifact, but after hearing this, she could not help but be stunned. Gu Chang'e actually said that he was thanking her. What did this mean? Was he stupid? Her first reaction was that Gu Chang'e was deliberately setting up a formation to confuse her. Even the sacred artifact floating in the sky froze. Terrifying divine flames poured down, about to drown all of the mountain ranges. When the other geniuses and creatures saw this scene, their expressions suddenly changed. They retreated even further, unable to see the scene clearly. However, many people felt that Gu Chang'e's current state was weakening. Perhaps the time of the secret technique was almost up. This made them worry. No matter how strong Gu Chang'e was, it would be difficult for him to contend against Yu Jing, who was activating the sacred artifact, unless he also carried a sacred artifact. After all, without an idiot like you, my plan won't work. Within the overflowing flames, the void was blurry. There were only 2 people left in this area. The other creatures and cultivators did not dare to approach. Gu Chang'e carried a faint smile, his expression unchanged. His figure crossed the space, ignoring the terrifying sacred artifact's pressure above his head. He directly walked over. I don't think I need to kill you. When you return to your clan, the elders of your clan will not be able to hold themselves back. At the same time, this sentence reached Yu Jing's ears. Plan? What plan? Yu Jing's face was filled with shock and murderous intent. She was stunned and felt as if her mind had gone blank. When she realized that Gu Chang'e was already in front of her, she could not help but feel a chill down her spine. Why did the sacred artifact's pressure have no effect on Gu Chang'e? Could it be that he actually carried something like a sacred artifact on him, but did not show it? Otherwise, how could this be explained? So, in fact, Gu Chang'e's attitude was actually just a pretense. At this moment, Yu Jing's entire body was cold. Even her hands and feet were cold. Suddenly, she felt that she seemed to have thought too simply of this matter. In fact, the elders gave her the sacred artifact so that she could save her life at a critical moment. They were worried that she would be killed by Gu Changa. The most important thing was Gu Changa's state. Although he did look like he was seriously injured, his behavior did not seem like it at all. Especially now, his expression was as if he had already expected this and had calculated everything. Boom! At this moment, Gu Changa looked calm, as if he knew what she was thinking. He did not waste time and directly slammed his palm down. Golden light surged, as if thousands of mountains were suppressing her. Yu Jing was shocked. She was about to dodge when she felt that the void had frozen. How is this possible? With your strength, you are not injured at all. She suddenly vomited blood. She was extremely shocked and desperate. Her scalp was numb. She suddenly discovered this secret of Gu Changa's. Looks like you are not too stupid. Gu Changa casually smiled. Why are you not afraid of the sacred artifact? Could it be that you also have a sacred artifact? Yu Jing's voice was trembling. Her divine soul was trembling. She could not believe it. I can kill a real sage with a raise of my hand. You want to kill me with the pressure of a sacred artifact that has not fully awakened. Hearing this, Gu Changa could not help but want to laugh. However, to tell her such a desperate truth before she died, he was really kind. What? Hearing this, Yu Jing's eyes widened. She was extremely shocked. She did not even react. The amount of information contained in Gu Changa's words was too terrifying. She could not believe it. In the next moment, the moment Gu Changa's palm fell, no matter how she resisted, it was useless. With a boom, her body directly exploded. Including her primordial spirit, she instantly disappeared. She could not even resist Gu Changa's casual palm. Yu Jing's primordial spirit was directly destroyed with the last of her disbelief and despair. Boom! Sensing that its user had died, the sacred artifact in the void rotated like a sacred sun. The shadow in it seemed to have intelligence and seemed to be angry. Torrential flames fell like a river of stars, wanting to drown Gu Changa. Gu Changa looked up. He raised his hand and a supreme sword chi shot out from his finger bone. With a poof, the shadow was erased. The brilliance of the sacred artifact suddenly dimmed. In this way, no one saw the process of this battle. However, the show still had to be completed. Hence, Gu Changa suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire face was several times weaker than before. He swayed and fell to the ground, quietly recuperating. He was very familiar with what to do next. Hence, he was not worried at all about the risk of being exposed. I'm afraid young Master Changa won't be able to maintain this state for long. After all, the secret skill has a time limit. Moreover, I guess young Master Changa doesn't have many elixirs like this. How dare he use the sacred artifact to humiliate us? We, the Sunset Sacred Sect, will remember this grudge. We will definitely report it to the sect. The Feathermen tribe can only wait for death. At that time, even if they hide in the immortal ancient continent, no one can save them. At this moment, many young elites who had fled far away saw that the soaring flames were dissipating. They could not see through the scene. Now, all of them were somewhat uneasy. They were naturally afraid of the sacred artifact. In the sects behind them, the sacred artifact was also extremely precious. It was not something that an ordinary elder could come into contact with. This woman from the Feathermen tribe could bring it out. Obviously, she had the permission of the tribe's experts. This matter was definitely related to the entire Feathermen tribe. I'm afraid this is Gu Changa's true motive. He wants to let the various races of the immortal ancient continent cross the line. Then, he will have an excuse to kill them. On the other side, Gu Xian had finally finished off all the enemies. When she saw Gu Changa make his move, she had already guessed it. She had seen Gu Changa use a powerful sword technique. That sword art involved the power of the rules. Gu Chang'e could definitely have saved many of the Sky Prides just now. However, Gu Chang'e did not do so. This already explained the problem. The sacred artifact has awakened. This guy is crazy. Further away, He Yenyu and the others stood in the rolling black clouds. Their expressions changed a lot. They did not expect Yu Jing to do this. At first, they thought she was using the sacred artifact to intimidate them. But in the end, she used it to kill Gu Chang'e. This matter is irreversible. If Gu Chang'e doesn't die today, I'm afraid the entire immortal ancient continent will be in chaos. I can see that Gu Chang'e is a very scheming person. He seems to be intentionally or unintentionally inciting the other elites. His target seems to be the entire immortal ancient continent. The ancient serpent tribe's elite spoke. His long and narrow eyes flashed. He stared at the terrifying sacred artifact phantom in the distance and felt a chill in his heart. Is Gu Chang'e really planning to do this? It seems that he is using some secret technique to forcibly restore his body to its peak. And Gu Chang'e should have the confidence to deal with Yu Jing's sacred artifact. Otherwise, he would definitely not do this. He continued to analyze. However, his words made many elites frown. They felt that it was not possible. Gu Chang'e was already seriously injured. Now, he was using a secret technique to forcibly restore his cultivation to its peak. How long could he last? Besides, facing the power of a sacred artifact, how could Gu Chang'e deal with it? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Gu Chang'e gives me a very dangerous feeling. My heart actually palpitates when facing him. Black Yenyu muttered to herself. She did not know if it was just her imagination. But when she looked at Gu Chang'e, she felt a kind of palpitations that came from the depths of her soul. She had never had such a feeling before. It was as if Gu Chang'e could decide her life and death with a single thought. Then, Black Yenyu shook her head and threw this impossible thought out of her mind. Before this, she had never seen Gu Chang'e. Why would she have such a feeling? It must be because she was too wary of Gu Chang'e. Regardless of whether Gu Chang'e is dead or not, things are not going to end well. I'm afraid from today onwards, we have to consider the future of the entire continent. The moment Yu Jing used the sacred artifact, Black Yenyu thought of this matter. Yu Jing probably did not expect things to become so troublesome. Most importantly, she underestimated Gu Chang'e's position in the hearts of the younger generation. The reason why Yu Jing used the sacred artifact in the end was mostly because Gu Chang'e was still ridiculously powerful even though he was seriously injured. Is the battle over there over? Even the shadow of the sacred artifact that Yu Jing used disappeared. Black Yenyu was slightly stunned. She looked at the place where Gu Chang'e and Yu Jing last fought. The more she looked, the more she frowned. Then, she was stunned. She even felt that it was unbelievable. Yu Jing, who used the sacred artifact, is dead. Chapter 170. At this moment, it was not only black-faced Yu. Even the other young supreme beings and immortal ancient creatures were shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They really did not expect Yu Jing's aura to disappear in the end. Yu Jing is actually dead. Even though Gu Chang'e is seriously injured, he is still so strong. Even the Saint Artifact's revival could not kill him. Gu Chang'e definitely has a Saint Artifact as a trump card. He hid it too deeply. Their souls trembled, their faces full of fear. The other feathermen even widened their eyes, petrified in place. This blow was too great for them. Yu Jing was the feathermen's most outstanding genius. Her cultivation was at the middle stage of the Void God realm, and few in the same generation could match her. Now, with a Saint Artifact in hand, she faced Gu Chang'e, who was seriously injured and still relied on a secret method to hang on to his cultivation, yet she was killed in the end. Their minds were dumbfounded. Boom! Overflowing flames rose and fell in the horizon, and then quickly disappeared. The terrifying saint might was also receding. That saint artifact that was like a heavenly fire sun was falling rapidly, smashing towards the mountain peak. Amidst the dust, Gu Changa sat there with a calm expression, but everyone could feel his current weakness at this moment. This was a state where his essence blood was already depleted. His face was as white as a sheet. It was difficult to describe his current complexion. But even so, it still made everyone shocked and impressed. Many of the younger generation were even fanatical, and could not help but roar, "Too strong, young Master Changa is simply invincible." So what if the various races of immortal ancient go too far? Even in this state, young Master Changa can still suppress all enemies. After all, it is a taboo for young people. This scene made many people's blood boil. Master! Protect Master! In an instant, divine rainbows rushed over from all directions. They were all Gu Changa's followers. They landed near him, protecting him. No one expected that Yu Jing, who used a saint artifact, would actually die at the hands of the seriously injured Gu Changa. Even a saint artifact could not do anything to him. This could only mean that Gu Changa definitely had something on the same level as a saint artifact in his hands. But this was already shocking enough. After all, being able to activate a saint artifact and display its might was already not something that ordinary people could do. Gu Changa's actions today had left an indelible image of righteousness in the hearts of all the young elites. "Master, are you all right?" Facing the concern of his followers, Gu Changa's expression was very calm, as if nothing had happened. He thought for a moment and replied, "I'm fine. It's just that I can't use my cultivation for a short period of time." He could take advantage of this time to do some things in secret. "It's all our fault. We're too useless. We can't share Master's burden." When they heard this, they felt even more guilty. Gu Changa shook his head and said calmly, "This is not your fault. I underestimated the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Otherwise, today's events would not have happened." After saying that, he looked at the group of feather men in front of him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive," he ordered. "Yes, Master." The followers received the order and rushed up again. They surrounded and killed the rest of the feather men who were still in a daze. A great battle broke out again. Gu Changa silently closed his eyes and threw some medicinal pills into his mouth, as if he was healing his wounds. At this time, he did not believe that some idiots would dare to attack. No, he would explode his blood a second time and throw in some medicinal pills while he was at it. Also, since he said that the secret technique was a secret technique, it was naturally a technique that no one knew about. As for the effects, it was all made up by Gu Changa. If someone wanted to ask about it, he had all kinds of ways to deal with it. Now, he had personally participated in this great battle against all the clans in Immortal Ancient. He even opened the curtains for it. Next, he just had to wait and watch the show while he was at it. Most importantly, in Gu Changa's opinion, this was a great opportunity to take over the entire Immortal Ancient continent. Then, he planned to send some people to leave this place and deliver his message to the Gu family. In addition, the Taichu divine sect that his mother was in could also take advantage of this opportunity to interfere. He should be the first to eat the biggest piece of meat here. As expected, Gu Changa is astute and calculative. He did not miss anything. How can Yu Jing win against him? She will definitely die in the end. In this way, Gu Changa will gain a good image in front of the world. On the other side, Gu Xian, who was watching all this, frowned. After all, Gu Changa had many tricks up his sleeve. She was not surprised by this. Then, she glared at Gu Changa's direction with hatred. She remembered all the things that happened today. Then, she turned into a rainbow and left. As long as she met Gu Changa, nothing good would come out of it. She had already decided to stay away from Gu Changa so that she would not be tricked by him again. Most importantly, she was a bit absent-minded. What kind of attitude did she have towards Guchanga? She was a bit unwilling to face Guchanga. What did she say to not have any other feelings towards him? What did that mean? Sometimes, Guchanga treated her well. But why was he as cold as ice at other times? She was a bit confused. Which was Guchanga's real face? Gu Xian shook her head and got rid of this thought. She felt that after leaving immortal ancient continent, she had to return to the Gu family. Miss, are we still going to attack? Now that Guchanga seems to have run out of energy, this is a good opportunity for us. Near black-colored jade, many creatures of immortal ancient were asking. In their eyes, this was a great opportunity. Guchanga was definitely extremely weak in this state. They all rushed forward. No matter how strong Guchanga was, he was obviously at the end of his rope. What kind of trouble could he stir up? The sky pride of the ancient soaring serpent clan immediately shook his head. Let's retreat. We've already angered the crowd. This place will attract other cultivators. If we attack, they won't just sit by and watch. Besides, do you really think that Guchanga is in such a state because he doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve? Or is he deliberately acting like this so that we can take the initiative to attack so that he can catch us all in one fell swoop? One had to admit that his words made a lot of sense. Many creatures felt a chill down their spines. The sky pride of the divine crocodile clan said with a pale face, Guchanga's methods and schemes are just too terrifying. Black-colored jade was silent for a moment before she said, the most important thing now is to think about how we can withstand the anger of the orthodoxies in the outside world. Under Guchanga's deliberate guidance, the hatred of the cultivators in the outside world towards us has probably reached its peak. She looked deeply at the young man in the distance who was like a moon surrounded by stars. Her eyes were full of fear and admiration. Compared to Long Teng, Guchanga was so terrifying that she couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had easily led the entire immortal ancient clan to the opposite side of the outside world. His intentions were terrible. In this way, it was equivalent to putting them on the edge of a knife and barbecuing them. Long Teng won't die unjustly in his hands. This person is too scary. If there's no need to, don't go against him. Black-colored jade left. She brought all her clansmen with her. She had a feeling that there would be a huge earthquake in the immortal ancient continent that would affect all the clans. Soon, the news of what had happened here spread. The immortal ancient continent, which was already chaotic enough, became even more chaotic. Almost all the cultivators from the outside world were deeply enraged and filled with righteous indignation. The Winged Man clan had openly killed a group of young sky prides with a sacred weapon, trampling on the bottom line of this trial. At this time, even the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace couldn't protect the immortal ancient clans. This matter quickly fermented and became something like a fuse wire, igniting everyone's anger and hatred. No matter how strong the immortal ancient clans were, they couldn't withstand the anger of the other orthodoxies at this time. Not to mention what Guchanga's identity represented, what he did this time was on the side of righteousness. No one could say anything more, and no one could say anything to slander him. Suppressing the inheritors of demonic arts, purging the cultivation world for the common people, and returning peace to the world. With all these, no one could find anything wrong with it. On the contrary, the Winged Man clan wanted to kill Guchanga while he was seriously injured with a sacred weapon. Such a shameless action made many people despise them. At the same time, in the Winged Man clan's territory, there was a gloomy atmosphere. They immediately received the news. The current clan leader let out a furious roar that shattered the mountains within a radius of thousands of miles. His anger wasn't because of Yu Jing's death. It was because Yu Jing had used a sacred weapon, crossing the bottom line of both sides. This matter was simply pushing the entire Featherman clan onto the path of death. Damn it, Yu Jing was completely tricked by Guchanga from the beginning. This Guchanga is just a junior, but how could his methods be so vicious and experienced? In a majestic palace, many elders were gathered. Their faces were gloomy to the extreme. They were furious. But at the same time, they were also terrified. The Winged Man clan had been tricked by Gu Changa. They weren't stupid, they could figure it out with a little analysis. Yu Jing thought that Gu Changa could kill him in his weakened state, so she didn't hesitate to use the sacred weapon. Gu Changa clearly had a powerful trump card that could resist the power of the sacred weapon, but before this, he had been showing weakness, giving Yu Jing the feeling that he had used up all his tricks and was at his wit's end. All of this had been deliberately guided by him. He wanted the Winged Man clan to break this bottom line. This way, the orthodoxies outside, and even the longevity Gu family behind Gu Changa, would have an excuse to interfere in immortal ancient continent. At this time, who dared to say no? Even the immortal ancient dragon clan didn't dare to say anything. A long life family, a family that could be crowned with the name of long life, just how terrifying was their backing and strength? A single Winged Man clan was definitely not a match for the longevity family. At that time, unless the entire immortal ancient clan united, there would be a possibility of resisting. In order to have a logical excuse, that Gu Changa had really put in a lot of effort. At this time, an old woman said with a shocked and angry expression, "Damn it, how could Yu Jing be so stupid? We shouldn't have given her the sacred weapon. This time, she's completely pushing us into the abyss of no return. At this time, there's no point in talking about this. Let's think of a solution first." By doing this, Gu Changa not only schemed against our clan, but even the entire immortal ancient remnant clan was dragged down by him. The other clans won't sit by and do nothing. This will be the most dangerous situation we've encountered since immortal ancient continent. If we can't get through it safely, we might be in danger of being wiped out. An elder said with a heavy expression. His position in the Winged Man clan was very high, and his words carried a lot of power. He was also Yu Jing's grandfather. The reason why the sacred weapon fell into Yu Jing's hands was completely related to him. He was worried that Yu Jing's life would be in danger if she encountered Gu Changa, so he gave the sacred weapon to Yu Jing. However, Yu Jing used this sacred weapon, bringing disaster to the entire Winged Man clan. This Gu Changa is so young, but his mind is as vicious as those ancient monsters. We can't let him live. We might as well go all the way and let him know that we're not to be trifled with. Immediately, an elder's eyes flashed coldly as he said. We need to be careful about this matter. There is still room for negotiation. If we really attack Gu Changa, then only death awaits us. Don't forget that Gu Changa has another identity. Another elder shook his head and interrupted. Dao Heavenly Immortal Palace's successor. When these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, and they even felt a chill run down their backs. It was just a young man, yet he forced their entire clan to face a life and death crisis. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable in the past. Let's discuss with the Dragon Clan. They have to step in. After all, Yu Jing attacking Gu Changa is definitely related to the true dragon token. Then, their eyes flashed. They felt that this matter could be dragged down by the Dragon Clan. At that time, if they faced the longevity Gu clan's anger, they would at least have some confidence. In contrast to the Winged Man clan's deathly silence, the Dragon Islands where the true Dragon Clan was located were solemn. Almost as soon as the young geniuses contacted the orthodoxies of the outside world, they felt that something was wrong. The various clans of Immortal Ancient were facing the greatest danger. At this moment, there were bursts of light, and the sound of chanting could be heard. All of the true Dragon Clan's clansmen were gathered here. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and they were all densely packed, kneeling on the ground. Their expressions were fanatical and sincere. They bowed towards the ancient immortal temple at the very front, chanting the prayers of the immortal elders. Many of them even cut their wrists, letting their blood splash out. Divine radiance flickered within, pouring onto the stone statue in front of them. That ancient stone statue was a supreme expert who looked down on everything, its dragon horns about to break through the sky. Whine. Wave after wave of strange fluctuations spread out in the sky. True dragon protection. The true dragon clan's great elder shouted with a fanatical expression. True dragon protection. All of the clansmen below were shouting loudly, as fanatical as if they had gone mad. Compared to being attacked by the orthodoxies of the outside world, they chose the path of cutting off all means of retreat. Their ancestor, the true dragon, was not dead yet. Now, as long as a strand of its true spirit appeared, it could intimidate the orthodoxies and save the current situation. Meanwhile, in the following period of time, the winds and clouds of immortal ancient continents surged, creating a huge commotion. Many of the younger generation were furious. They all contacted the sects behind them, determined to flatten the entire immortal ancient continent. All of immortal ancient's creatures were also ordered to return to their clans, not daring to show themselves, fearing that they would be surrounded and killed by a group of young geniuses. As the instigator of this matter, Wuxia leisurely recuperated in his usual place. During this time, Yi Langtian, Qi Ling, Peng Fei, and the others all came to visit him. Then, they were all fooled by him with all kinds of tricks. However, this also caused them to be filled with righteous indignation. Their anger and hatred towards immortal ancients' clans reached an unprecedented peak. During this period of time, Wuxia even more so lived in seclusion, almost not showing himself in the outside world. Meanwhile, in the various clans' gathering places, the figures of demonic arts inheritors appeared. Many experts and ancestral tombs were plundered. The figures of demonic arts inheritors appeared everywhere, suspected to be extremely powerful, causing many people to be alarmed. However, none of the creatures and cultivators who encountered the demonic arts inheritors were spared. For a moment, everyone was in danger. Chapter 171. Just as the major clans in Immortal Ancient were in danger, in the mountain range outside the Black Sky Eagle clan, Wuxia walked out from the void. He glanced at the large sacred mountain buildings in front of him, and there was a faint smile on his face. It's time to harvest again. After planting a seed, not only did it blossom and bear fruit, but it also grew into a lush forest. This Ming really didn't disappoint me, Wuxia said with interest. With a natural expression, he took a step forward. The void blurred, and he arrived at the mountain range in front of him. It was as if he was walking in his own backyard. He didn't hide his aura, and he didn't bring any followers with him. Therefore, the moment he arrived outside the Black Sky Eagle clan, his aura was detected. Who are you? A powerful divine consciousness swept over. Several powerful auras appeared in the mountain range. They had black wings on their backs, and they were at the true God realm. They looked at Wuxia who was walking over, and their faces were full of shock as they asked. Tell the great elder of the Black Sky Eagle clan that Wuxia is here to visit. Wuxia glanced at them, stood with his hands behind his back, and said with a faint smile. He didn't care at all about the two Black Sky Eagle clan members who were shocked and they heard his name. During this period, Wuxia's name had spread throughout the entire Immortal Ancient clans. From the older generation to the younger generation, everyone knew him. In all kinds of rumors, Wuxia was an extremely evil person who killed the entire Immortal Ancient clans. Now, he even schemed against the Featherman clan, and planned to lure many orthodoxies from the outside world to annihilate the Immortal Ancient continent. Wuxia's name could even make the children of Immortal Ancient cry. These two Black Sky Eagle clan members naturally knew how terrifying Wuxia was, and their eyes immediately changed. Their expressions were even a little frightened, and their voices were trembling. Wuxia, what are you doing here? They asked, their lips trembling, and their spirits trembling. True God realm existences obviously couldn't gain much from Wuxia. It was rumored that Gu Changa was seriously injured. But now, it seemed that Gu Changa's aura was normal. He was clearly fine. His body couldn't be any better, so how could anyone see any injuries? Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Or could it be that the person in front of him was not Gu Changa? Was he a fake? Thinking of this, they suppressed the fear in their hearts and attacked Gu Changa. Boom! True God realm undulations swept over instantly, making the mountain range within a radius of several hundred miles start rumbling and trembling. I'm here to take my things. Gu Changa smiled. His figure was incomparably blurry as he walked straight through the attacks. Since you guys aren't willing to report my arrival, I can only enter by myself. But why don't you cherish life? As he walked, there was a strange fluctuation in the void. Immediately after, these two true God realm Black Sky Eagle clansmen collapsed with a puff, instantly obliterating both body and soul. Gu Changa did not hide his arrival. He was incomparably powerful as he walked through the void, all the way to the depths of the Black Sky Eagle clan. In his mind, a cobweb-like picture was forming. Every line connected everything, including all the Black Sky Eagle clansmen. Even what they were doing and what they were thinking was crystal clear, and could be understood in an instant. With a thought, no one could hide from his perception. With a thought, he could also decide their life and death. And all of this was the credit of the wedding dress immortal art. Of course, there was also He Ming's credit. For Gu Changa to be able to control the life and death of the entire Black Sky Eagle clan without any effort, it could be said that He Ming's contribution was indispensable. Not good. Someone has trespassed into the clan's land. Someone come quickly. At this moment, the entire Black Sky Eagle clan was alarmed. They were shocked by the undulations coming from the mountain gate. Boom! In the sky, streaks of black divine light came in the direction of Gu Changa. They were all the Black Sky Eagle clansmen who had heard the sound. They were incomparably furious. It was the first time in so many years that someone had trespassed into the clan's land. I'd like to see who is so bold to actually dare to trespass here. In a palace, a few old men were discussing. Their aquiline noses flickered with black light, and their expressions were cold and angry. Buzz! In the next moment, their figures moved together and disappeared from the palace, appearing in the sky outside. What's going on? Someone has trespassed into the clan's land. Does he not want his life? He's simply courting death. On a mountain peak, clouds surged as a young girl in white clothes doubtfully muttered to herself. Her neck was slender, and her skin was ice like jade. It was He Yenyu. Could it be that the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara has come? If my guess is correct, the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara is that person called Yi Ling, the successor of the demonic arts. If it's really Yi Ling, we have to be careful. This person can escape from Gu Changa with his life. He's definitely not an idle person. Her heart trembled. After thinking for a moment, she also turned into a streak of divine light and rushed into the sky to see what was going on. At the same time, on another mountain peak shrouded in clouds and mist, He Ming, who had moved out of his previous courtyard and moved into the palace, suddenly opened his eyes from his cultivation. At this moment, he had a strange feeling in his heart. It was a vague feeling, as if he was facing a supreme existence. What happened? Could it be that the supreme existence is coming to find me? This feeling can't be wrong. He Ming was shocked, followed by ecstasy and excitement. He felt that the possibility was very high. From the supreme existence, he had only obtained the wedding dress celestial art, which allowed him to be reborn and undergo earth-shattering changes. If he could obtain other things, humans were greedy, and their desires were endless. In the past, He Ming only wanted to be valued by the tribe, but now he was no longer satisfied with all this. Thinking of this, he also got up and left, heading in the direction of the commotion outside. Gu Changa, it's you, how is this possible? Why are you here? Aren't you seriously injured and recuperating? On the other side, many of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members were staring with their eyes wide open in shock. Many of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members had seen Gu Changa's face before. Especially those who had followed He Yenyu and planned to kill Gu Changa, but gave up in the end. At this moment, they were incomparably shocked as they looked at the young man who was strolling in front of them. If this was not Gu Changa, who could it be? They never thought that Gu Changa would actually come to their clan's land alone, and that no one could stop him along the way. Could it be that his injuries had healed? What was his purpose? I'm here to take my things. Let those who can speak come out, I don't want to waste time. Hearing this, Gu Changa had a casual smile. Facing such a large group of people besieging him, he did not care at all. Your things. What things? This is your purpose of trespassing into our tribe's territory. Many people's faces darkened when they heard this, and they shouted, as if they were going to attack Gu Changa. Although Gu Changa was very strong, that was only to those of the same generation. Now, he was in their tribe's territory. They would not allow him to be presumptuous. The Black Sky Eagle tribe had been passed down since the immortal ancient era, and there were many Saint Realm experts, and even a few quasi-supreme realm ancestors. With such a terrifying foundation, he, a young man, barged in alone. What kind of confidence did he have? Or was it that he did not fear death? At this time, terrifying auras descended one after another, and there was even a saint among them. His face was very old, and his body was bent. He stared at Gu Changa in front of him and waved his hand. All of you, stop for this old man. Gu Changa, what is your purpose? This was a very powerful elder of the Black Sky Eagle tribe. His appearance made many of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members sigh in relief. In fact, they were all secretly on guard against Gu Changa. The Featherman tribe's genius used a saint artifact and successfully killed Gu Changa. This meant that Gu Changa had the means to fight against a saint realm expert. At this time, they were not confident that they could suppress Gu Changa. I said to take back my things. Don't you understand? Gu Changa said calmly, his expression as casual as usual. Although the person in front of him was a saint realm expert, he did not take it to heart. He was still waiting for the quasi-supreme realm expert of the Black Sky Eagle tribe to appear. That was the one who could really speak. With his current peak divine king realm strength, he could easily kill these saints. Your things. What are your things? The saint realm elder stared at Gu Changa and said, frowning. He did not dare to attack Gu Changa rashly. Now that the situation in the immortal ancient continent was unclear, many tribes were in danger because the orthodoxies from the outside world seemed to be planning to descend. If he attacked Gu Changa, it meant that he had to be prepared to fight to the death with the forces behind Gu Changa. This was a terrible price to pay. Although the Black Sky Eagle tribe had a long history, they were afraid of the revenge of the everlasting families. They could only be destroyed. My things? Of course, it's the reincarnation platform of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign and the entire Black Sky Eagle tribe. Gu Changa replied with a smile. He did not think there was anything wrong with his words. The reincarnation platform was a reincarnation stone left behind by the reincarnation heavenly sovereign. It contained rich reincarnation power. Gu Changa planned to condense a reincarnation seal in his primordial spirit to prepare for his innate deity will to become an immortal will. He was determined to get the reincarnation platform. What? However, the moment they heard his words, everyone was stunned, including the Saint Realm Elder. His expression suddenly changed and became gloomy. How did Gu Changa know about the reincarnation platform's existence? This was not something to be worried about. He said that the entire Black Sky Eagle tribe was his. What did that mean? At this time, the other Black Sky Eagle tribe members also rushed over. Many people heard Gu Changa's words, and their expressions changed greatly. The reincarnation platform was controlled by each tribe in turn. This year, it was the Black Sky Eagle tribe's turn to control it. It did not belong to them. Gu Changa's words, in their eyes, were no different from a provocation. Everyone was angry and stared at him. If not for the elders stopping them, they would have attacked and let Gu Changa know whose territory this was. Gu Changa, how could it be him? How is this possible? His injuries healed so quickly. Black Yenyu was naturally among the people who rushed over. When she saw Gu Changa, her beautiful face turned pale. She could not believe it. At this moment, she only felt a slight chill, making her back break out in cold sweat. She knew very well how serious Gu Changa's injuries were. How could he recover so quickly? This meant that Gu Changa's injuries were very likely faked. His goal was indeed to provoke a war between the outside world and immortal ancients' clans. Until now, can't you feel it? The life and death of your tribe is in my hands. As long as I want to, you will all die. So, don't try to provoke me. Although I have always been kind, it does not mean that you have the right to talk to me. Tell your quasi-supreme ancestor to come out. Gu Changa smiled faintly. He turned a blind eye to the anger, coldness, and hatred of all the Black Sky Eagle tribe members. Buzz. As his words fell, heaven and earth trembled. Many people suddenly felt a terrifying fear in their hearts. At this moment, they only felt that their hearts were being grabbed by a pair of invisible hands. Asking for fresh flowers, what is this? This made their expressions change drastically. They suddenly turned pale and their voices trembled. Some people could not even bear this feeling. They stopped breathing and directly fell from the sky. Poof! They instantly fell into a pile of meat paste. At this moment, everyone's expression changed when they looked at Gu Changa. It was as if they were looking at a terrifying existence. They were extremely frightened. What kind of means was that? Their lives seemed to be in the hands of someone in an instant, and they could be destroyed at any time. The expression of the Sage Realm Elder changed. Even he felt that his life and death were in the hands of the other party. What is this? Is it the slave seal? But the slave seal has not manifested. His face turned pale in an instant, and all the blood drained from his face. There was even despair and disbelief in his eyes. He tried to use his cultivation to get rid of the thought just now, but it did not work at all. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. In an instant, there was dead silence. It could not even cause a ripple. Gu Changa's means were obviously beyond his understanding. This was not described as unfathomable, the immortals. No, this was the arrival of the demon. This is the feeling. On the other side, Black Sky Jade's face also turned pale. Her pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. She showed an expression of disbelief and fear. Including her, no one was spared. To Gu Changa, all of them were the same. There was no difference. Whether it was the virtual god realm or the sage realm, it was all a matter of a thought. In front of the wedding dress fairy art, their lives were a string that could be easily torn. A means more terrifying than the slave seal. When were we implanted? Black Sky Jade's delicate face was snow white. She had always been smart. Among her peers, she was known as the little strategist. Now, she realized. When she saw Gu Changa for the first time outside the ruins, she had such a feeling. At that time, she thought it was an illusion. But now that she thought about it, Gu Changa must have sensed her existence back then. At that moment, he had the thought of killing her. However, this thought flashed and disappeared. That was why she thought it was an illusion. Thinking about this, Black Sky Jade felt cold all over. She looked at Gu Changa as if she was looking at an incomparably terrifying existence. She had underestimated how terrifying Gu Changa was. How did he do all of this? This is clearly not a slave seal. How can you control our life and death? At this moment, the attitude of this sage realm elder had undergone an earth-shattering change. He was terrified and cautious. After all, life and death were completely controlled by Gu Chang'e. How could he be arrogant? At this time, he could only pray that the elders could use some means to solve all this. Otherwise, all of this would be like what Gu Chang'e said. The entire Black Sky Eagle tribe was in his hands. The life and death of all the tribe members were in his hands. Moreover, he could not understand at all. How did Gu Chang'e do all this? Before this, they had never come into contact with Gu Chang'e. This made them feel despair. They had inexplicably fallen into a trap, and it was the kind that could not be solved. How could there be such a strange thing in this world? Is this important? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e said casually, "You only need to remember one thing now. From today onwards, I am your master. Work for me, and you will live. Otherwise, you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces paled and fell into a deathly silence. No wonder Gu Chang'e dared to barge in alone. With such means, the entire Black Sky Eagle tribe was like walking on flat ground. He could come and go as he pleased, as if it was his own backyard. This method is definitely related to the slave seal. Other than the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign, no one knows that the reincarnation Tao platform is related to the reincarnation heavenly sovereign. Yi Ling, the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign, might have been killed by Gu Chang'e. He tampered with the slave seal, or Gu Chang'e is the true successor of the demonic technique. Black Sky Eagle stared at Gu Chang'e. After thinking through all of this, her entire body, including her primordial spirit, was trembling. As smart as she had already found many connections among these things. These connections were very likely as she had speculated. Otherwise, it would not make sense at all. But, how could there be such a terrifying person in this world? She looked at Gu Chang'e with eyes full of fear. The more she thought about these things, the more her scalp tingled. "Oh, you're a smart person." Gu Chang'e sensed Black Sky Eagle's thoughts. He was a little surprised. After all, to be able to deduce the truth from these things, this ability was not simple. However, he did not care. Black Sky Eagle's life and death were all in his control. If she dared to expose this, she would definitely die in an instant. Then, Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. There was a terrifying aura rising there, as if an unparalleled sun was rising. This aura was overwhelming in all directions, as if a supreme had awakened and was going to look down on the world. That's great. This scene made many of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members here feel hopeful. This was their ancestor. Their ancestor had the cultivation of a quasi-supreme. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his cultivation was unparalleled. If their ancestor came forward, there might be a possibility of turning around today's matter. However, in the next moment, Gu Chang'e laughed. The unparalleled aura that rose there seemed to be extinguished by a strong wind, dissipating in an instant. Seeing all of this, all of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members were in despair. 1000. Chapter 172. Even the Grand Ancestor, a quasi-supreme, had no means of contending with Gu Chang'e. This scene made all the members of the Black Sky Eagle clan despair. No one wanted to be a slave. They were used to being superior, and it was even more impossible for them to allow someone to stand above them. Therefore, when Yi Ling, the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, appeared, the first thing they did was not to welcome him, but to think of a way to kill him to prevent future trouble. In front of Gu Chang'e, the suppression they suffered was even more terrifying than the slave seal. The slave seal could only suppress their cultivation, making it difficult for them to attack Yi Ling. However, Gu Chang'e directly controlled their lives, including the Grand Ancestor, and there was no way to deal with it. He had just walked out from the depths, but Gu Changa suppressed him with a thought. This kind of strange method caused them to be extremely shocked and terrified. How is this possible? He is not a supreme being, but why does he have that kind of aura? He Ming, who had rushed here, also looked at everything in shock. He did not know Gu Changa's identity. However, on Gu Changa, he vaguely felt like he was facing that mysterious supreme being. His expression immediately turned into one of extreme shock. He subconsciously thought that Gu Changa was like him, someone who was valued by the supreme being. Gu Changa also glanced at He Ming at this moment, and there was an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. This chess piece was not small, but he had to make good use of it. Young Master Gu, please. Deep in the mountain range, after a moment of silence, a white-robed old man with a haggard face but full of spirit appeared. His eyes were deeply sunken, and his expression was extremely shocked. A terrifying quasi-supreme aura surged on his body, and then it quickly calmed down. He was the other grand ancestor of the Black Sky Eagle clan, the other person who was suppressed by Gu Changa with a thought just now, and had yet to appear. Gu Changa nodded, and his hands were behind his back, looking very natural. He moved his feet, and as he took a step, the void suddenly blurred. This grand ancestor led the way. A moment later, in the central palace of the Black Sky Eagle clan. Under the respectful and fearful gazes of the Black Sky Eagle tribe members, Gu Changa arrived. All the higher-ups of the Black Sky Eagle tribe had come, regardless of whether they were cultivating or dealing with important matters. They all rushed over at the first possible moment, their faces filled with fear and trembling, not daring to say a single word. Outside the palace, there were many young people of the Black Sky Eagle clan. In fact, they did not know what had happened. They only heard that Gu Changa seemed to have appeared and come to their clan. Moreover, even the old ancestor was alarmed, personally inviting him. This shocked them. Gu Changa was the enemy of immortal ancients' clans. Why was he being so polite to him? Was he afraid of him? No one explained the reason to them. It was too complicated, and many people, including himself, had yet to recover from the shock. Only He Yenyu and He Ming were allowed to enter the hall due to their special status. Sir Gu, please take a seat. Another miserable-looking quasi-supreme also came to the main hall. She was a cold and gloomy old woman. She had a very obvious characteristic of the Black Sky Eagle clan. She had huge wings that could cover the sky and cover the sun. Now, she looked at Gu Changa with eyes full of fear and horror. In her long years of cultivation, this was the first time she had encountered such a strange thing. At that time, she only felt a thought explode in her mind, and even her quasi-supreme primordial spirit was about to split open and turn into ashes. This kind of feeling was too terrifying. Gu Changa was only a young man, how could he have such terrifying methods? Gu Changa naturally sat on the main seat of the hall, looking down at everyone with a playful expression. There was a deathly silence like a cicada in winter. Including the Saint Realm elders, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and they did not dare to speak. Who knew what Gu Changa was planning to do? If they angered him, wouldn't they die instantly? This feeling of life and death being controlled by the other party was like walking on the edge of an abyss with eyes closed with a long sword hanging above their heads. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Yenyu, serve tea to Sir Gu. The quasi-supreme ancestor looked at He Yenyu and ordered. Yes, ancestor. He Yenyu was full of fear for Gu Changa. After guessing Gu Changa's true identity, this feeling became more and more obvious. But she did not dare to disobey the ancestor's order. Hearing this, her hands trembled slightly, and she brought the tea to Gu Changa. Although she was usually very decent and generous in front of the clan members. But after all, she was only a woman in her 20s. At this time, she was naturally afraid of death. Sir. Master Gu, please have some tea. He Yenyu was about to call him Sir Gu, but she remembered Gu Changa's character. She quickly changed her words and called him master. If she died because of this, it would be too unlucky. And her thoughts were very simple. Even the quasi-supreme ancestor couldn't do anything about this. The matter of the Black Sky Eagle clan submitting to Gu Changa was definitely a matter that could not be changed. So she might as well directly express her willingness to submit to Gu Changa. Such a scene made many higher-ups of the Black Sky Eagle clan feel complicated, and they sighed silently. He Yenyu's thoughts were also their thoughts. Now that things had come to this, they could only accept their fate. At this time, Gu Changa looked at He Yenyu seriously. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and her facial features were exquisite. Her black hair was like clouds, and there was a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She was wearing a beautiful jade robe, and was as pure as a divine lotus, making her look extremely beautiful. Her appearance was not bad, and she was also very quick-witted and sensible. She even guessed his true identity before. "What's your name?" Gu Changa took the tea and asked casually. But this was just a casual question. He knew He Yenyu's name and identity, as well as her thoughts. It was just that Gu Changa did not want the Black Sky Eagle clan to understand. He could see through many of their thoughts. After all, in this way, it was inevitable that they would have the mentality of walking corpses and marionettes. What Gu Changa wanted was a clan that would work for him. Not a group of puppets that would only listen to his orders and do everything according to his orders. In this way, he might as well directly refine and devour them all. And according to the current requirements of the immortal devouring demonic technique, such a group of people would not be able to help him break through to the real saint realm. At most, he would reach the middle stage of the quasi-saint realm. To be honest, it was too wasteful to devour 2 quasi-supreme realm slaves like this. "Master, my name is He Yenyu." He Yenyu heard this, and there was a slight joy on her face, and she hurriedly replied. When she was chosen by Longtang, she still had thoughts of resistance and was unwilling to submit, so she planned for this. She had a strong ambition of her own. Now her death was not up to her. Although He Yenyu did not want to be like this, there was no other way. Gu Changa nodded and did not say much. His eyes swept across the people below. "Greetings, Master." With He Yenyu taking the lead, many of the higher-ups of the Black Sky Eagle clan also changed their words at this time to show their loyalty to Gu Changa. For a time, the hall was full of cheers. "I know you hate me and can't wait to kill me." Gu Changa took a sip of tea and smiled lightly. "So." As he pointed out his finger. You, and you." The faces of those who were pointed at changed dramatically in an instant, and they were extremely frightened. Then, with a bang, they exploded on the spot, and blood mist drifted, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. "Don't try to have a trace of hatred for me. Because I will know." Gu Changa smiled. "You just need to remember my words, I am the most powerful in the world. Those who resist me, these people will end up the best." Gu Changa's words were very simple, and she said it lightly. However, there was a sense of, "I will kill you if you dare to resist," in his words. Buzz. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hall turned cold, and their scalps were about to explode. It happened suddenly, without any warning. This group of people died just like that. Gu Changa's means were too shocking and terrifying, as if he could sense their hatred. Thinking of this, many people's faces turned pale, and they were completely shocked. The 2 old ancestors of the quasi-supreme realm also changed their expressions and quickly changed their words. "Master, please don't be angry. Our clan is willing to submit to you." They had lived for so long that even their eyelashes were empty. Naturally, they were not willing to die just like that. Even ants would drag out a life. Let alone humans. Moreover, their ancestors had submitted to the reincarnation heavenly sovereign a long time ago because of this. Now that this group of juniors submitted to Gu Changa, it was not unacceptable. As long as they were willing to work for Gu Changa, he would not kill for no reason. I still like people who know how to adapt to circumstances. Gu Changa was still smiling. He stood up with his hands behind his back and said, "Fewer people will die if you are more sensible." Why not? His smile, however, sent chills down everyone's spines. "We understand, Master." At this moment, everyone in the hall spoke in unison, not daring to be disloyal. Gu Changa could feel that the hatred in their hearts had disappeared completely. He could not help but nod in satisfaction. He liked such a clean way of subduing people. It saved time and was easy. Of course, Gu Changa did not intend to tell them how he controlled their lives. The fear of an unknown source was the greatest deterrent. How could the existence of the wedding dress immortal art be exposed so easily? "Don't worry, I am a gentle person. The thing I dislike the most in my life is to kill the innocent. As long as you work for me, I can let you take over the rest of the immortal ancient tribes and rule the immortal ancient continent. It's not impossible." Gu Changa then said with a smile, showing his kindness again. Even though he had no intention of doing this favor. There was nothing to lose by making a verbal promise. "Thank you, Master." Hearing this, the Black Sky Eagle clansmen became even more grateful and emotional. Of course, they knew very well whether this was real or not. Gu Changa did not point it out. As the young master of the Longevity Gu clan and the successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, his words were very convincing. With such an identity, his words were actually quite convincing. At least, it was many times more believable than Yiling's words. Many people were willing to believe him. Then, a quasi-supreme ancestor appeared and announced this to all the Black Sky Eagle tribe members. The Black Sky Eagle tribe was willing to submit to Gu Changa and serve as his master. They would follow him and listen to his orders. When this order was spread, the entire Black Sky Eagle tribe was shocked. Many of the tribe members did not understand. There were even many voices of resistance. No matter what, Gu Changa was still a member of the younger generation. What right did he have to make the Black Sky Eagle tribe follow him? Their ancestor was someone who could darken the sky with a flap of his wings. He was undefeatable. Their ancestors' blood flowed in their veins. How could they easily submit to others? Regarding this, the Black Sky Eagle tribe's ancestors' method was simple. He suppressed them forcefully and chased those who resisted out of the tribe. Gu Changa's methods were cruel and merciless. He would not let those who resisted go. Therefore, this ancestor was extremely aggressive. Very quickly, the Black Sky Eagle tribe's resistance was dealt with. Gu Changa was quite satisfied with this speed. He could see that the Black Sky Eagle tribe was full of desire to live. "You are a bit smart. In the future, help me collect all kinds of heaven's favorites. Any tribe is fine. After this time, the immortal ancient continent will no longer be closed, this place will become a great breeding ground in the future. If you do well, I will reward you greatly." At the same time, on the way to the depths of the Black Sky Eagle tribe to obtain the reincarnation altar. Gu Changa had an interested expression on his face as he said to Black-Faced Jade, who was carefully accompanying him behind him. Black-Faced Jade was stunned when she heard this. Then, her body trembled as she hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely complete this task." She did not expect Gu Changa to suddenly speak to her like this. He even arranged such a task for her. Collect all kinds of heaven's favorites. She felt a chill down her spine. The meaning of collecting was very obvious. Gu Changa did not say in detail, but she also knew. Did the two of them have a tacit understanding? No, it was just that Gu Changa was too lazy to directly reveal his cards. Coincidentally, Black-Faced Jade was not stupid. She knew that it was best to rot in her stomach forever. The matter of the demonic art inheritor was too terrifying. Moreover, that was Gu Changa's hidden identity. Everyone in the world was now being played by him in the palm of his hand. Just thinking about it made her scalp numb and her whole body cold. The word terrifying was no longer enough to describe this young man. Soon, they passed through many mountains and palaces. Here, Gu Changa saw the reincarnation Dao platform made from the reincarnation stone. It was rumored that this was the Dao platform left behind by the ancient heavenly Lord of Samsara when he preached the Dao to all living beings in the world during the immortal ancient era. There were many imprints of the ancient heavenly Lord of Samsara on it. Master, this is the place where the reincarnation Dao platform is located. Normally, only the elders with high cultivation can approach this place to feel the mysteries of the reincarnation law, Black-faced Jade said respectfully. Here, she was the only one who led the way for Gu Changa. The rest were all casually dismissed by Gu Changa. Although the reincarnation Dao platform was precious, it was not worth mentioning compared to the lives of the entire clan. However, Black-faced Jade felt that the reincarnation Dao platform had been refined by Gu Changa. Then, the ancient serpent, the divine crocodile, and the other races would definitely be furious and find out. This was because the various races had left their imprints on the reincarnation Dao platform because they were worried that someone would steal it. Reincarnation Dao platform, Gu Changa stood on the cliff and looked up with narrowed eyes. Between the layers of clouds, a blurry platform was faintly discernible. Buzz! At this moment, black and white divine lights burst out from his eyes, turning into a peerless immortal sword that slashed towards the platform. This is the power of reincarnation. Black-faced Jade was shocked. It seemed that her guess was completely correct. The real successor of the ancient heavenly Lord of Samsara had been killed by Gu Changa. That was why Gu Changa could have so many methods of the ancient heavenly Lord of Samsara. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud roar. Suddenly, there were bursts of light in front of them, and immortal rain scattered in all directions. The blurry Dao platform was manifesting. It was as majestic as a divine mountain and was incomparably tall. Ancient handwriting appeared in the void. It was written with silver hooks and iron strokes, and the strokes were like dragons and snakes. It was as bright as a small sun and had vicissitudes of life. Gu Changa activated it, took a step forward, and landed on it. It was a majestic Dao platform. Its entire body was filled with a dense color like that of an immortal stone. Divine light gushed out, intertwined, and filled with Dao rhythm and divine intent. The blurry black and white divine lights fell, containing the shocking mysteries of reincarnation. Gu Changa began to sit there with his legs crossed. Time began to pass. No one dared to disturb him. Black-faced Jade watched this scene from afar and was extremely shocked. The reincarnation laws that they used to comprehend and absorb, Gu Changa actually used it to devour and refine it. That kind of courage made her heart tremble. Buzz! Gu Changa's body was as still as a bell. Pitch-black runes of the great Tao imprinted in the void and began to condense and appear. Then, they turned into a great Tao treasure bottle and devoured the black and white divine lights. Rumble, in an instant, this place was drowned in the boundless divine lights. It was as if a galaxy had suddenly smashed down, and its power was extremely terrifying. Gu Changa was refining these auras, and his control of the reincarnation power was rapidly improving. Finally, a reincarnation imprint formed by countless black and white runes quickly condensed. Finally, it was imprinted in his innate God consciousness. The reincarnation imprint is equivalent to a life. Even if my true spirit is destroyed, I can still reappear in the world through this reincarnation imprint. In this case, I have one more life-saving method. At this moment, Gu Changa also opened his eyes. Black and white divine lights flashed faintly in his pupils. He even felt that he had faintly touched the threshold of the time domain. The reincarnation power included many aspects, but the most important were life, death, and time. Then, Gu Chang'e took a step forward and returned to his original position. Without the reincarnation Upanishad, this Tao platform was no longer useful to him. Even if he used it to refine weapons, the material was not as hard as immortal metal. Congratulations, Master. Seeing that Gu Chang'e had actually completed refining the reincarnation laws, she was shocked. The shock in black-faced Jade's eyes did not dissipate. She hurriedly went forward and congratulated. Go to your base, Gu Chang'e said and left. The black sky eagle had been passed down for so long, so there should be a lot of good things. He adhered to the good habit of not taking a single needle and thread, so he naturally had to take a look. And while Gu Chang'e was refining the reincarnation laws on the reincarnation Tao platform, huge changes also happened to the other large clans, including the ancient snake and the divine crocodile. What is the Black Sky Eagle clan doing? Why is the imprint my clan left on the reincarnation Tao platform touched? An old man with slender eyes held a snake-headed walking stick and said coldly. In his senses, the imprint on the reincarnation Tao platform was touched, but it was not obvious. Clearly, the reincarnation Tao platform was not taken away. This matter made him wary of the Black Sky Eagle clan. Anyone could do something like stealing what was entrusted to them, but they had to have the ability to do so. Now that the various clans of Immortal Ancient are in turmoil, and the orthodoxies of the outside world plan to descend, our clan has to think of a way to survive in the cracks. As he spoke, he called over a group of clansmen. There was something to discuss. At this time, outside Immortal Ancient Continent, Immeasurable Heaven was also very lively. The geniuses of various clans spread the news of what happened. The various clans of Immortal Ancient did not care about their bottom line and wantonly slaughtered. This news immediately caused the orthodoxies behind them to be furious, and they immediately sent experts over. This caused a huge commotion. Even the Great Elder who made a promise to several of the most ancient existences of Immortal Ancient Continent had a complicated expression, and he could not help but shake his head. He could not stop this at all. Rumble. The horizon was hazy, and terrifying divine light crushed down from all over the sky. There were ancient warships, huge flying boats, floating divine mountains, powerful cultivators with powerful auras appeared on all of them. A majestic divine sense swept across, causing many cultivators and living beings in the ancient cities to tremble in fear. Something big was going to happen in this trial. Chapter 173. Inside the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, the Great Elder's white robe fluttered in the wind. Many scenes appeared in his eyes, making him look like a transcendent being. At this moment, he was standing on a mountain peak. His gaze pierced through the layers of gray fog and saw many scenes in Immortal Ancient Continent. He already knew everything that happened in Immortal Ancient Continent. After understanding the cause and effect, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Gu Chang'e's methods are forcing all of Immortal Ancient Continent's descendants to their deaths. It's truly vicious. I still underestimated him. The Great Elder said with a complicated look in his eyes. Beside him stood an old man with a medium build. This old man wore dirty clothes. His face was very ordinary and dark. He even looked like an old farmer in the mortal world. He had a mouthful of big yellow teeth. There was a rusty kitchen knife at the old man's waist. There were even a few holes on it. It was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. But what was shocking was that this old farmer was actually standing side by side with the most respected Great Elder in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. They even looked like they knew each other. Hearing the Great Elder's words, the old farmer couldn't help but grin. After all, he's the Gu family's Qilin son. What's so surprising about these methods? Gu Chang'e, this junior, although I haven't seen him before, I've heard many things about him in the family. It's not surprising that he did something like this. Speaking of this, the expression on his face was a bit thought-provoking. Brother, have you made up your mind? The Great Elder was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he stared into the old servant's eyes and asked. There's nothing to decide. Now that my family's young master has been bullied in immortal ancient continent and was almost killed, isn't it only right for me to go in? Or are you going to stop me like this? The old farmer said with a smile. He bared his big yellow teeth, but his words had a, if you dare to stop me, I'll attack, meaning. The longevity Gu family's strength was well known in the entire upper world. The great elder said with a bitter smile, brother, don't you understand this matter? Or are you saying that you are doing this on purpose? This is clearly Gu Changa plotting against the entire immortal ancient race. I don't care. My young master of the Gu family was training in the immortal ancient continent, and he was attacked by a race with a holy weapon. This has infuriated our clan. It's good enough that we didn't destroy the immortal ancient continent. The old farmer chuckled. The other orthodoxies and forces have already sent their experts here. Why are you stopping me? Do you have something against the longevity Gu clan? Great Elder 21 was silent. It was not easy for him to answer this question. Do you have something against the Gu family? Who knew what kind of monster would emerge from the Gu family when the time came? Are you still going to stop me? The old farmer asked with a smile. The Grand Elder frowned. If he said yes, this old farmer-looking Gu family ancestor would definitely attack him immediately. He had no doubt about that. Although he was not afraid, there were many things happening in the immortal ancient continent. Many orthodoxies had arrived. Once he fought with this old farmer, the other orthodoxies would definitely take advantage of the situation. Back then, he had made an agreement with someone. If the clans in the immortal ancient continent chose to live in seclusion, he would have to provide them with protection. This agreement had been in place until now. However, Gu Changa's actions had given the outside orthodoxies a chance to interfere. This caught the Grand Elder off guard. If she put Gu Changa in, it would be a disaster. Brother, with your strength, are you planning to destroy the immortal ancient continent's clans? After a while, the Grand Elder asked in a low voice. His expression was serious. Also, if I remember correctly, you're not the ancestor of Gu Changa's lineage. You're the ancestor of Xian Er's lineage. As he spoke, a strange look flashed across the Grand Elder's eyes. He knew about Gu Changa's bone digging. This ancestor of the Gu family must have known as well. All these years, this ancestor of the Gu family had not woken up. Recently, he had a feeling that his lineage's status in the Gu family was not as good as before. How could this matter not attract his attention? If he asked about what happened in the Gu family back then, no one would dare to hide anything from him. Therefore, his purpose in coming to the immortal ancient continent was definitely not to help Gu Changa and seek justice for him. In the Grand Elder's opinion, this ancestor of the Gu family was most likely there to protect Gu Xian Er. He was worried that Gu Changa would harm Gu Xian Er. However, now that Gu Changa was the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, he represented the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, at least during the trial. Even if he did not like Gu Changa at all, he had to think of a way to stall for time. Gu Changa is the young master of the Gu family. You worry too much. Why would I do anything to him? Killing one's own clansman is not allowed in the Gu family. Hearing this, the old farmer continued to smile as if he did not care about this matter at all. However, there was still a flash of light in his eyes. The Grand Elder's expression did not change. He knew what he was implying. Killing one's own clansman. Wasn't this the same thing that Gu Changa did to Gu Xian back then? The meaning was very clear. It was obvious that this ancestor of the Gu family was still dissatisfied with this matter even though he said that he did not care. However, with his assurance, the Grand Elder felt much more relieved. Gu Changa should not be in danger. However, if he lost a layer of skin, he probably would not be able to escape. At this point, the Grand Elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he chose a compromise. This time, this old man will accompany you on this trip. The farmer-like ancestor of the Gu family was not surprised when he heard this. Instead, he smiled meaningfully and said, "It seems that you care more about that guy Gu Chang'e than the Gu family." The Grand Elder snorted coldly and said, "No matter what, that guy is still the successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. The next palace master will be a disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace." To him, who had always been righteous, principles were more important. Although Gu Chang'e was annoying, he was still a junior who played tricks and liked to anger others. Besides that, he actually quite admired Gu Chang'e. He, the old farmer smiled noncommittally. Then, he waved his tattered sleeve. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly. In the void behind the old farmer, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. Then, a blurry passage appeared, seemingly connecting the universe and the stars. Boom! An incomparably bright door of light pierced through. Then, waves of immortal music spread. Dense immortal chi filled the air, as if they were in another world. Immortal armors and divine soldiers riding ancient pure-blooded ferocious beasts walked out. Their killing intent was overwhelming, shaking the heavens. Their auras were chilling. Every one of them was wearing armor that shone with immortal light. They seemed to have experienced countless battles. Their eyes were like heavenly blades, causing the void to tremble. Without a doubt, this was an invincible team of the Longevity Gu family. The moment they appeared, it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping from all over the place. The world was filled with the terrifying sound of wind and thunder. The other orthodoxies who were descending to the immortal ancient continent were shocked. "I can't believe they sent out such a team. It seems like the Longevity Gu family is taking this matter seriously." The Grand Elder could not help but be stunned. He was a little shocked. Every member of this team was at the Immortal King realm. Moreover, it was obvious that they were all battle-hardened. Their killing intent was overwhelming. "I didn't send them. Gu Chang'e asked them to come under the orders of the young master. This time, they won't listen to my orders." Hearing this, the old farmer of the Gu family shook his head and said, "Gu Chang'e asked them to come. What was he trying to do?" At this moment, the Grand Elder was even more stunned. He could not understand Gu Chang'e's intention at all. "Brother, let's go." Then, the old servant took the lead and left. With one step, the thick fog that shrouded the immortal ancient continent disappeared in an instant. Leading this tyrannical and terrifying team, the Grand Elder sighed slightly and followed suit. The various clans of the immortal ancient continent, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect them this time. And now, similar situations were happening all over the palace of heavenly immortals. Rumble. At every moment, warships could be seen descending from the sky. Many orthodoxies from the immeasurable heaven had arrived at this place. After Gu Chang'e's scheming, the immortal ancient continent had attracted even more people to come over. They now had a legitimate excuse. Previously, they had been secretive, relying on the younger generation as a cover. Now that they had brought experts over, it could be said that they had torn apart that layer of skin. Immortal ancient continent, Black Sky Eagle tribe's territory. After plundering this place thoroughly, Gu Chang'e left with satisfaction. He did not let the Black Sky Eagle tribe spread any news about him. This was a very important matter. At least before his plan was completed, Gu Chang'e would not allow the Black Sky Eagle tribe to have anything to do with him on the surface. This could be considered a small arrangement of his, and very soon, it would have a very fatal effect. After all, the Black Sky Eagle tribe was considered one of the top forces in the entire immortal ancient continent. Just like that, they were easily controlled by him. At the critical moment, a secret counterattack would definitely cause great harm to the other tribes. Now that I've dealt with Yi Ling's matter, it's my turn now. The immortal spirit will be born in the next few days. I have to find out where Yu Mingkong is hiding. After Gu Chang'e returned to the palace, he sent out his followers to find Yu Mingkong's exact location. He did not know when the immortal spirit would be born, nor did he know where it would be born. However, to him, it was enough to find Yu Mingkong. As someone who had been reborn, Yu Mingkong definitely knew his ultimate goal. Therefore, according to her personality, she would definitely think of a way to stop him. During this time, Yu Mingkong happened to disappear without a trace. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. He did not need to think to know that she must have gone to find the immortal spirit. Gu Chang'e did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for using his fiancée as a treasure-hunting mouse at this time. Of course, when Yu Mingkong found out, she would definitely be so angry that she could not help but want to kill someone. She was already very careful to avoid Gu Chang'e, not wanting to attract his attention. However, she did not expect that all her actions were actually within Gu Chang'e's expectations. Soon, the followers that Gu Chang'e sent out returned, bringing news about Yu Mingkong. Perhaps even Yu Mingkong did not expect that Gu Chang'e had planted one of his men around her. Gu Chang'e was an experienced and astute person. He took one step at a time and calculated 10 steps ahead. Moreover, he had always known that Yu Mingkong was a person who had been reborn. How could he not scheme against her? Gu Chang'e would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. When he knew that Yu Mingkong was also coming to the immortal ancient continent, he had already made preparations. Baiheng Mountain Range. In the palace, he paced with his hands behind his back. The information about this mountain range appeared in his mind. Since Yu Mingkong was there was a high possibility that the immortal gate would appear there. The final location of the immortal spirit would be born was thus confirmed. If not for Yu Mingkong, I would have to wait for the immortal spirit to appear on its own if I wanted to know where it would be born. In that case, Yu Mingkong is really my lucky star. Along the way, she has helped me solve so many problems and saved so much effort. At this thought, Gu Chang'e could not help but smile with interest. It was not that he really wanted to scheme against Yu Mingkong. It was just that some things had become a habit. Then, Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. In order to prevent Yu Mingkong from suspecting him, he had to make a plan. He had to create an excuse to make it seem like he had met her by chance in the Baiheng mountain range. Men! He called out. At this time, the puppets that Gu Chang'e had obtained from the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign could be put to good use. Soon, several divine rainbows shot up into the sky from the ruins. Uncle! At the same time, in a vast mountain range, a group of young geniuses, led by Yi Langtian and Yi Lioli, were waiting respectfully. Then, a rumbling sound could be heard from the void. Numerous chariots and warships crushed through the sky, arriving here. A middle-aged man stood proudly on top of the carriages. His eyes were bright, and his cultivation had already reached the boundary sage realm. Behind him was a group of powerful members of the Yi clan. The middle-aged man was called Yi Miao. He was Yi Langtian's uncle. At the same time, he was also an expert who had rushed over from the outside world to help Yi Langtian and the others after receiving the news. This represented the attitude of the primordial immortal tribe. The tribe already knows about this. In the coming days, the immortal ancient continent will become a place where all parties will compete. No one will be spared. Yi Miao nodded and glanced at the group of Yi clan's geniuses in front of him. He smiled. So, our training has stopped, right? Yi Langtian asked. Yes, we will protect your safety. The immortal ancient continent's clans have gone too far and did not take us seriously. Today, it's time to let them know the power of the primordial immortal tribe, Yi Miao said with a glint in his eyes. This was also the attitude of the various orthodoxies in the outside world. No matter what, they had to ensure the safety of the various clans' geniuses. Life and death were not discussed in the training. If the various clans' geniuses died, they had nothing to say. However, when the immortal ancient continent's clans deliberately crossed the line and slaughtered them, the meaning was different. Uncle, this time, the immortal ancient continent's clans are targeting the Gu clan's young master. It's not so bad for us. They did not dare to be too presumptuous. Ye 620 Luli also opened her mouth at this moment. There was anger on her beautiful face. Gu Changa resisting the demonic arts inheritor was a great merit for all living beings. The feather human tribe's methods were too shameless, which led to public anger. In her opinion, Gu Changa did this for the sake of all living beings in the world. This made her, who had been bullied by Gu Changa many times, unable to help but look at him in a new light. She did not have a good impression of the feather human tribe. Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Yi Miao's eyes. He shook his head and said, "If this was not Gu Changa's scheme, I'm afraid we would not have found an excuse to interfere in this matter. You have underestimated how terrifying that guy is. Moreover, you don't have to worry about Gu Changa's safety. The longevity Gu clan's reaction to this matter is very fast. It is said that they are very angry and have already sent a very powerful force to help. I'm afraid the feather human tribe is going to suffer this time." His words shocked Yi Langtian, Yi Liuli, and the others. In their opinion, Gu Changa's actions were all because he was forced to do so. He did not think so deeply at all. Brother Gu's methods are truly breathtaking. Yi Langtian also reacted at this time, and a strong sense of defeat rose in him. His cultivation was far inferior to Gu Changa's, but in terms of methods and calculations, he was actually beaten to the ground. If it was not for his uncle's reminder, he would not have realized this. Thanks to Gu Changa, our Yi clan can also get a share of this. Yi Miao said with a cold expression. He looked at the depths of the immortal ancient continent. That was where all the powerful clans gathered. Soon, the most terrifying battle would erupt there. The waters of the immortal ancient continent were already muddied. Similar scenes were playing out in other places. The golden-winged Great Rock clan, the Undying Lake, the Longevity Wang clan, and many other supreme sects and orthodoxies were discussing this matter. Outside the immortal ancient continent, ancient purple bronze warships and ancient flying boats were rumbling and descending from the demon mountain. Among them, many figures with dense demonic chi stood tall. Powerful divine consciousness swept down like a vast Wangyang, covering thousands of miles. The demonic primordium sect. Why is this ruthless guy here to join in the fun? Many cultivators were shocked. Their faces were a little pale. They were very frightened and quickly retreated. The demonic primordium sect was what many cultivators and orthodoxies called them. Even though the demonic primordium sect called themselves the divine primordium sect, they were always ruthless and domineering in their actions. Most importantly, they were very protective of their own. They always adhered to the principle that if someone killed them, they would destroy their entire family. This also made it so that no one dared to rashly provoke the demonic primordium sect. This was a group of ruthless people, as well as powerful lunatics. The maternal power behind the Gu clan young master seems to be the demonic primordium sect. Outside the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, someone said with a trembling voice. They reacted. Actually, everyone in the outside world had always known about what happened in the immortal ancient continent. It was because there was a special way to spread the news. During this period of time, the various clans of the immortal ancient continent went too far, naturally causing an uproar. Now that I think about it, the various clans of the immortal ancient continent are so pitiful. Of all the people to offend, they had to offend the Gu clan young master. For a moment, many cultivators shivered, suddenly feeling some sympathy for the various clans of the immortal ancient continent. According to the demonic primordium sect's usual style of doing things, this time, the immortal ancient continent would definitely be turned upside down. Chapter 174. The 100 horizontal mountain range was vast and boundless, with all kinds of ancient trees and vines growing there. The mountain peaks here were continuous, and the spiritual chi was like a tide. It was extremely lush. At this moment, in the depths of the hidden ruins, in front of an ancient stone door, a graceful and noble figure was sitting cross-legged. Immortal rain sprinkled down, passing through the stone door, faintly revealing a brilliance. This figure was dressed in a wide white jade robe decorated with an ancient sea of stars. She looked extremely ethereal, and her aura was deep and calm, otherworldly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was like a fairy. Immortal Tao runes flickered in her sparkling eyes. It was Yu Mingkong. She had been cultivating here for almost a month. With her current means, it was difficult for her to open this door. However, if she went to Gu Changa for help, she was afraid that Gu Changa had bad intentions and would secretly trick her. Therefore, in the end, Yu Mingkong chose to break through this path here. Perhaps it was due to a freak combination of factors that she was able to obtain a mysterious immortal Tao scripture from this door. This immortal Tao scripture can help me achieve the postnatal flawless true immortal body, as Yu Mingkong muttered to herself. A hazy light rain filled with immortal intent spread out from the crack of the door. This immortal rain contained immortal Tao runes, which were being refined into her body. Her immortal bones and divine appearance were nothing more than this. Her entire temperament became otherworldly, and everything in the mortal world would pale in front of her. But soon, Yu Mingkong sensed something. She frowned. Then, she stood up and recovered her previous temperament, like a high and mighty emperor, powerful and confident, cold and indifferent, but in control of everything. Someone has touched the formation runes and restrictions I set up here. With that, she turned into a divine rainbow and rushed into the sky, leaving this place and arriving high in the sky. At the same time, many of her subordinates and followers hidden in the surroundings also appeared. During this period of time, she had used her powerful strength to control the life and death of many people, making them submit to her. There were even many immortal ancient creatures among them. Yu Mingkong also had a secret method to control others. In order to deal with Gu Changa's immortal devouring demonic art, she had searched through many ancient books. From those ancient books, she had obtained a mind-controlling art. Now, most of the people around her were her confidants. She could control their life and death with a thought, so she was not afraid of them betrayal. I have set up every inch of the void within 3,000 miles of the 100 horizontal mountain range. There's no mistaking the fluctuation from earlier. There are several powerful auras rushing over. Yu Mingkong appeared on the peak of the mountain. Her eyes were cold, and a terrifying wave appeared in her palm. She stared in the direction of the wave. Faintly, Yu Mingkong felt that something was wrong. In fact, the person was Gu Changa immortal. Apart from Gu Changa, no one knew that the immortal spirit was about to be born. She did not know where Gu Changa had gotten the news. In her heart, Gu Changa was almost omnipotent. He had countless methods. There was always something that she could not think of. There was nothing that Gu Changa could not do. Including this time, he had schemed against the entire immortal ancient race and dragged them into the water. In any case, she couldn't think of such a method. Poor Yi Ling. He was already dead, but he was still a scapegoat for Gu Changa. There was no need to say more about all these. Therefore, Yu Mingkong was very worried that Gu Changa knew that the immortal would be born in the 100 horizontal mountain range. When Gu Changa rushed here, how would she explain her actions? Perhaps Gu Changa would start to suspect her again because of the fairy. The relationship between the two of them, which had finally eased and improved, might very well fall to the freezing point again. At this time, as all kinds of thoughts flashed through Yu Mingkong's mind. Rumble. In the distant sky, many divine rainbows suddenly flew in this direction. The young man in the lead was dressed in feathered robes with wide sleeves. He was as handsome as jade and looked extraordinary. He was like a young immortal walking in the world. Who else could it be but Gu Changa, whom she did not want to see the most? He's really here. At this moment, the cold expression on Yu Mingkong's face froze. The worst-case scenario that she had envisioned had actually become a reality at this moment. Not only had Gu Changa come, but he had also brought a large group of followers, including that vixen Yin Mei. This made Yu Mingkong feel even worse. In her clear eyes, her expression was as cold as an ancient iceberg. There was a threatening chill and murderous aura. This chill was not targeted at Gu Changa, but at the red-dressed Yin Mei behind Gu Changa. Her 9 fox tails swayed unsteadily in the air. The Crown Prince. At this time, Yu Mingkong's followers and servants looked at Yu Mingkong with troubled expressions. After all, the person who had come, was Gu Changa. For Yu Mingkong, wasn't this the equivalent of a flood dashing against the Dragon King's temple? The two of them were engaged. Stop him, Yu Mingkong ordered coldly. A dazzling light appeared beside her, and a palm-sized silver moon floated up and down, exuding an astonishing aura. She had been thinking about how to face Gu Changa, but now, she could no longer bear it. Yin Mei had put on a show with Gu Changa. This was enough to show the relationship between Yin Mei and Gu Changa. When they heard this order, the followers looked at each other helplessly. But they could not disobey Yu Mingkong's order. Immediately, he rushed towards Gu Changa, who was flying towards this place, intending to stop them. Oh! Mingkong is here too? What a coincidence! At this time, Gu Changa looked like he had just noticed Yu Mingkong and was slightly surprised. He gestured with his hand, and the people behind him stopped. Young Master Changa, this is the Crown Prince's order. We, Yu Mingkong's followers, could not help but muster up their courage to speak. Attack Gu Changa? Only if they wanted to die. During this time, everyone knew how powerful Gu Changa was. No one in the younger generation was a match for him. And speaking of which, they were on the same side. Yu Mingkong probably did not know what was going on and was throwing a small tantrum. It was really difficult for them to be caught in the middle of the two's private affairs. It's fine, I guess I made Mingkong angry again. Gu Changa waved his hand carelessly, asking the obvious. Yu Mingkong looked coldly at Gu Changa. She did not speak even after hearing his words. He knew that he made her angry. Gu Changa did not seem to know why she was angry. He smiled faintly and asked, Mingkong, what's the matter? Are you not happy to see your husband? Yu Mingkong glanced at Yin Mei and asked, why are you here? Yin Mei noticed Yu Mingkong's expression and trembled slightly. She had always heard about this future empress's favored daughter. The power she saw today was indeed shocking. Ordinary cultivators would probably subconsciously lower their heads in front of her. But Yin Mei did not care about this. She could feel Yu Mingkong's hostility and killing intent towards her. This future empress wanted to kill her the moment she saw her. It seemed that Yu Mingkong already knew about her relationship with Gu Changa. Moreover, Yu Mingkong probably knew that Gu Changa had the immortal devouring devil technique. It seemed that the relationship between Yu Mingkong and Gu Changa was very complicated. Yin Mei was a little envious. Anyway, she would never dare to treat Gu Changa with the same attitude as Yu Mingkong. From Gu Changa's words, she could even hear a hint of doting. Gu Changa, who was always cold and heartless, actually showed such emotions. This made her wonder if she was mistaken. Just how lucky was this girl? However, she also suspected that Gu Changa was deliberately pretending to be like this. But no matter which possibility it was, Yin Mei believed that Gu Changa would not let Yu Mingkong kill her. I'm also curious. Why are you here? You seem to have set it up not long ago. Hearing Yu Mingkong's question, Gu Changa could not help but ask with a smile. But as he spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he was interested. Towards this question, he looked like he wanted to find out more. Seeing this, Yu Mingkong's heart trembled. She had already guessed that Gu Changa might have already known about the appearance of the Immortal Spirit Association here. That was why he was surprised and curious about her appearance here. According to Gu Changa's character, this would definitely arouse his suspicion. Yu Mingkong also knew that this was not the time to be overly concerned about Yin Mei. My purpose is the same as yours, she said coldly, bluntly pointing out Gu Changa's intention. Oh, is that so? That's good. Gu Changa smiled, as if he did not care. He did not doubt Yu Mingkong's words. Then he stepped forward, and in a blur of the void, he appeared in front of Yu Mingkong in an instant. Gu Changa, you. Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned. But she did not believe that Gu Changa would attack her because of this at this time. That pair of sparkling gem-like eyes stared at him quietly, calm and moving. I was injured some time ago, but you did not come to visit me. It made me a little sad. Gu Changa said, and then with a natural expression, he grabbed her soft hands. Slender and flawless, like the best celestial jade, emitting a warmth. But there was a hint of regret in his tone. This scene caused the group of followers to tactfully retreat, leaving this place for the two of them. Yin Mei was very envious of this, and then also retreated to other places. Yu Mingkong did not expect Gu Changa to suddenly do this in front of everyone. Her head buzzed, and she did not react for a long time. But very quickly, she remembered that he had done this in front of the two families in the Gu family's main hall. Yu Mingkong quickly calmed down. This was Gu Changa's usual method. How could she be disturbed by this? With your strength, how could you be injured? You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Yu Mingkong replied. She was not lying. These were her true thoughts. Gu Changa shook his head and sighed. Hearing you praise me like this should be something to be happy about, but why can't I feel happy? Yu Mingkong wasn't going to be moved by his bullshit. If I speak against my conscience, will you be happy? She asked in return, feeling jealous. When exactly did Gu Changa get involved with Yin Mei? She did not know about this in her previous life. But she did not know how to ask Gu Changa. Happy, why wouldn't I be happy? After all, you are my lucky star. Gu Changa smiled and said something meaningful. Yu Mingkong's cold eyes were filled with doubt, and she glanced at him. Why did she feel that his smile was somewhat malicious? Yi Ling has been killed by you, right? She suddenly asked. I'll help you kill him, this shouldn't be a problem, right? Gu Changa did not deny it, and as he spoke, his gaze fell on the hidden ruins below. What do you mean by help me kill him? You were the one who wanted Yi Ling's inheritance. Yu Mingkong had long experienced Gu Changa's shamelessness, but this time, she was so angry that her teeth itched. Did he mean that he had snatched her prey, and she had to thank him properly? You can't say that. If not for you, how could I have attacked Yi Ling? Speaking of which, you are the main culprit, don't blame me for everything. Gu Changa said casually, and with a turn of his hand, he put the hat on her head. Yu Mingkong had always been cold and gentle, but at this time, she was so angry that her teeth itched. If not for the fact that she could not defeat Gu Changa, she would have smashed her delicate fists into his face. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. How could your husband forget the benefits you gave him? This is part of the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable's inheritance that Yi Ling obtained, the rest is gone. Gu Changa smiled, and as he spoke, the enlightenment futon made of black and white vines appeared in his hand, intertwined with rich Tao runes. Shocking reincarnation runes flashed on it, faintly and blurry. In a trance, the principle of Tao enlightenment filled the air. It was tasteless, but a pity to throw it away. To Gu Changa, it was useless to keep this thing. After all, he did not need to go into seclusion to comprehend the Tao. It was just right to use it on Yu Mingkong. She should be able to use it too. It could be considered as a small compensation for bullying her for so long. After all, Gu Xian had given her 10 divine weapons. Enlightenment futon. Yu Mingkong was naturally knowledgeable, and when she recognized this futon, her crystal-clear eyes became even more confused. Such a good thing, even saints would covet it. It was even mixed with the aura of reincarnation, which made it even more precious. Gu Chang'e was really willing to give it to her. But on second thought, she had already refined the drop of 5-colored true dragon blood in Long Ting's corpse last time. At that time, Gu Chang'e not only gave that drop of 5-colored true dragon blood to her. He was also worried that she would be hunted down by the dragon clan for revenge, so he deliberately got rid of the witnesses and took the blame for her. Yu Mingkong was actually aware of this matter. Now, he even gave such a precious thing like the Enlightenment futon to her without hesitation. What was Gu Chang'e's intention? She suddenly felt that she seemed to have really misunderstood Gu Chang'e all this time. He was not as bad to her as she thought. Gu Chang'e, why are you so good to me now? Yu Mingkong looked into Gu Chang'e's eyes and asked aloud. Her voice trembled slightly, but it was much softer than before. At this time, the system notification sounded in Gu Chang'e's mind again. Ding, the daughter of destiny, Yu Mingkong, has reflected on herself and changed her attitude, luck points plus 2,000, fate value plus 10,000. Chapter 175. Gu Chang'e didn't care about the system's notification. In his opinion, this was a logical thing to do. Until now, Yu Mingkong still suspected that he would kill her. This was too wrong. When she was very young, she was just an emotional person who seemed to be rational. But that was when she didn't face Gu Chang'e. Why am I so nice to you? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and then asked, what did I do before? Why do you think that I'm being nice to you now? After all, this kind of thing has to have a premise before it can be compared. Speaking of this, he showed a somewhat interested look. Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned and then realized that she had let it slip. With Gu Chang'e's meticulous mind, it was very likely that he could infer something from her words. You were so cold to me before, it's impossible for you to give me so many good things for no reason like this. It's good enough that you're not cold to me. Yu Mingkong was silent for a moment and found a plausible explanation to answer. This explanation was very reasonable. Before this, Gu Chang'e was cold to her and unwilling to talk to her. All these changes were after her rebirth and after she directly laid her cards on the table with Gu Chang'e and shed all pretense of cordiality. Then he became like this. Yu Mingkong had always believed in one thing. That was if she was still as pure and kind as she was in her previous life. She reckoned that it would never be like now, where she could talk about these things face to face with Gu Chang'e. She even held his hand and saw such a gentle smile on his face. So Yu Mingkong was very clear in her heart. The reason for Gu Chang'e's change was not because of her. It was because everything she did had an effect, so that she didn't seem as lowly as she was in her previous life in front of Gu Chang'e. She didn't know whether this was good or bad. Gu Chang'e's temperament was unpredictable. But at least now, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, she was no longer as insignificant as she was in her previous life. Gu Chang'e smiled noncommittally at Yu Mingkong's reply. Apparently, he had already guessed it. Originally, 623 was like this. It seems that my Mingkong is also a little emotional. Then I'll be more straightforward. I didn't realize how charming you were before, but now I understand. It's not too late, right? Gu Chang'e smiled when he heard this. He had a way to deal with this. Gu Chang'e, Yu Mingkong was stunned. She did not expect him to be so honest. He even mentioned his family's Mingkong. What she meant was that Gu Chang'e didn't care about her in the past, but he cared about her now. It was very straightforward and simple, not beating around the bush. This was Gu Chang'e's style, saying such a matter-of-fact thing. These extremely corny words caused her heart to be in chaos again. She knew that most of what Gu Chang'e said was fake, but she liked to hear it. But she couldn't help but like it. Yu Mingkong's eyes were sparkling. At this moment, she almost couldn't help but scold herself in her heart. Why was she so stupid, so cheap? She knew that Gu Chang'e was not a good person. He was evil from head to toe, and his heart was probably black. He was not a good person at all. After 2 lifetimes, she had already seen through Gu Changa's nature. But she still felt happy for half a day because of his words. If you suspect that I have ulterior motives, you don't have to. The Enlightenment futon is not of much use to me, so it's fine to give it to you. Then, Gu Changa was honest, mainly because he felt that this sentence was more effective now. It was a tragic drama, and he had always been the one to take the initiative. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong's beautiful eyes were cold. She stared at him and snorted softly. It was rare to see such an honest Gu Changa. But she could see that this was his real intention. Would he be willing to give something that was really useful to him to her? The fact that Gu Changa was honest with her meant that Gu Changa still had her in his heart. This was what Yu Mingkong cared about. After accepting the Enlightenment futon. Just as Yu Mingkong was about to ask about Yin Mei, a voice suddenly rang out. Buzz! Gu Changa had already wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The two of them descended to the ruins below. Yu Mingkong was puzzled and confused. Gu Changa tilted his head and looked at her flawless face. He smiled faintly. Mingkong, you're quite capable. It seems that you've been preparing for this for a long time. After all, he couldn't show that he had known all this for a long time. He had to pretend to be surprised that he had encountered this by chance. Not long, just a little more than a month, said Yu Mingkong. A little more than a month, then it seems that the time I predicted is almost up. Gu Changa smiled. Predicted the time? Yu Mingkong felt that Gu Changa should be talking about the time of the immortal essence's birth. But she didn't know that Gu Changa had casually said this sentence. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to predict the time of the immortal essence's birth. He didn't even know where the fairy was because he had planted people around Yu Mingkong to find out. The purpose of this sentence was to give Yu Mingkong the feeling that everything was under his control. This was so that Yu Mingkong wouldn't interfere and disturb him at this time. Of course, when Gu Changa scanned the surrounding void, he could sense that there were vast and turbulent waves coming from it. Many ancient and powerful runes were imprinted in it. Not only could it be used for concealment, but it could also be used to attack. When the immortal essence's birth came, it could be delayed for a while, so that other cultivators wouldn't be able to detect it at the first moment. Gu Changa was very satisfied with Yu Mingkong's methods. It had indeed saved him a lot of time and effort. These arrangements, it seems that you've been prepared for this for a long time. Gu Changa smiled casually and asked. Yu Mingkong didn't know that Gu Changa was asking a question that he already knew the answer to. Hearing this, she thought for a while. Her eyes moved slightly as she replied, the birth of the immortal essence is a matter of great importance. I can't help but be cautious. Speaking of this, she was actually still worried that Gu Changa would forcibly interfere and cause her preparations to be in vain. How important was the immortal essence? It was no longer something that Longting's 5-colored true dragon blood and the Enlightenment meditation cushion could compare to. At this time, although Gu Changa wouldn't be so cruel as to make a move on her. But the possibility of him leaving her behind and running off to eat alone was still very high. Gu Changa would definitely do such a thing. Moreover, her identity as a reborn person didn't have the slightest advantage in front of Gu Changa. It seems that Mingkong also knows about the immortal essence. No wonder. Gu Changa smiled as if he didn't care about this. Yu Mingkong heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Gu Changa would get to the bottom of this matter. When the time came, it would be difficult for her to answer. Perhaps if she let slip, the secret of her reborn person could be discovered by Gu Changa. With Gu Changa's personality, who knew what he would do at that time? Gu Changa could guess Yu Mingkong's thoughts. After all, Yu Mingkong had only slightly lowered her guard against him now, and hadn't reached the point where she completely trusted him. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, a long-term plan had already been laid out. Under layers of preparation, he was just waiting for Yumingkong and Gu Xian'er to be caught. The long journey of cultivation was so boring. How could it be boring without something interesting to relieve boredom? The smile at the corner of Gu Changa's mouth was even more thought-provoking. Soon, Yumingkong led him. The two came to the ruins that had been abandoned for a long time. Many ancient temples and shrines had already collapsed and decayed, and were covered with moss and vines, exuding a sense of tranquility. Outside the ruins, the two's followers were guarding, strictly preventing cultivators and creatures from coming over at this time to disturb them. It could be seen that Yumingkong and Gu Changa were very cautious about this matter, and had even laid out many terrifying methods. In the nearby void, the formations were hidden. If one took half a step wrong, it would lead to a terrifying thunderous attack that could turn one into ashes. Gu Changa, in a while, are you planning to leave me alone and run off to eat alone? In front of a stone wall that flickered with the brilliance of formations, Yumingkong didn't continue to lead the way. She turned her head, and her cold gaze landed on Gu Changa's face. She asked very directly. When these words came out of her mouth, there was a hidden bitterness of a wronged wife. She was prepared to talk to Gu Changa first, and hear his promise. Although Gu Changa's promise wasn't very convincing, it was better than nothing. Gu Changa looked at the flawless face that was close by. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh. In your heart, have I always been such a person? From his smile, Yumingkong suddenly felt a faint self-deprecation. Not. Yumingkong asked back. Hearing this, the smile on Gu Changa's face disappeared, and he even looked a little dispirited. Did I do anything to hurt you? Why are you so wary of me? Then, he asked with an incomparably calm expression. Although he did have such a plan, but Yumingkong actually said it in front of him. Didn't he want to lose face? Gu Changa really wanted to teach her a lesson. But on second thought, perhaps he should let her understand a principle. What is called abusing the husband for a moment, but chasing after the husband will lead to a crematorium. Yumingkong rarely saw such an expression on Gu Changa's face. It was so calm that it made people feel scared. I don't think so. Her words suddenly didn't have much confidence. Logically speaking, with Gu Changa's personality of prioritizing benefits above all else, doing what she said was completely reasonable. But combined with the recent series of events, why did Yumingkong always feel that something was not right? She always prejudiced that he had other motives. She had a preconceived notion that he treated everyone, including herself, with the intention of making use of her. But since her rebirth in this life, Gu Changa really had never done anything to hurt her. Even after knowing the secret of Gu Changa being the inheritor of the demonic arts, he didn't have the intention to kill. Instead, it was her who had been speculating about Gu Changa's thoughts and motives. In the previous life, Gu Changa did kill her, and was her most hated enemy. But the Gu Changa in this life was obviously very different from the one in the previous life. She was looking at the Gu Changa in this life from the perspective of the previous life. Thinking of this, Yumingkong's emotions became incomparably complicated. This was indeed a bit unfair to Gu Changa, who had never hurt her in this life. Gu Changa was indeed an out-and-out bad guy, but he was also a human being. Her words just now, Gu Changa probably didn't feel good when he heard it, right? The reason why she wanted to take revenge on him in her previous life was mostly because she was worried that she would be killed by Gu Changa in the future, and wanted to protect herself. Were the things in the future really real? Yumingkong didn't know the reason for Gu Changa's change, but she was sure of one thing. Because of her rebirth, Gu Changa's body had indeed changed. Yumingkong thought of this and was about to say something. But she saw that Gu Changa had already let go of her waist. Taking the lead, he moved his legs and walked towards the stone wall in front of him. His handsome face had a calm expression. At this moment, he was like a high and mighty immortal without a trace of emotion. For a moment, Yumingkong was stunned in place, and felt a little disappointed. Soon, she also caught up. She was still a little unaccustomed to Gu Changa's sudden indifference towards her. Because Yumingkong had always thought that Gu Changa's previous good attitude towards her was all an act. She didn't care about it at all. But now that she thought about it, it was very likely that she was just overthinking it, and that Gu Changa wasn't acting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such an attitude and expression today. Chapter 176. The stone wall was obviously a smokescreen. Gu Changa saw through it at a glance. Layers of ripples spread out in front of him, and he walked in. In front of him was a stone chamber that was not very big. There were many ancient lines carved on the walls. It was a scene of ancient beings worshipping the heavens. In a trance, an ancient and vast scene appeared. In the grand celestial country, countless subjects and living beings were worshipping. They knelt down piously and kowtowed to that place. The sound of the world reverberated throughout the world. In front of the stone wall in the center, there was an ancient door standing tall. Inside the door, a crack could be vaguely seen, and an ancient and vast world was reflected inside. In the midst of the falling celestial rain, wisps of celestial mist leaked out from the gap in the door. This is the celestial gate. It seems that Yumingkong has found it long ago. Unfortunately, she has no way of entering. Gu Changa looked at this door, and the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a strange smile. Soon, he noticed that Yumingkong followed behind him. The smile on his face disappeared, and he became calm. Since you don't believe me, you can go in first after this celestial gate is opened. After that, Gu Changa glanced at Yumingkong and said casually. Of course, if you are worried that I will scheme against you, you can choose to stay outside. His words seemed to indicate that he did not care about what happened just now. However, Yumingkong had already sensed many changes from the changes in Gu Changa's expression. Previously, Gu Changa would speak to her with a smile. But now, the emotions in his eyes were as light as ice water. This attitude made Yumingkong feel even worse than ignoring her. I believe you. Her voice was much softer. Gu Changa glanced at her again. He did not say much, and only smiled. That would be the best. Yumingkong's eyes were still cold, and there seemed to be no change. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a little bitter in her mouth. Obviously, Gu Changa didn't take her words of "trust him" to heart. It could be seen from his attitude. She regretted that she had said those words. Gu Changa's temperament had always been cold, heartless, and incomparably arrogant. It was not easy for him to be slightly influenced by her. But now, with just one sentence, the relationship between the two of them was pulled back to how it was at the very beginning. In fact, the distance between them was even greater than before. This made Yumingkong feel regretful and even a sense of loss. There must be a reason for Gu Changa's reaction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so sensitive to that sentence. The immortal gate in front of her seemed to have lost its allure. All the preparations they had made over the past month had become meaningless. At this time, Yumingkong also understood. In fact, her biggest goal after her rebirth was not to take revenge on Gu Changa, but to win his heart. Gu Changa didn't seem to know what Yumingkong was thinking. He put his hands behind his back. He walked a few rounds in front of the immortal gate and began to recall the information he knew. There are only two ways to open the immortal gate now. Either wait for it to appear on its own, or use the immortal record to activate it. I don't know when it will open on its own. By then, the immortal ancient continent will be in chaos and it will easily attract the attention of many super experts. Gu Changa's mind flashed and he already had a plan. The immortal record was actually an immortal text from the immortal ancient era. It was used during sacrificial ceremonies. It was specially used to pray to the immortals and to report on mortal matters. The immortal record is for sale in the system store. 18,000 life points. It's quite a high price. Gu Chang'e did not hesitate and quickly exchanged for the immortal record. Buzz. Ancient immortal texts appeared in his mind like bright little stars. They were dazzling and emitted a dazzling golden light. In the end, these ancient immortal texts became clear and vast, transforming into blurry immortal shadows. Gu Chang'e had an immortal scripture in his mind. I've got the key. He smiled strangely. However, Yu Mingkong didn't notice this slight difference. She was still in a dilemma. She was thinking about how to apologize to Gu Chang'e and make up for what happened just now. She really didn't want their relationship, which had finally improved, to fall to the freezing point again because of this matter. I'm going to open this immortal gate soon. Do you want to go in first or after me? We'll use our own methods to get the immortal essences. What do you think? Soon, Gu Chang'e spoke again and said casually. Yu Mingkong snapped out of her thoughts after hearing this. She was a little surprised. It seemed that Gu Chang'e could really open this immortal gate in advance. She had waited here for a month, but it was all in vain. However, when she heard the meaning in Gu Chang'e's words, she was even more conflicted. There was no difference whether she went in first or after him. How long had she been preparing for the immortal essences? More than a month. She even used the immortal essence Qi here to cultivate and improve her cultivation. To be honest, she was not willing to give up just like that. However, Yu Mingkong looked at Gu Chang'e in front of her and finally decided. She said, I won't go in. I'll stay outside to protect you. Don't think too much. I just want to apologize to you for what I said just now. I misunderstood you. I won't fight with you for the immortal essences. If this doesn't prove my sincerity, you can kill me. I can guarantee that I won't fight back. After all, even if I fight back, I won't be a match for you. Yu Mingkong said calmly. She chose to give up. As she said, this was the only way she could think of to prove her sincerity to Gu Chang'e. If Gu Chang'e did not believe her and wanted to kill her, then she could do nothing. After all, she knew too many of Gu Chang'e's secrets. However, Yu Mingkong was not as calm as she looked on the surface. After thinking through what happened before, she was really afraid now, afraid that Gu Chang'e would leave her forever. She would rather Gu Chang'e kill her like he did in her previous life than become a pair of strangers with Gu Chang'e. This was more torturous than killing her. It was a torture worse than death. Are you so determined? At this time, Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned when he heard this. To be honest, he did not expect Yu Mingkong to make such a choice. She wanted him to kill her. He thought of many possibilities. He even thought that Yu Mingkong would grit her teeth and show a rare look of grievance. She would act coquettishly to him with teary eyes and say that she was wrong. But he did not think of such a possibility. If he did not believe her, then she should die. Was this woman so stupid? To be honest, he did not take Yu Mingkong's suspicion of Gu Chang'e to heart at all. After all, her suspicion was not wrong and was also right. He had always had an ulterior motive for Yu Mingkong. For an absolutely rational person like him, it was very difficult to be moved by someone. The so-called move was just a desire for the body. For a woman, it was even more difficult to walk into his heart. It was almost impossible. Why are you so stupid? Gu Chang'e sighed slightly and said, why would I kill you? This woman was really too stupid. It made him feel a little bored. She was so stupid that he could not bear to bully her anymore. Today's matter may be a trivial joke to him, but to Yu Mingkong, it was a matter of life and death. This woman loved him deeply, more than her life. This kind of plot that Gu Chang'e only saw in romance novels in his previous life, he really did not expect that one day it would happen to him. At this time, should he still go forward and gently hold her in his arms? A burst of gentle words. But Gu Chang'e did not do so. That would be too hypocritical. Even if Yu Mingkong was stupid, she could see and distinguish. By doing so, he had messed up a good game of chess that he had played. Gu Chang'e, why won't you kill me? Yu Mingkong was stunned. She did not understand the meaning of Gu Chang'e's words. So, did Gu Chang'e accept her apology? Or did he not? She was confused. Why would I kill you? You are much more useful alive than dead. Gu Chang'e understated with a smile. Then you are really heartless. Yu Mingkong also said with tacit understanding. The only thing she wanted to do now was to determine what Gu Chang'e's feelings for her were. Everything else was not important. Yu Mingkong believed that everything happened for a reason. She wanted to find the reason that Gu Chang'e was deeply hiding. Gu Chang'e did not care about her anymore. He raised his hand. Millions of rays of light bloomed in his palm. They were blurry and dazzling, like celestial flowers, drooping dark light and taking root in all directions. Buzz. Ancient and mysterious characters appeared in the void space. Gu Chang'e began to recite these immortal characters. In a trance, there were vague figures everywhere. They were ancient sages, kneeling on the ground, praying and kowtowing to the immortals. Is the immortal gate really going to open? Yu Mingkong also looked over with a serious gaze. These ancient and mysterious characters seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force and were heading toward the stone gate in front. Gotcha. In her somewhat shocked gaze, there was a large patch of dazzling light rain rushing out. The stone gate opened. A path appeared. Here, immortal clouds pierced the sky. Millions of strands of immortal qi lingered, containing unbelievably dense essence. It was as thick as a mountain range. It was as if it was about to become an immortal. If Yu Mingkong had not set up array patterns and runes in advance to seal every inch of the void space, the aura here would definitely pierce through the sky and shake all directions, attracting countless people. Even so, this place was still filled with dense immortal qi in an instant. The immortal gate opened, and the path to immortality appeared. In front of Gu Chang'e, a blurry and hazy path ran through the immortal gate, as if connecting to another vast and boundless world. There, the immortal trees were tall, the immortal flowers were resplendent, and the sacred herbs were fragrant. The immortal gate was opened by Gu Chang'e just like that. How did he do it? Is it this scripture? Or did he do it like this in his previous life? Yu Mingkong's eyes were very deep. Her dress fluttered, and her entire body was enveloped by the immortal rain. She felt that her body was filled with dazzling immortal light. Every inch of her skin seemed to be full of immortal aura, crystal clear. Just standing here was already a great opportunity for him. But at the same time, there was a terrifying aura that was enough to crush all living beings. The path to immortality was not something that ordinary living beings and cultivators could step on. Yu Mingkong tried. If she wanted to walk in, she would have to pay a huge price. However, since she said that she would protect Gu Chang'e outside, she would not move. If there were cultivators here in a while, she could also buy time for Gu Chang'e. And just as she was thinking, Gu Chang'e, who was in front of the immortal gate, had already taken the lead and rushed in. Above his head, there was a flowing black bottle of the great Tao floating up and down. Withstanding the terrifying pressure, it turned into a beam of divine light and rushed straight into the path to immortality. According to the memory of my previous life, the path to immortality will open for half a month. After that, it will automatically close. Only those who have reached the peak of the human Tao can walk on this path and find out the secret of becoming an immortal. Yu Mingkong frowned. Fortunately, she found that the aura here was covered by the array pattern that she had set up. It covered a radius of 1,000 miles. Unless a supreme expert came here, it would be impossible to detect it. Gu Chang'e will be fine for a while. With his meticulous mind, I don't have to worry about him. Yu Mingkong also understood that the two of them were in the dark now. Once a supreme expert detected them, the entire immortal ancient continent would be in a state of shock. Many patriarchs would be alarmed and come here. Soon, through the blurry immortal path in front of them, Yu Mingkong saw some of the scenes clearly. Inside the immortal gate, in that vast world, below the sky, there was a large lake surrounded by immortal aura. It covered a radius of more than 10 million miles. The large lake was full of auspicious clouds. Thousands of divine lights and 7-colored Taoist rhymes were extremely magical. Inside, there were sparkling waves, as if time had stopped at the beginning of ancient times. There was fog inside, and ancient towering green lotuses grew. Gu Chang'e's figure appeared there. He was staring at some light sources in the lake water. His eyes were strange. Deep in the lake, asking for fresh flowers, there were specks of green light, as if they were formed by ancient and heavy stars. Those green lights sometimes sank into the lake and sometimes floated into the air. They were mysterious, extraordinary, and very strange. But Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong knew very well that they were immortal spirits. They were called immortal spirits. For quasi-supreme cultivators, they were extremely rare things. Any small piece was enough to make them fight crazily, and they would not hesitate to start a war between quasi-supreme cultivators. At this moment, Gu Chang'e was sitting there with his legs crossed. Above his head, a terrifying great Tao treasure bottle was floating. Black light fell like a waterfall, resisting the majestic and heavy pressure of that world for him. At the same time, there was a black hole-like aura coming out. At this moment, his peak divine king cultivation was revealed without a doubt. Those green lights seemed to have spirituality, and were born from that immortal lake. But now they were being crazily devoured by Gu Chang'e's great Tao treasure bottle. As a result, the inner world in his body was exposed, and the immortal aura was crazily surging into it. A vast and ancient sacred aura appeared in the inner world. Palaces and buildings like heavenly gates were sitting on it. It was like the southern heavenly gate in the legends. Gu Chang'e's cultivation also seemed to have found a vent, and crazily increased. Although these immortal spirits seemed to be very rare, each of them was extremely rare, and contained the most authentic immortal aura. Peak Divine King, Breakthrough. Quasi-Saint. Early Stage Quasi-Saint. Mid-Stage. You said you are my ancestor. You are called Gu Nanshan. At the same time, under a tall ancient tree, Gu Xian, who had just finished off a few immortal ancient beings, stared suspiciously at the old man who suddenly appeared in front of her. Although he was called an old man, he was actually an old farmer. He was stooped, unkempt, and had a dark face. His yellow teeth were stained with vegetable leaves, and even the rusty kitchen knife was chipped. With this appearance, no one would be willing to buy him even if he sold vegetables on the street. He found it dirty. But then he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and claimed to be her ancestor. She was almost frightened. Because Gu Xian had been in contact with the old antiques of her master since she was young, she had a strong ability to accept this kind of expert who did not care about his appearance. But it was hard to associate her ancestor with the old farmer in front of her. Xian, this is one of the ancestors of your branch. At this time, the first elder walked out from the void with a kind smile on his face. Master. Gu Xian hurriedly bowed. She was still very respectful to the grand elder who taught her carefully. Now you should believe me, right? Gu Nanshan picked his ears, looking a little embarrassed. This girl actually did not believe him when they first met. Instead, she secretly held on to a forbidden tool. This vigilance made him feel gratified, but also sad and distressed. These years, this girl had been wronged. Without the protection of the family, she must have suffered a lot outside. After all, she was born to be the little princess of the Gu family, to be doted on and dazzled. However, that guy Gu Chang'e dug out the great Tao bone that belonged to her, causing her to wander outside and suffer all kinds of hardships. It was not easy to get to where she was today. This made Gu Nanshan feel complicated, and a sense of guilt towards her. He was not qualified to be her ancestor. If he had not been buried for so long and came out to take a breather, he would not have known that a wolf cub like Gu Changa had appeared in the younger generation of the family, doing such a thing. This made him very angry. But he found that Gu Changa had a sense of propriety and did not do anything he should not have done, which made him feel a little better. Now, the person he felt most guilty towards was actually Gu Xian, the younger generation. Xian, greets the ancestor. Seeing the grand elder appear, Gu Xian, also believed the identity of the old farmer in front of her, and then she greeted him obediently. What a smart and sensible little girl. Gu Nanshan nodded and chuckled. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Smart, clever, and lovely. Although she was a Nirvana realm young supreme martial artist, her cultivation was not weaker than her peers. There were many marks left by strong cultivators on her body. This girl was a person with great luck. Xian, don't worry. Now that you have the ancestors' support, no one can kill you, and that Gu Changa is no exception. Although he is the young master, with the ancestor here, he can't do anything. Then, Gu Nanshan opened his mouth and said. He felt that as the ancestor, he should solve some problems for Gu Xian, The reason why he came to the immortal ancient continent was to support Gu Xian, He was afraid that she would be secretly harmed by Gu Changa here. Ancestor, is what you said true? Hearing this, Gu Xian, was stunned. Her bright eyes blinked, and then she asked with a little expectation, Gu Changa can do it too? Don't worry. With the ancestor here, Gu Changa won't dare to kill you, Gu Nanshan promised. That's it. At this moment, Gu Xian, suddenly felt that this ancestor was not very reliable. The obedient look on her face was gone, and she looked very disappointed. This time, Gu Nanshan was stunned. Xian, are you going to ask the ancestor to help you kill Gu Changa? This matter, as he spoke, he was a little troubled. As an ancestor, to be honest, he really couldn't bring himself to kill a junior. Ancestor, who asked you to kill him? Hearing this, Gu Xian, was a little anxious. Then she said with a little expectation on her face, Ancestor, how about this, you help me suppress Gu Changa's cultivation, it's best to suppress it to the same level as me, no, suppress it to a level lower than me, she thought about it carefully. If they were at the same level, she might not be able to defeat Gu Changa. That guy was ridiculously strong. However, when he heard these words, Gu Nanshan was stunned and his eyes widened. What is this? Shouldn't Gu Xian hate Gu Changa to the core? Could it be that the information he got was wrong? Seeing this, the great elder smiled but did not say anything. Apparently, he had expected this. After all, he had been paying attention to the news in the immortal ancient continent. It would be strange if Gu Nanshan understood the grudges between Gu Xian, and Gu Changa. Qian. Chapter 177. The mountain breeze blew and the clouds surged. It was a scene of tranquility and loftiness. Gu Xianer stood charmingly under a tall ancient tree. She was peerlessly beautiful. Her skirt swayed gently in the wind. There was a crystalline luster in her eyes. She appeared bright and beautiful. Ancestor, if you want to help me, then help me suppress his cultivation. It's enough to suppress him to the marquis level. I want to defeat Gu Changa fair and square. She repeated what she said to the ancestor. The expression on her small face was somewhat cold and aloof. Head elder at the side had a strange expression on his face. This girl usually looked very obedient. But why did her words carry a hint of Gu Changa's black-bellied and thick-skinned tone? Suppress Gu Changa's cultivation to be one level lower than hers. Then she can defeat Gu Changa fair and square. How could she say such words so naturally? It seemed that she had learned the bad things from Gu Changa. If Gu Changa heard this, she was afraid that she would be in for a bad time. Of course, if Gu Changa was here and saw this scene, he would definitely not be able to restrain himself from beating Gu Xianer. Wasn't it better to cultivate properly and raise her cultivation level? Why did she like to provoke him for no reason? It seemed that this girl Gu Xianer had not suffered enough. Suppress her cultivation level, why not just kill him for revenge? Xianer, if that bastard Gu Changa is threatening you with something, then tell me. No matter how savage he is, he won't dare to be impudent in front of me. Hearing Gu Xianer's words so naturally, Gu Nanshan was silent for a long time. Then he smacked his lips and said. He still thought that Gu Xianer was very afraid of Gu Changa because she had been forced and hurt by him during the time she was cultivating in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. That was why Gu Xianer said such words. After all, there was something wrong with these words. This little girl looked so well-behaved and clever. How could she be so frightened by Gu Changa? He didn't seem to want to take revenge for having his bones dug out. Did he mishear something? Ancestor, you're thinking too much. You didn't understand the situation clearly before you came, right? Hearing this, Gu Xianer rolled her eyes slightly. Now, he felt that this old ancestor was very unreliable. The great elder shook his head inwardly. Although the Gu clan's patriarch was very strong, facing Gu Changa, he probably wouldn't have an easy time. After all, even with his state of mind, he was so infuriated by Gu Changa that he almost stomped his feet. When this yellow-toothed old farmer met Gu Changa, he probably wanted to slap that unfilial descendant to death. Oh, is there anything I don't know about this? Gu Nanshan asked. He was puzzled. Judging from Gu Xianer's behavior, she shouldn't be a fool. How could she say something like that? Could it be that the unfilial descendants of the Gu clan were hiding something from him? Ancestor, didn't you notice the secret of what happened back then? Gu Xianer asked with a slightly helpless tone. Huh? Gu Nanshan was really stunned at this time. It seems like there really was a little bit of it. Gu Xianer's confident look made him suspicious. This kind of thing of digging out bones and self-mutilating fellow clansmen didn't seem like something the Gu clan would do. That was why he was so angry when he found out. He began to recall the scene when he walked out of the ancestral land. Except for the strange expressions of many clansmen, the others seemed normal. The current head of the Gu clan, Gu Changa's father, was indeed a little embarrassed and guilty about this matter. At that time, Gu Nanshan was only angry and didn't ask in detail. Now that Gu Xianer pointed it out, he suddenly understood a little. Gu Changa obviously had a motive for digging out Gu Xianer's bone of great Tao. All these years, Gu Changa was praised as having the disposition of a true immortal, but it wasn't because of Gu Xianer's bone of great Tao. Gu Changa's hidden talent seems to be the spatial talent. Although the bone of great Tao is powerful, compared to the spatial talent, it's not necessary to dig it out. Gu Nanshan narrowed his eyes. After being reminded by Gu Xianer, he instantly felt that this matter was very suspicious. But in front of Gu Xianer, how could he, the ancestor, act like he didn't know anything? So, he coughed slightly and said with a serious expression, I didn't expect Xianer to realize this too. At first, I didn't know how to explain this to you, but now that you've thought it through, that's the best. Although he was also confused about this matter, his heart was dumbfounded. But this didn't stop him from maintaining the dignified appearance of the ancestor in front of Gu Xianer. When Gu Xianer heard this, she couldn't help but reveal an expression of as expected. This was exactly what she had expected. She didn't doubt Gu Nanshan's words. Then ancestor, why did you say such things just now? She frowned and asked. Even if no one told her the truth about this matter, she would investigate it on her own. Apart from this, she had other things to do. She wanted to find her parents and grandfather who had gone missing in a certain plane of existence. Ahem, I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it, so I said this. I'm sure you now understand Gu Changa's good intentions, right? When he heard this, Gu Nanshan's expression turned serious and he coughed slightly again. As for what good intentions Gu Changa had, he didn't know. These words were just said casually, but thinking about it, Gu Changa had resolved much of Gu Xiener's hatred towards him. This was a good starting point. He also didn't want to cause a division in the clan and the clan to kill each other. This could be considered an excuse for Gu Changa. Since Gu Xiener was fine, and didn't have much killing intent towards Gu Changa, it was best that this hatred could be resolved. But this way, Gu Xiener would feel a little wronged. Gu Changa's good intentions. Gu Xiener was stunned. Her expression suddenly became complicated. During this period of time, she had also thought things through. Many simple things were actually easy to understand. Gu Changa's goal all along was to make her hate him, make him her target, and then become strong enough to defeat or even kill him. What exactly was the purpose of him honing himself? This was something that couldn't be explained by guilt. Gu Xiener felt that this was the biggest secret that Gu Changa had been hiding all this time. If Gu Changa was here, and heard the conversation between Gu Nanshan and Gu Xiener, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. This elder ancestor was a living ally. His words had accidentally fallen into Gu Changa's trap. To put it bluntly, it had even saved Gu Changa a lot of effort. Yes, Gu Changa's good intentions. At this moment, Gu Nanshan couldn't help but reveal a somewhat meaningful smile. This scene made Great Elder a little stunned. He wondered if he had misjudged Gu Changa. Was he really a good person? But, he thought about it from left to right, but he really couldn't understand how the word, good person, had anything to do with Gu Changa. This was a completely different story between a person and a word. But on the other hand, although Gu Changa's demonic nature is innate, except for certain situations, his behavior is actually quite normal. He's not really a demon. Great Elder couldn't help but start to doubt his previous opinion. Then, Gu Xiener was carried by the two of them, turned into a divine rainbow, and shot into the sky, leaving this place. Immortal ancient continent was soon in chaos. Various orthodoxies were about to descend here. Gu Xiener was alone with no one to protect him. It was still very dangerous. This training had already ended, so there was no need to continue. Moreover, no matter what, Gu Xiener had the blood of the longevity Gu family flowing in his veins. He was also the personal disciple of Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's Great Elder. At this time, how could they not care about him? Immortal Ancient Continent was not peaceful at all during this period of time. Various orthodoxies and great sects sent powerhouses over to suppress Immortal Ancient Continent's various clans and restore their dignity. Immortal Ancient Continent's various clans were naturally anxious and angry. They hated the culprit of all this, the Feathermen clan, to the bone. If the Feathermen clan hadn't crossed the line, how could this have happened? Of course, many clans also hated Gu Changa to the bone, believing that he was the root of all this. In their hearts, Gu Changa was the incarnation of evil. In order to eat away at Immortal Ancient Continent's benefits, he didn't hesitate to use all kinds of despicable methods. First, he killed the leader of Immortal Ancient's various clans' younger generation, Long Teng. Then, he provoked the anger and hatred of both sides, resulting in a massacre. He himself was the fisherman who reaped the benefits from this. Later on, he even schemed against the entire Immortal Ancient Continent's clans, attracting the orthodoxies of the outside world to purge everything. The cause and effect of this matter was already very clear. If it wasn't for Gu Changa, none of this would have happened. Many creatures were extremely fearful of this young man who was so terrifying that it made them tremble in fear. However, many creatures also hated him to the bone. They wanted nothing more than to cut Gu Changa into 1,000 pieces and smash his body into pieces. Of course, to the older generation of Immortal Ancient's various clans, this was the so-called, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The orthodoxies of the outside world only wanted an excuse and reason. Coincidentally, Gu Changa created this opportunity for them. Rumble. At the same time, in the sky above immortal ancient continent. Ancient purple-bronze warships appeared one after another, crushing everything as they passed. They were incomparably huge, as if continents were rising and falling between heaven and earth, casting terrifying demonic shadows. A group of experts from the Absolute Beginning Divine Sect had already arrived. A middle-aged man covered in golden armor stood with his hands behind his back. Radiance shrouded him, dazzling and resplendent. Young Master Chang'e was attacked by the Featherman race's sacred weapon. How can this hatred be resolved? He stood on an ancient purple-bronze warship, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked at the city not far away and said with a cold expression. The ancient city in front of him was like a giant feather man lying dormant on the ground. It looked majestic and majestic. From afar, the city walls weren't that tall, however, they occupied a large area. Countless wisps of blood chi filled the city. That was the embodiment of the gathering of many experts of the Featherman race. Hearing the middle-aged man in golden armor's words, murderous voices rang out from the ancient purple-bronze warships behind him. We won't rest until we're dead. Exterminate the entire race. We won't rest until we're dead. Exterminate the entire race. Such a shocking voice seemed to contain a monstrous rain of blood. It reverberated under the sky, causing the expressions of many nearby cultivators and creatures to change drastically. They were all shocked. Especially the many cultivators from the outside world, their souls trembled. The Absolute Beginning Divine Sect's domineering strength and shielding of their own wasn't something that happened in a day or two. Now, this group of experts had rushed over from the outside world and stopped outside the Featherman race's territory. Their purpose was already very obvious. The Featherman race is simply too unlucky to have been targeted by the Absolute Beginning Divine Sect. Even if they don't die, they'll probably lose a layer of skin. This is a group of crazy devils. After beating up the young, a group of old people came. Seeing this scene, many cultivators' faces turned pale as they distanced themselves from them. Not to mention that the Featherman race was completely in the wrong. Even if they were in the right, it was useless in front of the Absolute Beginning Divine Sect. Gu Chang'e's background was definitely the kind that no one in the entire upper realm dared to provoke. Even if they said something bad behind his back, they had to be careful not to be heard by him. That's a good sentence. We've always been the ones bullying others. No one has ever dared to bully us. The Featherman race should be killed. On the ancient purple-copper warship. As he spoke, the middle-aged man in golden armor smiled coldly. He kicked the pale and handsome man from the Feather clan beside him, whose cultivation was restrained. This man was the current successor of the Featherman race, Yu Xian. At the same time, he was also Yu Jing's childhood sweetheart. The two of them grew up together and had a close relationship. However, Yu Jing was killed by Gu Chang'e. This made him angry and resentful. He was simply furious. However, there was no solution. Now, after hearing the words of the middle-aged man in golden armor, his face was incomparably ashen and filled with unwillingness. At the same time, he was filled with monstrous anger. How dare you? Do you know who I am? You're provoking a war with the Featherman race. Yu Xian roared, feeling incomparably humiliated. He had been training outside, looking for an opportunity to break through. He planned to seek revenge on Gu Chang'e. Then, on the way back to his race, he was attacked by the powerhouses of the Taichu Divine Sect. His sage-to-be protector was besieged and instantly died on the spot. Then, he was suppressed and abandoned on the ancient purple-copper warship. He followed the powerhouses of the Taichu Divine Sect to the outside of the race's territory. Don't be anxious. The young master hasn't arrived yet. The show hasn't started yet. Don't be anxious. Soon, you will be sent by the young master to accompany your childhood sweetheart. None of your clansmen will be left behind. The middle-aged man in golden armor smiled coldly. You've gone too far. You'll suffer retribution. Yu Xian roared. His face was pale with anger and fear. From what the middle-aged man said, he had already predicted that the Featherman race would face a situation of 4-2. In the 100 horizontal mountain range, a dense immortal light filled the air. If a cultivator suddenly came here at this moment, they would be shocked to find that this place had become an immortal paradise. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an immortal paradise. Wisps of immortal aura were floating between heaven and earth. They were crystal clear and pure, giving people the feeling that they were about to ascend. In the stone chamber, Yu Mingkong's body was crystal clear. Her bright eyes were deep and calm, looking more and more extraordinary. At the same time, she was also refining the immortal Tao runes here. It was as if he had obtained a great fortune. Previously, she had only obtained a little benefit from the crack of the door. But now, Gu Chang'e had opened the entire door. Incomparably dense immortal Tao runes fell like rain. Although she was guarding him outside, she had also gained a lot of benefits. Rumble. At this moment, the light rain inside the stone door became more and more hazy and vast. In that vast and mysterious world, the sound of a riot resounded, and it was like a chaotic thunderbolt was crashing down with a crackling sound. Dong dong dong. Yu Mingkong looked over in confusion. She saw a figure with a great Tao treasure bottle on his head. His body was charred black, and he looked a little wretched. He was rushing out quickly. Vast and mighty thunderbolts followed behind him. It was a vast sea of lightning. There were even all kinds of strange and terrifying creatures that appeared. They raised their hands and struck out thunderbolts of different colors. Some of them were big and small. They pressed down like mountains, and their majesty made people's hearts palpitate. There was even a terrifying sage aura mixed in. This made Yu Mingkong's heart tremble. Gu Chang'e had broken through to the sage realm. This made her extremely shocked and even frightened. Was this his true cultivation? Not to mention those of the same generation, even those of the older generation would not be able to find many opponents. He was so powerful that it made people despair. Chapter 178. Even though Yu Mingkong had lived 2 lives, she could not calm down at this moment. A huge wave of emotions surged within her. The tip of Gu Chang'e's hidden strength was finally showing signs. Silently, his cultivation had already broken through to the saint realm. This speed was simply beyond common sense, and it was enough to make people despair and even panic. She finally understood the true terror of the immortal devouring demonic art. Why was it that every time the successor of the immortal devouring demonic art appeared, the world would fall into chaos and countless orthodoxies and factions would hunt them down, determined to kill them? This kind of cultivation speed was simply shocking. One had to know that Gu Chang'e was only in his early 20s, but he had already reached a height that countless cultivators could not reach in their entire lives. Being targeted by Gu Chang'e, that's the real nightmare. Yu Mingkong recalled how she had thought that she had a chance of avenging Gu Chang'e, but now she understood how foolish and laughable that thought was. Boom! At this moment, the immortal path in front of her suddenly shook violently, as if a terrible earthquake had occurred. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. Dense divine lights of laws rushed out from within. Gu Chang'e, Yu Mingkong's cold eyes widened slightly. In the next moment, she saw a charred figure rush out from within, the great Tao treasure bottle above his head. Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts seemed to be enraged. They let out a shocking roar and crashed down behind him. Rumble. The entire immortal path crumbled again, and cracks appeared on it. However, the moment it came into contact with the outside world, the sea of lightning that was about to rush out seemed to have come into contact with a ripple of laws. In an instant, it dissipated in the void, like snow melting under the sun. In the end, the mighty lightning tribulation did not strike Gu Chang'e at this moment. To be honest, this was the first time he had been in such a sorry state. He was devouring the immortal essences to break through his cultivation when dark clouds gathered in the sky. Then, the mighty thunder tribulation struck down directly. Each bolt of lightning was enough to injure an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. If they were not careful, it was possible that their body and soul would be destroyed. Gu Chang'e knew that this was caused by the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal path. Now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation in the outside world, it would no longer cause the heavenly tribulation to descend. Only in the most ancient times would those monstrous talents be baptized by the heavenly tribulation when they broke through. However, this heavenly tribulation looked as if it wanted to strike him to death. After Gu Chang'e withstood a few waves, he felt that something was wrong, so he left directly. The subsequent heavenly tribulations would get stronger and stronger, and would even approach the level of the great sage realm, with a trace of the aura of a quasi-supreme. He knew that he was very strong. But there was no need to get half dead in such a place. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the late stage of the quasi-sage realm, it was very comfortable. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had scooped up all 21 immortal spirits in one fell swoop. Since he couldn't finish devouring and refining them now, he could save them for future use. At this point, he had successfully achieved his final goal. This made Gu Chang'e very satisfied. Next, it was time to stir up trouble. At this time, looking at the charred Gu Chang'e in front of her, Yumingkong finally couldn't hold back and let out a burst of pleasant laughter. It was the first time she had seen Gu Chang'e in such a sorry state. Being chased by the heavenly tribulation, it was as if he wanted to get rid of evil for the people. Gu Chang'e glanced at Yumingkong, his expression calm and unperturbed. Then, his body shook slightly. His charred body broke inch by inch. A layer of fragrance emerged. The new skin was crystal clear, revealing the luster of immortal jade, but there was also a kind of aura that he wouldn't be destroyed if the world was destroyed, and he wouldn't be destroyed if the universe collapsed. Yumingkong's eyes narrowed. On her snow-white pretty face, the pair of eyes emitted a blazing divine brilliance, and she looked at Gu Chang'e without blinking. After looking at me for so long, shouldn't you let me look at you? Courtesy demands reciprocity. Gu Chang'e said casually, with a hint of interest at the corner of his mouth. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Hearing this, Yumingkong directly froze. At this time, she also turned her head and said lightly, "Then why don't you hurry up and put on your clothes?" Gu Chang'e laughed. "Didn't I see you in a trance? So that you can take advantage of me." These words made Yumingkong gnash her teeth in hatred. She didn't want to admit that she was indeed a little dazed just now. Soon, Gu Chang'e casually found a robe and put it on. He walked outside. At the same time, he said, "The immortal gate is going to close soon, but after opening in advance, it won't be so easy the next time," he said casually. The next time the immortal gate opened, it would probably attract a group of old antiques, and cause a terrible storm of blood. Gu Chang'e was now equivalent to plucking the peach in advance. When the time came, even if those old antiques rushed in, they wouldn't be able to get anything good. Apart from Yumingkong, no one else knew about this. This is no longer important. No one knows that you broke in, Yumingkong replied. Although her gains were far less than Gu Chang'e's, in terms of cultivation, she had a great breakthrough. She even faintly touched the peak of the virtual god level. Yes, apart from you, no one else knows about this. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Yumingkong was slightly stunned by his words. What did he mean? She reminded herself that this matter was only known to the heavens, the earth, him, and herself. Don't worry, I won't leak this matter, Yumingkong said. I didn't suspect you. Why are you so nervous? Gu Chang'e shook his head and said bluntly. In fact, he was a little troubled in his heart. Yumingkong's character was really a deep example of what it meant by once bitten, twice shy. She had indeed lowered her guard against him a lot, but she had not reached the point where she completely trusted him. Gu Changa's current need for luck points and destiny points was actually not very high. Apart from exchanging for the Transcendence Bone, he used them to expand his inner world. Now, he had tens of thousands of luck points and destiny points left. If Gu Changa wanted to complete this system mission, he was afraid that he would have to rely on the next step. His plan was also very simple. This was because to a large extent, for women, the proportion of emotional proportion was much larger than the proportion of rational proportion. He had laid the groundwork enough. Next, he just had to wait for a tragic scene to play out. On the other hand, Yi Ling was already dead. Now, the name of the inheritor of the demonic arts was still above his head. It was time for Gu Changa to consider finding another scapegoat. Where would the next child of destiny be? By the way, take these things as a reward for your hard work. Don't suspect me. Just take it as me giving away money, Gu Changa said after that. His tone was natural. There was no intimacy, but there was also no alienation. As he raised his hand, a vague immortal aura appeared. Strands and strands of it seemed like immortal chains were floating in it. It was filled with immortal charm and Tao will, like multicolored light. Seeing this scene, Yu Mingkong was slightly stunned. She found it a little hard to believe. This is immortal essence. As Gu Changa spoke, he sealed it with a jade bottle. There was quite a lot of it. However, for the current Yu Mingkong, it was obviously enough. There would even be a lot left. With that, the jade bottle landed lightly in Yu Mingkong's hand. Gu Changa took a step forward. As his robes fluttered, he had already appeared in the sky. Whoosh! In the next moment, many of the followers nearby, including Yin Mei, appeared together. Gu Changa led them, turned into a divine rainbow, and quickly left this place. Gu Changa, Yu Mingkong stood rooted to the ground, looking at the jade bottle in her hand. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She really didn't expect that Gu Changa would actually give her immortal essence. After all, he had risked his life to go to the immortal path to collect it. Every strand was incomparably precious and priceless. Even a quasi-supreme martial artist would be tempted. Most importantly, she was now very disappointed in her heart. Previously, Gu Changa would still tease her and call himself her husband. But now, he was obviously keeping a distance from her. This kind of natural and polite interaction stunned Yu Mingkong and made her feel a little bitter. After all, it was very difficult for the two of them to be like before. She understood and pretended to be confused, and Gu Changa was also happy to tease her. How good would it be if I didn't say those words at that time? Yu Mingkong shook her head and sighed slightly. She quickly restrained this emotion. After putting away the many talisman arrangements here, she left with the followers. After leaving the 100 horizontal mountain range, Gu Changa immediately rushed to the encampment where he was previously. He had already sent news back to the clan. He believed that the clan's powerhouses were already rushing to immortal ancient continent. This kind of annexation of immortal ancient continent's various clans, while at the same time occupying the righteous position, the Gu clan was naturally very happy. Gu Changa had already stirred up so much trouble. He didn't believe that the other orthodoxies would sit still and choose to be bystanders at this time. The resources and benefits involved in immortal ancient continent were enough to alarm all orthodoxies. Greetings, young master. In the ruins, immortal armors and divine soldiers rode on ancient pure-blooded vicious beasts. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens, shaking the heavens. Their auras were cold. They were currently waiting here. Their killing intent was terrifying and incomparably shocking. Every one of them was wearing armor that shone with immortal light, as if they had experienced countless battles. Their eyes were like heavenly blades, causing the void to become uneasy. Longevity Gu clan's immortal armor guards. Every time there was a great disturbance, or a great battle that involved the Longevity Gu family, many secret matters were resolved by this team. Their hands were stained with countless amounts of blood. They were one of the longevity Gu clan's sharpest blades. With Gu Changa's current status, it was difficult for him to mobilize many immortal armor guards. This training in immortal ancient continent could be considered an exception. These immortal armor guards had already received his orders and were waiting here for his return. This force, in addition to my puppets, is enough to sweep through many clans. Gu Changa glanced at this group of immortal armor guards and nodded slightly. Of course, he knew that there was actually an old ancestor following them. That old ancestor came from Gu Xian's lineage, but he didn't know who he was or what his seniority was. After all, as long as it was an old ancestor who walked out of the clan, it wouldn't be a problem for him to sweep through those supreme experts of immortal ancient continent. As for whether that old ancestor would agree, it didn't matter. Gu Changa had plenty of ways to make him agree. Also, the Great Elder still owes me a favor. I think even he couldn't hold back this time and came to immortal ancient continent. When the time comes, if it really doesn't work, I still have a backup plan. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. He had already planned everything. He would start with the Winged Man clan, the clan that wanted to kill him from the very beginning. Naturally, he would make an example out of them and use them as a warning to others. If the other clans were smart, they wouldn't want to repeat the same mistake. They would know what to do. At the same time, this chaotic time was also the best time for the Black Sky Eagle clan to work for him in secret. To the Winged Man clan's land. Gu Changa faintly spoke as he landed on an ancient warship. A vast number of immortal armored soldiers instantly filled the skies, their auras shocking to the extreme. At the same time, in the sky, 3 figures were watching everything. They were Gu Xian, the Great Elder, and the old ancestor of the Gu clan who looked like a yellow-toothed old farmer. Gu Changa should be planning to go to the Winged Man clan. Gu Xian noticed Gu Changa's departure route and couldn't help but guess. Such a strong desire to kill and revenge for the smallest grievance, I really don't know how he became the young master. Gu Nanshan shook his head in his heart, but he couldn't help but show a look of admiration on his face. Old ancestor, the Winged Man clan is a clan that has been passed down since the immortal ancient era. Their foundation can't be underestimated. Don't you care about Gu Changa? Gu Xian felt that Gu Changa, who only had the immortal armor guards, wanted to crush the Winged Man clan and intimidate the other clans. It was really a little difficult. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will make a move. Hearing this, Gu Nanshan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Then, he quickly returned to normal and forced a smile. He actually wanted to see Gu Changa suffer a big loss. Although he had put in good words for Gu Changa in front of Gu Xian many times. But that was also because he had no choice. He wanted to consider the future of the clan and resolve the grudge between the two. Personally, he naturally didn't have any good feelings for Gu Changa. He even wanted to teach him a lesson because he bullied Gu Xian. But now, Gu Xian had said so. What else could he do? When the time came, he couldn't just watch the old ancestor of the Winged Man clan bully the younger generation of the Gu clan while he, the old ancestor of the Gu clan, hid in the dark and watched the show, right? At this moment, Gu Nanshan felt a little troubled. He kept feeling that he had been tricked by himself. As he spoke, the void in front of the 3 of them blurred, and they quickly followed. At this moment, not only them, but also the other orthodoxies in the immortal ancient continent and even the clans of the immortal ancient continent were alarmed. Outside the Winged Man clan's territory, many divine consciousnesses had been sweeping over these days. Many powerhouses were inquiring about this place. Rumble. However, just the several incomparably huge purple-bronze ancient warships parked in the sky made countless living beings and cultivators tremble in fear. The Taichu divine sect had been guarding this place for several days. In the Winged Man clan's territory, it was solemn and solemn. They were vigilant against the invasion of the Taichu divine sect. This kind of attitude of coming to the other party's territory but not killing their way in and only threatening them shocked many cultivators and living beings. Then, they were overwhelmed with shock. This was indeed the incomparably powerful Taichu divine sect. They were extremely protective of their own. It was as if they had shown their weapons early on. Their killing intent was boiling, and they wanted the other party to wash their necks clean. Demonic nature overflowed into the sky, causing one's soul to tremble. Rumor has it that they are waiting for the arrival of young Master Chang'e. Some time ago, the Winged Man clan used a sacred artifact to attack young Master Chang'e. This incident angered the Taichu divine sect, and they directly sent a large number of powerhouses to kill their way in. Also, I heard that the Longevity Gu clan is also furious. A very terrifying group of immortal armored soldiers broke through the void passage and descended here to kill the Winged Man clan. The Winged Man clan is probably scared silly. They didn't expect the Taichu divine sect to come so aggressively, blocking their territory without a word. That's right. If it were me, I would also be a fool. I wouldn't even dare to think of resisting. The Longevity Gu clan is the most mysterious clan in the upper realm. It is said that they have existed for a long time, far longer than any other faction. Their foundation is definitely unfathomable. If this battle erupts, even if it can't compare to the Battle of Longevity, it can't be that weak. Many cultivators and living beings appeared on the many mountain peaks and ridges in the distance. They looked at everything in the sky and discussed. Among them, there were also many young supreme beings, such as the successor of the Dead Man Lake. They were following the faction behind him, watching from a mountain peak. In the other direction, the successor of the Longevity Wang clan, Wang Wushuang. He was also frowning and thinking. In another place, the archaic Yi clan, Yi Langtian, Yi Liuli, and the others. Their expressions were filled with deep shock. This battle had an unusual meaning. The Winged Man clan could be ranked in the top 15 among the clans of the immortal ancient clan. Although the clan had never produced an immortal Tao existence, their former ancestor also stood at the peak of the human Tao. He was a true immortal emperor. Boom! At this moment, under the shocked gazes of all the cultivators and living beings, a resplendent spatial passage appeared in the sky. Then, immortal sounds rang out, and 623 immortal lights filled the air. A group of immortal armored soldiers with shocking killing intent rode ferocious beasts, as if they had rushed over from the primordial ancient world. Kill! The shocking word, kill, reverberated between heaven and earth. Young Master! At this moment, the powerful figures on the purple bronze ancient warship in front also shouted respectfully in the direction of the passageway. In the blurry passageway, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared. He stood on a warship with his hands behind his back. His black robes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were calm as he looked down at the Winged Man clan's territory. Behind him was a large group of followers with surging vitality. They were also surging with killing intent that seemed to be able to reach the heavens. No need to be so polite. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly to the group of powerful figures of the Taichu divine sect. This was from the imperishable force behind his mother. The current sect master of the Taichu divine sect was his uncle. The previous sect master of the Taichu divine sect was his grandfather. His uncle, on the other hand, was focused on cultivation. He had never married and had no children. Naturally, he became the young master of the Taichu divine sect. This relationship was not complicated at all. Otherwise, why did the other young supremes not dare to provoke him? Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of background, they were far inferior to Gu Chang'e. As Gu Chang'e appeared, the aura within a radius of tens of thousands of miles became solemn. Gu Chang'e! Let go of our young master. In the Winged Man clan's territory, several figures suddenly rushed out and appeared in the sky. The wings on their backs spread out, and they were extremely angry. They roared with hatred and killing intent. From the looks of it, they were about the same age as Gu Chang'e and belonged to the more impulsive younger generation. Ignoring the elders who stopped them, they rushed out. Let go of their young master. Gu Chang'e smiled with interest and asked. The middle-aged man in golden armor beside him replied respectfully. Young master, this is the descendant of the Winged Man clan. His name is Yu Xian. As he spoke, he grabbed Yu Xian, whose cultivation had been sealed. Gu Chang'e, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to avenge Yu Jing. Yu Xian's face was full of unyielding anger and killing intent. He stared at Gu Chang'e with scarlet eyes and roared. If his cultivation hadn't been sealed, he would have definitely fought with Gu Chang'e hundreds of times. What's his relationship with Yu Jing? Gu Chang'e asked with a faint smile. Young master, they are childhood sweethearts and are very close, the middle-aged man in golden armor replied with a teasing smile. Oh, that's good. I have the beauty to help them. Then I'll send them to become a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. Gu Chang'e, let go of our descendant now. At that moment, the few young beings in front of him rushed toward Gu Chang'e with anger and killing intent. They were holding a forbidden weapon in their hands. It shone brightly and there was a terrifying aura intertwining. You dare to stop me with just a single forbidden weapon? Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. Taking a step forward in the air, his expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and brought it down. Buzz! Divine talismans intertwined and black and white chi swirled around. The talismans were destroyed like a divine will that crushed the sky and pressed down with his palm. Poof! The forbidden weapon exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The few empty God Realm elites and the forbidden weapon collapsed on the spot and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Stupid. Gu Chang'e didn't expect that there would be brainless people who would come to die at this time. The Winged Man clan was so cowardly that none of the older generation dared to show themselves. This made him slightly disappointed. Gu Chang'e raised his hand again and sent Yu Xian to accompany his childhood sweetheart. After all, he had to fulfill what he had promised. Bitter fated mandarin ducks, let them be. Chapter 179. Poof! Blood splattered in the air, and a strong stench of blood filled the air. No matter how angry Yu Xian was, his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Gu Chang'e made a move, and sent him down to accompany his childhood sweetheart. Don't worry, your clansmen will come to accompany you in a while. He smiled faintly, but his words sent chills down everyone's spines. From his appearance, he was obviously an extraordinary person, but his methods were so strong and cold. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, not bad, not bad. Gu Nanshan, the great elder, and Gu Xian, who had rushed over from the sky, naturally witnessed this scene. Gu Nanshan couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile on his face, and said, "This is how the young master of the Gu clan should be. Whoever dares to offend the Gu clan will have their entire clan wiped out." Although that was what he said on the surface, his brows were furrowed so tightly that the character, Chuan, was about to form. The Gu clan's motto had always been to not take the initiative to provoke trouble. But if someone really dared to touch the tiger's whiskers, they would definitely be attacked like thunder. Gu Chang'e's methods today, in his opinion, were not problematic. But the Gu Chang'e in front of him was so cold, heartless, and decisive. It would be fine if he was a sharp blade, but letting him hold the power and rule over the Gu clan was not a good choice. But in front of Gu Xian, what else could he say? He could only pretend to praise Gu Chang'e, and say these words against his heart. Gu Nanshan felt very awkward. Elder ancestor is right. The Winged Man clan did ask for it. If they didn't go to extremes, how could today's consequences have been brought about? But they were also stupid, falling into Gu Chang'e's trap. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e would not have found an excuse to attack them. Hearing this, Gu Xian nodded, and his eyes showed that he agreed. After all, the Winged Man clan's experts had attacked her at that time. Gu Chang'e had involved her in this matter, and led the trouble to her. She would never forget this debt. The surroundings were deathly silent. Even the vast city up ahead was extremely quiet. Not a single living being dared to make a sound. Gu Chang'e stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. At this moment, he resembled a young immortal emperor inspecting the world, exuding a sense of disdain. Not only did his domineering methods intimidate everyone in the feather human tribe, even the cultivators and living beings nearby felt a chill run down their spines. He had killed the successor of the winged human tribe in front of all of them. However, no one from the Feathermen tribe dared to show themselves. Many cultivators from other orthodoxies trembled in fear at the sight of such an intimidating figure. Their reverence for him deepened. This was the most powerful person in the younger generation. One person overlooking an entire tribe. Young master, since they are not coming out, why don't we blast them away? The golden-armored middle-aged man's name was Lu Yu. He came from the divine sect of Taichu and was a sage-to-be. He said respectfully. Today, the Featherman clan had to give an explanation. They could either submit or be exterminated. As for resisting, it would only make them die faster. Cowards can't be cowards. Gu Chang'e nodded and chuckled. Life and death were all under his control. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. If the process of killing the chicken was too simple, it would be difficult to achieve a deterrent effect. Moreover, according to his speculation, the Feathermen tribe should be trying to contact the immortal ancient dragon tribe at this moment, hoping that the dragon tribe would support them. However, the immortal ancient dragon tribe was not a pushover either. They would not easily fall out with the orthodoxies of the outside world. Both sides were testing each other. Therefore, the immortal ancient dragon tribe could only drag this out instead of choosing to stand up for the Feathermen tribe. The Feathermen tribe was stuck in the middle and had no other choice. They could either submit or be trampled to the ground by Gu Chang'e and the divine sect of Taichu and the longevity Gu family, turning them into ruins. I'll give you a chance. Submit or die today. Gu Chang'e clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward in the void, pressuring the vast divine mountain city below. He said slowly with an unquestionable coldness, making everyone's divine soul tremble and feel a chill. The group of young supreme beings only now realized that the gap between Gu Chang'e and them had unknowingly widened infinitely. They were all of the younger generation, but their power was far inferior. There was no comparison at all. This made Yi Langtian, Wang Wushuang, and the others fall silent. Gu Chang'e, don't go too far. Today, we won't let you succeed even if we have to destroy Jade and Stone together. In the Feathermen tribe's territory, waves of angry voices came out. Among them, there were several figures with overflowing hatred, staring at Gu Chang'e, wanting to cut him into pieces and tear him into pieces. In a palace, several Feathermen tribe experts gathered. The middle-aged man in the middle was wearing a golden robe. His face was dignified and gloomy, and he wore a purple-gold crown. He was the current leader of the Feathermen tribe, Yu Wudi. From his name, one could see his courage back then. Now, his cultivation was already at the Saint realm. When his eyes opened and closed, strands of cold light flashed past. This brat of the Gu family is simply going too far. Does he think that our Feathermen tribe is easy to bully? Does he really think that he can sweep through our Feathermen tribe with just this little bit of manpower? He is too delusional. Yu Wudi's expression was incomparably gloomy. How can the foundation of our tribe be defeated with just this little bit of manpower? He is underestimating our tribe too much. Little Xian. An elder beside him was incomparably sorrowful. He was an elder of the Yu Xian bloodline. They watched as Yu Xian died at the hands of Gu Chang'e, but they were powerless to stop him. They didn't even dare to show themselves. This made them feel incomparably humiliated, and they couldn't vent their anger. This made them go crazy with hatred. However, the dragon clan still hadn't given them a reply. Before this, they didn't dare to clash head-on with Gu Chang'e. They didn't even dare to directly declare war. How terrifying was the foundation of the everlasting families and the imperishable sects. This was simply unimaginable. What they had seen was always the tip of the iceberg, let alone an incomparably ancient behemoth like the everlasting Gu family. One had to know that the other imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were extremely fearful of them. The Dragon Clan still hasn't given us a reply. It seems that they want us to test Gu Chang'e's methods. This is an open trap. An elder said with a cold expression. His face was filled with anger. The Taichu divine sect had been waiting outside their territory for more than a day or two, but the Dragon Clan hadn't reacted at all. This was already enough to see the Dragon Clan's attitude. Go and ask the Patriarch to come out of seclusion. Without the Patriarch, this matter might not be settled peacefully, someone said with a heavy expression. Those words were unanimously approved by everyone. Soon, figures rushed into the depths of the clan with solemn expressions. Normally, if there wasn't a major incident, who would dare to ask the Patriarch for help? For the various clans, the Patriarch was an existence that was like a foundation. Some existences would even find it difficult to seal themselves once they came out. They would slowly exhaust their life essence and die of old age in this life. Many of the Feathermen had heavy hearts. They never thought that there would be a day when they would face the greatest life and death crisis. And all of this was brought about by a young man. Burning both jade and stone. I only hope that you guys can persevere until the end. In the sky outside, Gu Chang'e still had a faint smile on his face when he heard this. However, at the end of his words, he directly pressed his fingers together. At the same time, his figure stepped out of the void and moved forward. Buzz! Ripples appeared in the void, followed by crisp clanging sounds. The space trembled, and a terrifying momentum appeared. He pressed his fingers together like a sword. The sword slashed down. Boundless sword chi fell, as if there were a vast galaxy of stars. The sword light blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sweeping over. The immortal ancient divine mountains and cities in front of them began to tremble. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the faces of many of the Feathermen changed drastically, turning pale. No one expected that Gu Chang'e would suddenly attack, and so powerfully. The terrifying divine power of this sword strike was probably enough to make even a true god or even a heavenly god disappear in an instant. This shocked them. Although Gu Chang'e had been injured for a period of time, it was obvious that his injuries had been completely healed now. Moreover, his cultivation base had become even more powerful. This time, the injury of his origin was more like a good fortune to him. The expressions of many young supreme beings became complicated. They had long lost the will to compete with Gu Chang'e. Such a monster, perhaps only the real emperor or an ancient freak who had been sealed for a long time could be a match for him, right? Kill. With Gu Chang'e taking the lead, the immortal armor soldiers of the longevity Gu family and the many powerhouses of the Taichu divine sect also roared angrily. Their murderous voices shook the sky as they pounced toward the city in front of them. In an instant, a shocking battle broke out. Rumble. Many ancient warships descended, with runes flickering on them. A terrifying aura swept down, blasting some mountains and buildings into ashes. Even though they were very far away, everyone could still feel that kind of shocking wave of fluctuations. The battle has begun. Young Master Chang'e is ridiculously powerful. Does he really intend to slaughter the entire Feathermen tribe? This attitude is too arrogant. He doesn't put the Feathermen tribe in his eyes at all. Where does Gu Chang'e get his confidence from? He can destroy the Feathermen tribe. After all, the Feathermen tribe is a tribe with at least a supreme artifact. Everyone in all directions was stunned, trembling in fear. Many people felt that Gu Chang'e had a powerful trump card. Or rather, there was an expert behind him who had yet to appear. The sword chi in the air was boundless like a vast starry sky. A wisp of sword chi slashed out from the sword light with the intention of slaughtering the sun, moon, and stars. The sharpness of the hepta-metal law was mixed with an extreme offensive power. Many of the Feathermen tribe members were suppressed by this vast sword chi. The terrifying energy beams interweaved into one, smashing down like a river of stars. Ancient warships filled the sky. Boom! The ancient runes and killing intent engraved on the ground erupted at the same time, intertwining and then bursting open. At this moment it was as if the river of stars had collapsed. The godly mountain shook violently. Cracks appeared on the ground and countless ancient trees collapsed. The mountains shook, and the mountain range turned into ashes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gu Changa led a group of immortal armor soldiers. His eyes were cold as he killed his way in. At this moment, he was like an unparalleled demon lord, looking down on the world. With a raise of his hand, he struck out many divine abilities. It was like a misty rain of light, turning a large number of Feathermen creatures into ashes. At this time, it's best to drag that guy down. Although Gu Changa seemed to be killing his way into the depths of the Feathermen tribe, he was still paying attention to the scene in the sky. Gu Xian's aura. Since she was hiding there, then the great elder and the ancestor of the Gu family must be there too. Gu Changa did not doubt this at all. This kind of killing was meaningless to him. Gu Changa's goal was to use the Feathermen tribe as a warning. He was thinking about how to involve the ancestor of the Gu family in this battle. This was Gu Changa's ultimate goal. The appearance of the ancestor of the Gu family showed the strong attitude of the longevity Gu family. At the same time, it was the best deterrent for him to subdue the other tribes. Gu Changa also knew that the ancestor's purpose in coming to the immortal ancient continent was not to support him. Instead, it was because of Gu Xian to blame him. He had seen through all of this. The moment the ancestor came to the immortal ancient continent, he had been tricked by Gu Changa. The ancestor would not help Gu Changa casually. He might even teach him a lesson. Gu Changa naturally had a plan to deal with this. Hence, Gu Changa's action was even more daring in everyone's eyes. With a rumbling sound, the void behind him shone with a hazy light. It was a vast space. Golden light surged, and sharp weapons appeared one after another. Axes, hooks, forks, cauldrons. Terrifying murderous aura was vast and mighty, about to rush out. Divine weapon scroll. Gu Changa directly used this supernatural power. Divine weapons rushed out with surging light, about to pierce through everything and kill the experts of the Feathermen tribe in front of him. His destination was the Feathermen tribe's tribe hall. He was prepared to face the experts of the Feathermen tribe. This guy, is he planning to barge in alone? In the sky, Gu Nanshan frowned. He seemed to have noticed that when Gu Changa looked up at the sky, there seemed to be a smile at the corner of his mouth. What did that mean? Could it be that this guy knew that he was hiding here? Gu Nanshan found it increasingly difficult to see through this junior. Moreover, he always felt that Gu Changa's smile hid some evil intentions. What's going on? Did I see wrongly? Or am I thinking too much? Gu Nanshan was more and more confused. His cultivation was much higher than Gu Changa's. Logically speaking, Gu Changa should not know that he was hiding here. Of course, he did not know. Because of the bone of Tao, Gu Changa could vaguely sense Gu Xian's location. At this moment, Gu Changa had already killed his way into the depths of the Feathermen tribe. In the void, there were divine weapons everywhere. Their sharpness was shocking, and one would die if they touched them. Even the heavenly gods were no match for them. They instantly coughed up blood and retreated. Everyone's eyes widened. There were so many divine weapons, and each of them contained Taoist rhymes and were shockingly valuable. However, Gu Changa took out all of them. Other than shocking them, they could only say that all of this was really, rich and powerful. In front of Gu Changa, all the young creatures blocking his way were casually killed by him. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Puff, 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 in the depths of the Feathermen tribe. The city was incomparably magnificent. Pieces of basin-sized jade crystals were built one after another. However, at this moment, they were collapsing. They were shot down by the torrential divine light on the ancient warships and directly disintegrated. They could not resist for even a moment. Heavens, this damned Gu Changa, quickly, asked the patriarch to wake up. These winged creatures cried out in alarm, feeling incomparable despair. In front of Gu Changa, they could not resist at all and instantly exploded. The magnificent city wall was like a mountain ridge, and the tall city tower was like a heavenly palace. It was majestic. In the sky, the powerhouses of the Taichu divine sect and the Gu family's immortal armored guards rushed down like a torrent. These city walls and heavenly palaces continued to shatter, crack, and collapse, directly turning into ashes. In the depths of the tribe hall, there were many experts in the Feathermen tribe, so there were naturally many clansmen as well. However, right now, they were in a state of panic. There were endless ancient symbols engraved on the city. They did not belong to this era and began to erupt. There is a path to the Yellow Springs, but you don't want to take it. You insist on having your souls scattered and not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Do you like this kind of result? Gu Changa said casually. He had already arrived here, alone. No one followed behind him. A great battle erupted elsewhere, extremely intense and shocking. However, the group of Feathermen in front of him were incomparably pale. They stared at him in fear, not daring to make a move. Even the few elders of the quasi-saint realm were the same. This was too abnormal. Gu Changa was clearly only at the void god realm, but he dared to charge all the way here. Was Gu Changa stupid? Not only was he not stupid, but he was also as quick-witted as a demon. He schemed against immortal ancients' clans, toying with everyone in the palm of his hand. Would such a person like Gu Changa come here alone because she was not sure of her chances? That was why they were all cautious and careful. Their backs were covered in cold sweat, in case Gu Changa had any powerful methods or trump cards. Now, I will give you two choices. Either you submit, or you die. Gu Changa smiled casually, repeating his words. He also knew that there were currently many powers paying attention to this place. Gu Changa, if you have any methods, then just use them. Today, if. A Featherman expert glared at Gu Changa. However, before he finished speaking, a strand of sword energy pierced through the space between his brows, including his primordial spirit. He was instantly wiped out in body and spirit. Don't be unable to tell good from bad. Giving you a chance now is my benevolence. Who knows, I might not be so kind in the next moment. Gu Changa's expression did not change. He slowly swept his gaze over the terrified Feathermen in front of him. Terrifying sword radiance pulsed from his finger bone, as if it could destroy the great universe with a single strike. Behind them was the clan hall of the Feathermen. There were many higher-ups of the Feathermen standing there, including the elders, the clan leader Yuwudi, and the others. They all looked at Gu Changa with gloomy and angry expressions, but still, no one dared to make a move. This made Gu Changa sigh slightly. I've already bullied you to this extent, but you still don't dare to make a move against me? You're so cowardly. You're really hopeless. Gu Changa, you've done all kinds of evil and scheming. In the end, you definitely won't have a good ending. A clan elder said angrily. A layer of terrifying light rose from his body, afraid that Gu Changa would suddenly attack. Done all kinds of evil? I can't agree with that. It was clearly your clan who wanted to kill me and take credit from the immortal ancient dragon clan. It's just that I happened to break the trap. How can you frame me now? Gu Chang'e said calmly in front of a group of quasi-sages and even saints. It was as if he didn't feel anything from their terrifying pressure. It was as if a cool breeze brushed past his face, unperturbed. What's the use of saying something that everyone already knows? You're shameless. Immediately, a clan elder was enraged by Gu Chang'e's attitude. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. There had never been a day like today when he wanted to kill a junior so badly. Stop. There's something strange about this guy. Yu Wudi's expression was gloomy as he pulled the clan elder next to him. Facing a group of Saint Realm experts, an ordinary young cultivator would have already collapsed to the ground. How could they still talk and laugh like Gu Chang'e? This scene not only made their hearts skip a beat, but also shocked many cultivators outside. It seemed that Gu Chang'e was really confident. You all look like you've cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. How could you have the guts to live like dogs? Now you don't even dare to attack me. Why don't you just kill yourselves so that you don't waste my time? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and looked at the battlefield in other directions. Whether it was the Taichu Divine Sect or the Immortal Armor Soldiers, they were all veterans with extremely powerful cultivation bases. This battle was completely one-sided, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The Featherman clan had no strength to resist at all. Don't let him get away with it. Have you forgotten what happened to Yujing? Gu Chang'e's words made many clan elders angry. Their faces were filled with humiliation and anger, but their clan leader was very rational and stopped them. These words were like a basin of cold water poured over their heads. In an instant, they reacted, and their anger disappeared. Instead, they felt a chill run down their backs. How familiar was this strategy? Gu Chang'e lured them to attack, and then he had an excuse to slaughter them. This fellow was indeed full of vicious means. They felt a chill down their backs. I really didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Gu Chang'e had a strange smile on his face. However, no matter how he ridiculed them, the experts of the Featherman clan were furious and did not dare to attack him. To be honest, Gu Chang'e was surprised. He did this because he wanted to drag the ancestor of the Gu clan into the water and force him to make a move. However, Gu Chang'e really didn't expect the Featherman clan to be so afraid that they didn't even dare to attack him. Gu Chang'e rubbed the space between his eyebrows, feeling a headache. Then, he directly looked at the sky with a helpless expression. Then, he said in a natural tone, "Ancestor, this matter has become boring. Why don't you do it yourself? I'll leave Chang'e to you." As he spoke, a meaningful smile flashed across his eyes. Then, he quickly returned to normal. What? Gu Chang'e's words were not loud, but at this moment, they resounded in the sky. All the cultivators and living beings were shocked and couldn't help but widen their eyes. For a moment, many people didn't react. What did Gu Chang'e mean? Ancestor? Could it be that the ancestor of the Gu clan was really hiding in the dark, but he didn't show himself? Was this the reason why Gu Chang'e was so fearless? Many cultivators followed Gu Chang'e's gaze, but it was a blur and they couldn't see anyone. However, he was after all a figure of the ancestor of the Gu clan. How could ordinary people see him when he was hidden? Brother, ancestor, the great elder and Gu Xian, who were hiding in the sky, were stunned. To be honest, the two of them didn't expect that Gu Chang'e had made a deal with Gu Nanshan in advance. No wonder Gu Nanshan had such a friendly attitude towards Gu Chang'e. Gu Xian, was a little enlightened, and he thought seriously in his heart. It seemed that the ancestor of their bloodline had a good relationship with Gu Chang'e. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e wouldn't have said such a thing. If there really was hatred, why would Gu Chang'e suddenly say such a thing at this time? The two of them were actually in cahoots. This was something that the ancestor didn't tell him before. This made Gu Xian even more certain of the idea in his heart. Gu Chang'e definitely had a secret that no one knew about. This despicable guy, the cigarette in Gu Nanshan's mouth fell out, and his entire person was stunned at this moment. He didn't expect that Gu Chang'e actually knew his exact location, and even said such easily misunderstood words. Heaven pitied him. Before this, he really hadn't seen Gu Chang'e. He hadn't even spoken a word with Gu Chang'e. He had no interaction with Gu Chang'e. He was now completely stunned by Gu Chang'e's actions. Who knew that Gu Chang'e would suddenly say such a thing? I've been tricked by this guy. Gu Nanshan's face was as black as charcoal at this moment. He even had the thought of slapping Gu Chang'e to death. But at this time, he had to show himself. Chapter 180. As soon as Gu Chang'e finished speaking, Gu Nanshan's figure appeared in front of the shocked and incredulous expressions of all the cultivators. Buzz! He took a step forward and left the sky, appearing beside Gu Chang'e in an instant. He had a hunched figure and wore tattered clothes. His face was dark, and he had a mouth full of yellow teeth. He even carried a cracked kitchen knife on his back. This appearance of an old farmer made everyone's jaws drop. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Was this the mysterious Gu clan patriarch? Many experts from various orthodoxies and clans stared at Gu Nanshan. They could not believe this was real. This was completely different from the image of an expert in their hearts. It was completely different from what they had in mind. Greetings, Patriarch. Gu Chang'e was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly put on a warm smile and smiled. Judging from the aura, this was indeed the Gu clan patriarch. He was relieved. Even if this patriarch was furious, he would not dare to show his anger at such a blatant scheme. It involved the Gu clan's secrets and family matters. The older these people were, the more important they were. They would definitely consider the big picture and endure. Gu Chang'e was taking advantage of this. His initial plan was to attract the hatred of the Feathermen tribe so that they would kill him. He could use this to force this patriarch to show himself. He could not just stand by and watch him die. Not to mention that Gu Xian, that silly girl, was so dizzy that she probably did not care about the grudge of having her bones dug out. Previously, the motivation for her to cultivate was her hatred for Gu Chang'e. She wanted to defeat Gu Chang'e and take back everything that belonged to her. However, the motivation for her to cultivate now was to find out the secret of Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e knew Gu Xian's character. It was impossible for her to see herself in a life and death crisis and leave her to die. When the time came, no matter what, this patriarch would be forced to show himself and become Gu Chang'e's tool to intimidate the other clans. However, the Feathermen tribe had disappointed him too much. None of them dared to attack him. With no other choice, Gu Chang'e could only come up with another plan. He came up with such an overt scheme to directly expose the ancestors' hiding place. His method could be said to be both ruthless and accurate, firmly controlling the Gu clan's patriarch's weak spot. As for offending this old ancestor, Gu Chang'e had never considered this. In the first place, he didn't expect this old ancestor to have a good impression of him. You're very good. Hearing this, Gu Nanshan revealed a warm smile on his face and nodded. But in reality, he wished he could slap this unfilial descendant to death. He was really good at tricking the old ancestor. He had never thought of making a move. Even if he wanted to, he would wait until the most critical moment. Otherwise, where would he put his face? From this incident, Gu Nanshan confirmed that Gu Chang'e was a bold and decisive person. He even dared to scheme against the ancestor. Was there anything in this world that he didn't dare to do? Ancestor, you flatter me. After all, this was your order. Chang'e was just following orders. Gu Chang'e naturally heard the other meaning in this sentence. The sentence, "You're very good," already revealed the ancestor's deep dissatisfaction. However, would he care? Moreover, Gu Chang'e was even more straightforward. He directly put all the blame on Gu Nanshan's head. He didn't even blink when he said this. It was obvious that he was familiar with this and was incomparably skilled. This caused Gu Nanshan's smile to freeze. However, he was still an ancestor who had lived for countless years. Chang'e, you did well. As the young master of the Gu clan, you should naturally act like one. The Feathermen tribe is reckless. From today onwards, there is no need for 623 to exist. Gu Nanshan said slowly, his voice filled with cold killing intent. At this time, he was also able to deal with it easily, but there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. It's mainly because I have the support of the ancestor. Otherwise, how would I dare to do this? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, with an expression that said, "What can you do to me?" In the eyes of outsiders, this was the ancestor of the Gu clan praising the younger generation he admired. The two of them talked calmly, appearing to be incomparably harmonious. It even made many people envious. This was the foundation that the everlasting family should have. The younger generation was respectful and intelligent, and the ancestor was kind and powerful. They deserved to stand tall for eternity. Why does it feel strange? In the sky, Gu Xian couldn't help but mutter. His gaze moved away from Gu Chang'e's face. This guy's smile was so beautiful. It was obvious that he didn't have good intentions. I knew that this was a trap. This Gu Chang'e is so cunning. There is indeed a hidden expert behind him. In front of the Feathermen tribe's clan hall, Yu Wuti breathed a sigh of relief. However, his eyes were still full of fear and vigilance. From the ancestor of the Gu clan who suddenly appeared, he felt a deep and vast feeling like the universe. The other party's strength made his heart palpitate. He didn't dare to look directly at him. Patriarch, unless the ancestor wakes up, our clan will definitely die today. The Gu clan even sent out the ancestor. Some of the elders' voices were trembling. They all felt a trembling aura from Gu Nanshan's body. They definitely couldn't be Gu Nanshan's opponent. Even a wisp of aura wouldn't be able to hold on. Ancestor, I'll leave everything to you. Chang'e will only cause you more trouble if he stays here. I'll take my leave first. At this time, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He didn't wait for Gu Nanshan to reply. His figure directly stepped back. The void blurred, and he instantly left this place. He had already achieved his goal. At this time, he naturally found a place to watch the show and wait for the fishermen to reap the benefits. You still want to teach me a lesson? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In the blink of an eye, he had tricked this ancestor until he couldn't tell north from south. You. Hearing this, Gu Nanshan was so angry that his beard almost stood up. However, in front of everyone, he could only suppress it. He swore that after this matter was over, he would definitely find Gu Chang'e to settle the score. What a bastard. Nobody had ever dared to trick him like this, and in such a blatant way. Where's your ancestor? Tell him to come out and die. Gu Nanshan didn't have a good temper. The moment Gu Chang'e left, a terrifying aura rose. It was enough to change the color of the sky and destroy the universe. So powerful. This aura, I'm afraid it has already surpassed the supreme realm. At this moment, whether it was the powerhouses of the Winged Men clan or the cultivators nearby, all changed their expressions. This kind of ocean-like fluctuation seemed to be able to drown everything and suffocate them. And this was only a wisp of the Gu clan's ancestor's aura leaking out. Just how powerful was this Gu clan's ancestor? Go get the ancestor. Yu Wuti instantly collapsed to the ground. His entire body trembled, and even his primordial spirit was shaking. He was an extremely powerful supreme saint, but at this moment, he was as insignificant as an ant. The other elders were even worse. Now, they were all pale and couldn't even speak. He's finally appeared. Gu Nanshan's expression was very ugly. He was about to vent his anger towards Gu Chang'e on the Winged Men clan. At this moment, in the depths of the clan, a golden sun rose. A terrifying existence had awakened. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. It was a huge existence with a pair of wings on its back. The quasi-supreme realm's aura pressed down and then turned into a very young creature. He was glowing, illuminating the area in front of him. It looked unusually frightening. Greetings, ancestor. All the creatures of the Winged Men clan couldn't help but shout. They were extremely excited. Their ancestor had also awakened. A quasi-supreme realm cultivator is at least at the 3rd level of heaven. However, how can he be a match for an old guy who came out of the clan's territory? After leaving this place, Gu Chang'e appeared on a collapsed palace and watched everything with his hands behind his back. He couldn't help but nod. He had already expected the result of this battle. Not to mention other aspects, the strength of every ancestor of the Gu clan was definitely ridiculously powerful. This was publicly acknowledged by all the orthodoxies and great sections. Humph, the longevity Gu clan is so overbearing. Aren't you afraid of retribution? The ancestor of the Winged Men clan stood in the sky. Wisps of mist floated up and down, and his face was blurry. He obviously knew how difficult Gu Nanshan was to deal with. He couldn't see through his cultivation, so he couldn't help but say in a deep voice. The moment he woke up, he understood the cause and effect of the matter. He was very angry at Gu Chang'e's actions. However, the most important thing now was to force the ancestor of the Gu clan to retreat. Retribution. The longevity Gu clan is your retribution. Gu Nanshan cracked a mouthful of yellow teeth, but the words he spat out sent chills down everyone's spines. They felt a sense of power and terror. Damn it! The ancestor of the Winged Men clan attacked. His aura was extremely powerful. He was at the 3rd level of quasi-supreme realm. He charged forward. Immediately, the sky and earth turned upside down. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword that was shining with golden light. It was only a foot long, and it flowed with brilliant colors. It turned into a waterfall and slashed over. This sword was polished from the teeth of an unknown existence. It was entirely golden and invincible. Since the immortal ancient era, it had been used until now. It was invincible, and even small worlds could be easily cut open. This terrifying momentum made everyone's expression change drastically. Their primordial spirits trembled. In this era, who had ever seen a quasi-supreme realm fight? Sigh. The great elder shook his head. It was as if he didn't want to see this scene. Gu Xian couldn't help but ask in confusion, why is master like this? Is the ancestor very strong? Not very strong. The great elder shook his head and then said, especially strong. Clang. As his words fell. At this moment, Gu Nanshan's expression was cold. He directly waved his fist and faced the sword head-on, not caring at all. Whoosh! The golden divine sword trembled. Runes flickered, erupting with terrifying fluctuations. Then, with a crack, it broke into pieces and exploded. The longevity Gu clan is retribution. Don't you understand? Gu Nanshan said coldly. He smashed down with a fist. An incomparably terrifying fist light that seemed to be able to cleanse the ancient times descended. In the surroundings, immortal corpses floated up and down, a sea of blood rose. The fist light illuminated everything. It was open and aboveboard, making the entire world tremble. What? This feather human clan ancestor's expression changed greatly. He revealed shock, fear, and disbelief. There was also a trace of despair. No, he shouted loudly. He didn't expect that this unprepossessing Gu clan ancestor's true cultivation level was far higher than his. The two of them didn't have the slightest chance of fighting at all. Pucci. The bloody light exploded. Under this fist light, it was directly evaporated. Including the primordial spirit, it turned into ashes. Hiss. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators on the mountain peak and even in the surroundings were shocked to the extreme. They let out a sound of sucking in a breath of cold air. Killing the feather human clan ancestor with a single punch. Did they see wrongly just now? What kind of concept was this? How powerful was this Gu clan ancestor? All the feather human clan clansmen couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb, their bodies trembling. At this time, many people were stunned, to the extent where their entire bodies were stupefied. Humph. Gu Nanshan was somewhat satisfied with the momentum that he had caused. He snorted coldly, and his anger was slightly relieved. At this time, he glanced at Gu Changa and found that this junior didn't look surprised at all. Instead, he looked at him with a smile. This bastard, is he planning to provoke me? Seeing this, the anger in Gu Nanshan's heart rose again. Then, under everyone's horrified and shocked gazes, his figure disappeared in an instant and rushed to the deepest part of the feather human clan. He needed to vent his anger. The terrifying aura that had just awakened in that place quickly dissipated like the tide. It was the other feather human clan ancestor. He never expected to see such a terrifying scene as soon as he woke up. His whole body was cold, and his mentality was about to explode. He wanted nothing more than to pretend to be dead. This group of juniors is tricking their ancestor. He roared at the sky. Seeing Gu Nanshan charging over, he didn't hesitate at all. His divine soul trembled and was about to collapse. He turned into a black shadow and was about to leave this place. A quasi-supreme being wanted to escape. Who could easily catch up? Gu Nanshan was already enraged. Now that he saw this blind guy, he didn't wait for death and even dared to escape. He became even angrier. As Xiao Chen took a step forward, he turned the ground into an inch and quickly gave chase. The vast and horrifying might and pressure quickly disappeared from this place. All of the cultivators and creatures looked as if they had just been fished out of the water. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and their faces were pale from fright. Around the mountain peak, the young supreme masters of many orthodoxies and major sects were still trembling in fear. In their eyes, a quasi-supreme who was invincible enough to sweep across the immortal ancient continent was killed by a single punch from the Gu family ancestor. The shock that this scene left on them was simply too great. Until now, his head was still buzzing, and he couldn't react at all. Just how terrifying is the Longevity Gu clan? Their foundation is simply unimaginable. Just one great ancestor is already so powerful. Rumor has it that the Longevity Gu clan has a lot of patriarchs. Even they don't know how many patriarchs are buried in their ancestral land. Many cultivators had previously thought that this was a joke. But now, they had no choice but to consider the authenticity of this matter. The powerful Featherman clan had been standing tall since the immortal ancient era. They had existed until now, and they had a quasi-supreme great ancestor. In front of the Longevity Gu clan, they didn't even have the slightest chance of resistance. I knew we couldn't let him in. The immortal ancient remnant clan here is not the clan from back in the days of prosperity. How could they withstand? The great elder looked at this scene with a headache. Clearly, he had expected this. The great ancestor is actually so powerful. Gu Xian's mouth was slightly open. At this time, she was also a little stunned. She never thought that the ordinary-looking great ancestor was actually such a powerful figure. Killing a quasi-supreme great ancestor with a single punch. He was probably on the same level as her masters. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? At this time, Gu Changa's figure appeared again, accompanied by his words. He stood in front of the Featherman clan, who were in despair, shock, and despair, and said with a smile. Gu Nanshan was so kind to help him solve the most important problem, and through this battle, he intimidated the other clans. Now, it was naturally time for him to appear and reap the benefits. Gu Chang'e, you. Yu Wudi's face was pale, and he said in fear. He no longer had the calmness of a clan leader. The other clan elders were also pale and trembling, not daring to speak. At this moment, in their eyes, Gu Chang'e was no different from the old farmer-looking master from before. He could decide their life and death with a wave of his hand. Now, even their great ancestor was easily killed, and they couldn't even resist. What could they, the younger generation, do? Moreover, the dragon clan had already abandoned them. Do you still remember what I said before? Gu Chang'e said with a smile. His robes fluttered, looking divine like jade, extraordinary and extraordinary. Yes. Yu Wudi hurriedly nodded as if he had grasped a trace of light in the darkness. The eyes of the other Featherman clan members also appeared with hope. From Gu Chang'e's words, they felt hope. They still had a chance to live. They didn't want to die. Even ants drag out a life, let alone living beings and cultivators. It's good that you remember. I said that I would give you two choices, either submit or die. Gu Chang'e was still smiling, but at this moment, everyone felt a shocking chill from him. We choose to submit, to be slaves and servants, to be ordered by young Master Chang'e, without hesitation. Hearing this, the group of Featherman clan elders immediately said with joy. They were scared out of their wits by the scene just now, and they knew that resisting Gu Chang'e would not end well for them. Okay, but before that, you have to do one thing. Gu Chang'e said casually with a smile on his face. His expression didn't change, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. I need you all to submit to me as proof of your allegiance. That's not too much, right? There was a deep sense of playfulness in his smile. What? All the Featherman clan members were stunned. They felt the shocking chill and Gu Chang'e's strong malice. This proof of allegiance was naturally to make them kill each other. This was a vicious plan. As long as they did such a thing, such humiliation would be deeply imprinted in their blood, and it would be difficult to get rid of it. Not to mention them, even the many cultivators nearby couldn't help but tremble. They swore that they would never provoke Gu Chang'e in the future. This guy looked like a transcendent immortal on the surface, but his methods were shockingly ruthless, which made people's hair stand on end. Gu Chang'e's methods are as ruthless as usual. He shows no mercy to his enemies. Gu Xian was secretly relieved. Compared to the enemies, Gu Chang'e was actually very good to her. Otherwise, she would have treated Gu Chang'e with the kind of murderous and hateful attitude she had at the beginning. She shuddered at the thought of it. The Featherman clan was smart. Now they know how to admit defeat. What were they doing before this? Gu Chang'e didn't think that he was a soft-hearted person. He could take advantage of this matter to intimidate the entire immortal ancient race and let everyone know that from today on, Gu Chang'e had the final say in the immortal ancient continent. Soon, the Featherman clan fell into chaos after Gu Chang'e's words. Some people's eyes turned red, and their faces were ferocious. They cursed loudly and wanted to kill Gu Chang'e. They would rather die than submit. But in the end, they were all killed by Gu Chang'e. More Featherman clan members chose to live. They didn't want to die so sullenly and unwillingly. Under the suppression of the Taichu divine sect and the immortal armor soldiers, all the Featherman clan members who submitted their submission survived. Those who chose to resist were all executed. The humiliation today was enough to make the remaining Featherman clan members unable to raise their heads and face their clansmen for the rest of their lives. Soon, what happened today spread to the outside world, to all parts of the immortal ancient continent, causing a huge earthquake. No clan could remain calm and sit still. Many immortal ancient clans were scared out of their wits when they heard the news. The Featherman clan, which had a long history and was incomparably huge, would be disintegrated after today. They would become Gu Changa's slaves, working for him forever and being ordered around by him. In this purge battle, the mysterious Gu clan patriarch became the focus of many cultivators' discussions. At the same time, the longevity Gu clan's foundation also shocked countless cultivators. The domineering power of the Taichu divine sect and the terrifying sharpness of the Gu clan's immortal armor soldiers caused a lot of discussion in this battle. The passage connecting the immortal ancient continent to the outside world was also opened by the Palace of Heavenly Tao under great pressure. The trial of the younger generation finally came to an end. But the immortal ancient continent was still not peaceful. Many orthodoxies and sects were still descending to fight for the resources. The Dragon Island where the true Dragon clan was located was closed. Divine light soared into the sky, and the defensive array was activated. Dragon roars shook the surroundings, attracting the attention of many cultivators. No one knew what the immortal ancient Dragon clan's purpose was. Soon, a few days passed. On this day, in the depths of the 100 horizontal mountain range, brilliant immortal light suddenly appeared, illuminating the sky. Immortal music spread, as if many fairies were dancing there. In an instant, many powerhouses were alarmed by the strange phenomenon. In the strange phenomenon, many ancient immortals appeared, sitting cross-legged and chanting scriptures, containing supreme mysteries. Many old antiques came to this place and studied it. Then, they found something shocking. The immortal gate has appeared. There may be an immortal road inside, containing the opportunity to become an immortal. When this news spread, it instantly shocked the entire immortal ancient continent, and even the outside world, immeasurable heaven, set off a terrifying frenzy. Immortal. This word had a special meaning in the entire upper world. Anything that was related to immortals was not simple. Not to mention becoming an immortal. In an instant, many terrifying powerhouses once again came to the immortal ancient continent. This matter did not affect Gu Changa, who had already planned to take the Featherman clan and the entire immortal ancient continent slowly. He could not help but chuckle. I've already taken all the good stuff. Even if the immortal road is open, what else can you find? Gu Changa had already led a group of followers, planning to leave the immortal ancient continent and return to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. After all, the passage between the two places was completely open. To him, the immortal ancient continent was like a back garden that he could enter at any time. He had to prepare for the next step of his plan. In addition, he had to think of a way to make the most of Gu Nanshan's deterrence. At the same time, Gu Changa had to think about how to deal with Gu Nanshan's anger. Although it felt good to scheme against the ancestral patriarch. However, the lessons that should come would still come. Soon, Gu Changa came up with a solution. He targeted Gu Xian'er. Chapter 181. After all, Gu Xian'er was the Lady of Luck. She had two powerful main character templates on her shoulders. Whether it was the peach tree in the peach village or the group of powerful people behind her, they were not easy to deal with. Moreover, Gu Changa did not intend to kill Gu Xian'er from the beginning. With this goal in mind, he had set up many schemes. Now, under his patient guidance, this silly girl had fallen into his evil clutches. His clutches. It would not be long before she realized his good intentions. Therefore, Gu Changa was very sure that Gu Xian would not have the intention to kill him now. At most, she would be so angry that she wanted to take revenge and get back what she had suffered. Gu Changa did not care about this kind of revenge. He turned his hand and suppressed the girl. After all, from the Laozu's attitude towards Gu Xian'er, Gu Changa knew that he definitely felt guilty towards Gu Xian'er. Many things would go according to Gu Xian'er's wishes. Gu Changa's goal was actually very simple. As the Laozu of Gu Xian'er's bloodline, Gu Nanshan definitely did not want to see his bloodline decline. Moreover, Gu Changa's actions today were not a problem for the entire family's benefit. He would even receive the approval of many elders. As for the reason, one must know that the entire immortal ancient continent was such a big cake. After Gu Changa had a hand in it, the Gu family naturally got the biggest piece. Compared to the rest of the younger generation, Gu Changa's strategy was enough to make them gasp in admiration. At the same time, they understood that the Gu family would not go downhill like they thought it would in his hands. On the contrary, in Gu Changa's hands, the Gu family would become more and more glorious. With this as a prerequisite, even if Gu Nanshan wanted to teach him a lesson, he would have to find a place where no one was around. Gu Xian's identity was actually very awkward now. As the little princess of the longevity Gu clan, no one dared to acknowledge her identity for fear of offending Gu Changa and the bloodline behind him. Gu Changa's current status was like the sun in the sky in the Gu family. Those clansmen who wanted to redress Gu Xian's innocence did not dare to speak up. They were very afraid of Gu Changa. Furthermore, the seventh princess of the Shanghai Palace had died at the hands of Gu Xian. This matter was worthy of Gu Changa's intervention. It just so happens that the immortal ancient dragon race is the hardest bone to chew on. It's a bit tricky. This is a wonderful opportunity. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. Rumble. Very quickly, many powerful auras descended from the immortal ancient continent. They left, shaking the heavens, attracting the attention of many elders and disciples of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Several enormous purple-bronze ancient warships were docked on the supreme peak, each emitting an ancient and powerful aura. Greetings, young master. Many experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect gathered there with respectful expressions. Gu Changa nodded slightly and told them to reorganize and rest at Wushang Peak. The other experts of the large sects were stationed in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. This could even be considered a provocation. But now, in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, no one dared to say a word. Gu Changa's power had reached an unprecedented peak. How's it going? Gu Changa asked. Young master, the remaining members of the Feathermen clan have been dealt with, the experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect replied respectfully. They had received the order to come to the boundless heaven to listen to Gu Changa's orders and clear the obstacles in the immortal ancient continent for him. The Feathermen clan was the first to bear the brunt, but there were still many clansmen scattered outside after their territory fell. Very good. Gu Changa nodded and said with satisfaction. He followed the principle of cutting weeds and pulling up the roots, so he naturally didn't plan to let them go. Now, he had deterred the entire immortal ancient continent, so he didn't need the experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect to show up and cause unnecessary trouble. They were stationed on the supreme peak and could listen to his orders at any time. Just as the experts of the divine sect of the Taichu sect were returning, the sound of galloping came from the other side of the sky, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging between heaven and earth. A terrifying immortal army also returned to the supreme peak. You've worked hard. Looking at them, Gu Changa couldn't help but smile. We'll wait for the young master's orders. When the young master truly controls the Gu family, we'll be willing to open up new territories for the Gu family and go through water and tread on fire for generations. The sky was filled with mighty immortal light. The immortal armored guard of the Gu family's loud voice reverberated. Then, with shocking murderous intent, he rushed into a passage and disappeared. The terrifying murderous intent still lingered in the air, causing the disciples on the various peaks to be shocked. Gu Changa stood on the peak, watching them leave with an inexplicable expression. This was a sharp weapon that could cut through anything. Unfortunately, it wasn't the day he could fully control and command the immortal armored guards. Normally, they would fight and cultivate in the other planes of the world. Only when they were summoned by the family would they break through the space passage and rush over. This time, they obeyed Gu Changa's orders and came to fight the Winged Man clan, killing any forces that disrespected the longevity Gu family. After the mission was completed, they would leave. Unless Gu Chang'e became the true master of the Gu family, he would be qualified to truly control this terrifying and sharp force. This time, it could be said that it was completely an exception. After all, there were other orthodoxies and great sects eyeing the immortal ancient continent. The longevity Gu family had a good reason to suppress the Winged Man clan, so no one could say anything. What about them? They didn't have any excuse. They sent experts to the immortal ancient continent, saying that they wanted to protect the younger generation. This was to prevent the younger generation from getting hurt or dying here. However, the various clans of the immortal ancient continent weren't stupid. They watched as the Winged Man clan was subdued by Gu Chang'e. They definitely wouldn't follow the same path, so every clan obediently hid and didn't leave their clan grounds. They didn't provoke trouble, and they were like cowards. They acted quickly in this matter, leaving the other orthodoxies helpless. They couldn't find a good excuse to attack in such a short time. Even in this world, on the surface, one had to pay attention to the word reason. Otherwise, if one clan dominated, it would easily lead to the retaliation of the other orthodoxies, which wouldn't be good for long-term stability. Unless one was strong enough to face all the orthodoxies alone. However, if that was the case, why not dominate the entire upper realm? Young master, have you been well recently? Then, the surroundings of the supreme peak quietened down, and a cold voice sounded in the void. Yan Ji's figure appeared. Her facial features were picturesque, cold and moving. During this time, she had been cultivating on the supreme peak, waiting for Gu Chang'e's return. During the trip to the immortal ancient continent, Gu Chang'e didn't bring her with him, so she didn't reveal his whereabouts. Quite well. Gu Chang'e smiled, then remembered something else. He told Yan Ji, coincidentally, I have something I need you to do. Young master, please instruct me. Yan Ji replied with a puzzled look in her eyes. After not seeing Gu Chang'e for a while, she couldn't see through him anymore. In the past, she could still sense some danger from him. Now, she couldn't even sense the danger. She felt like she was facing a calm and vast sea. This didn't mean that she had become stronger, or that Gu Chang'e had become weaker. It meant that Gu Chang'e had become stronger and more terrifying. Yan Ji could only sigh in her heart. No wonder he was young Master Gu. His talent was so strong that it was rare. It's not a big deal. Actually, I just need you to bring some people to help me find the whereabouts of some people. They have disappeared in a plain world for more than 10 years, Gu Chang'e said with a smile. At the same time, there was a flash of light in his palm. He exchanged a few boundary-breaking talismans from the system store and gave them to Yan Ji. Young master, you want to find some people? Yan Ji was confused, but she didn't ask. As a follower, she didn't need to know too much. Yes, I want to find some people. I'll ask someone to collect their information and give it to you. If you run into danger in that plain world, it's better to run for your life. If you accidentally lose your life, I'll be sad for a long time. Gu Chang'e smiled. His words revealed his sincerity and concern for Yan Ji. Don't worry, young master. I'll be careful. Yan Ji felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Obviously, she was touched by Gu Chang'e's concern. The boundary-breaking talisman was many times more precious than the boundary-breaking talisman. In the lower realm, the boundary-breaking talisman was a divine item that could forcefully break open the boundary barrier and escape. Gu Chang'e didn't hesitate to give her these talismans to save her life. Yan Ji was very confident in her own strength of the great sage realm. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e did this because he was worried about her safety and wanted to give her more protection. Yan Ji naturally felt such a delicate thing. Of course, Yan Ji didn't know that Gu Chang'e gave her so many boundary-breaking talismans because he felt that this trip would be extremely dangerous. Although Yan Ji's strength was tyrannical, she might also encounter danger. After all, the people she was looking for were Gu Xian's parents and grandfather. Back then, Gu Xian's grandfather was trapped in a side world because of a matter and couldn't break free. After that, Gu Xian's parents led their clansmen to help and disappeared without a trace, leaving Gu Xian in the clan's land. This was why Gu Chang'e went crazy and dug out Gu Xian's bones. However, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, this matter was actually not a big deal and there wouldn't be any danger. According to Gu Xian's heaven-defying luck, her parents and grandfather would obviously be safe and sound. She might even benefit from this misfortune and increase her strength greatly. This kind of trick was too normal. Gu Chang'e knew this very well. However, Gu Xian definitely didn't know. She might even be very worried about this. Therefore, Gu Chang'e started to set a trap for Gu Xian again. If he didn't take this kind of good impression now, what was the point of keeping it? Of course, this kind of thing had to be done secretly. Not only could he not let Gu Xian know about it now, but he also couldn't let the clansmen behind Gu Chang'e know about it. If he did a good deed, he definitely had to leave his name. However, this name couldn't be exposed now. In Gu Chang'e's eyes, there was no better candidate than Yan Ji now. Soon, Gu Chang'e sent someone to find information about Gu Xian's parents and grandfather and gave it to Yan Ji. After receiving the mission, Yan Ji's figure disappeared and left quickly. All these years, not only did Gu Chang'e ask Yin Mei to help him secretly collect cultivation resources, but he also asked her to be in charge of training and nurturing some men of sacrifice. Gu Chang'e would occasionally appear and go to various places to find talented young men and women to nurture as his secret subordinates. Now, he had already sent a message to Yin Mei, asking her to send some men of sacrifice out to wait at special places and listen to Yan Ji's arrangements. Gu Chang'e was very careful in his actions and would not easily reveal the many methods he had. The fewer people knew about Yan Ji's existence, the better. Time passed, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, not only did Gu Chang'e leave immortal ancient continent with his people, but also the other young masters. This was the case for the other young supreme beings as well. They stopped their training and were brought away by the elders. After the immortal gate appeared, many old monsters were alarmed and headed there. Undercurrents were surging in immortal ancient continent, and it was difficult to continue training. It was better to let everyone return. During this time, many things that happened in immortal ancient continent quickly spread to all the heavens and even to the other lands, causing a huge uproar. The inheritor of demonic arts, Yi Ling, appeared and fought with Gu Chang'e. After being severely injured, he disappeared without a trace. The young leader of the immortal ancient dragon tribe, Long Teng, died at the hands of Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e's reputation among the younger generation had reached an unprecedented height. Whether it was the young taboo-level strength or his actions, they were all admirable. Begging for flowers, for a time, many of his fanatical admirers appeared everywhere. Of course, many people were also secretly wary of Yi Ling, wary of this powerful inheritor of demonic arts. Being able to escape from Gu Chang'e's hands was enough to explain everything. Yi Ling's strength was definitely not something that ordinary young supremes could match. The White Tiger tribe hated Yi Ling to the core, and they still didn't give up on tracking down Yi Ling's whereabouts. This matter also involved the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe. As the current heavenly lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe, Yin Mei was almost killed by Yi Ling naturally. She stood up without hesitation and swore that she would kill Yi Ling in this life to avenge her fiancé, Bai Lai, who had died long ago. Yin Mei's declaration made many cultivators and living beings couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She dared to stand up and face the inheritor of demonic arts. This courage and boldness was really not simple. It seemed that Yin Mei had been deceived by Yi Ling back then, and a deep hatred had been buried in her heart. Many people recalled that when Yin Mei was in great danger, it was Gu Chang'e who stood up and saved her. All these made people even more amazed. Outside the palace of heavenly immortals, many young cultivators who had come to visit Gu Chang'e had come. Several powerful young supremes wanted to follow him. Gu Chang'e didn't refuse. Followers were a symbol of identity and status among the younger generation. Young Supremes were already the best of their generation and had an invincible Taoist heart. Without even fighting, they had already submitted to others. This kind of thing only showed that their reverence and admiration for Gu Changa was already deeply ingrained. As for suspecting Gu Changa as the inheritor of demonic arts, no one had ever thought about it, and they wouldn't think about it at all. On the contrary, the other young Supremes seemed to have some traces of the inheritor of demonic arts, which made many cultivators suspicious. On the other side, after Bai Lai's death, the White Tiger clan also took the initiative to cancel the engagement between Bai Lai and Yin Mei. They went further and further on the road of revenge against the inheritor of demonic arts. Unfortunately, no one knew that Yi Ling's body had already turned to ashes and was buried in a dry well in the immortal ancient continent. No one could find Yi Ling. As a result, it made people feel that the inheritor of demonic arts was very mysterious and powerful, which caused a lot of panic. In addition, many problems that had accumulated in the immortal ancient continent also erupted at the same time. For example, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace was suppressed by Gu Changa in the immortal ancient continent, and then killed by a girl named Gu Xian. This incident triggered the anger of the Ocean Palace. As the overlord of the Endless Water clan, the seventh princess's status in the Ocean Palace was needless to say. She was even groomed as the next palace master. Gu Changa's status was so noble that they didn't dare to insult him lightly. But Gu Xian was different. The Ocean Palace had investigated Gu Xian identity, and after a thorough investigation, they finally found something wrong. Although she was indeed a member of the Gu family, no one could prove it on the surface. On the contrary, there was a grudge between her and Gu Changa in the beginning. This talented Nirvana girl, who was said to be on par with Gu Changa, had a very strange origin. She came from the abandoned land of immortals in the outer region and lived in the wilderness since she was young. This made the people of the Ocean Palace excited, feeling that they had discovered a scandal of the Longevity Gu clan. Since the Longevity Gu clan didn't admit Gu Xian's identity, then their revenge was a matter of course. Who would dare to say no? After all, the cause of all this was Gu Xian directly killing the seventh princess's brother first. A life for a life, it was only right and proper. At that time, unless the Longevity Gu clan exposed the scandal and admitted Gu Xian's identity, then it would cause a sensation in the world and become the object of ridicule of all orthodoxies. Otherwise, who would stand up and support her? The great elder of the Tao Heavenly Palace? That wouldn't do either. For a time, many powerhouses of the Sea clan came from the distant Endless Sea, intending to find Gu Xian to seek justice. In the Tao Heavenly Palace, Gu Changa, who received the news, couldn't help but smile faintly. This is just as I expected, and the Ocean Palace really came at the right time, Yi Zichen said. Then, he began to move, heading towards the mountain peak where the great elder was, waiting for Gu Xian to return. At the same time, in the immortal ancient continent, in a vast mountain range, a terrifying heavenly aura was displayed, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The Featherman clan's prospective supreme ancestor was determined to escape, heading towards the Dragon Island where the immortal ancient dragon clan was. However, he was still caught by Gu Nanshan on the way. He displayed his tyrannical strength, quickly eliminating the Featherman clan's prospective supreme ancestor. Behind him, Gu Xian was led by the Great Elder, following closely behind. Gu Xian's eyebrows jumped a little, and she conveniently looted the Featherman clan's prospective supreme ancestor's property. A prospective supreme ancestor's property is really rich. Gu Xian's beautiful face was full of smiles, having no resistance to treasures at all. At this moment, she was still completely unaware that Gu Changa was setting a trap for her. Although Gu Nanshan was a little envious of those treasures, at this time, he was too embarrassed to snatch them in front of his juniors. He had to have the demeanor of a supreme ancestor. "Thank you, supreme ancestor." Gu Xian naturally saw the Supreme Ancestor's reluctant expression, and her eyes couldn't help but curve into the shape of a crescent moon, hurriedly and obediently said. She didn't believe that the Supreme Ancestor would have the nerve to snatch things from her hands when she was so obedient. Gu Xian was already like this. How could Gu Nanshan not understand that this girl looked cold and quiet, but her heart was full of mischief? He couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face, and said, "You little girl, why are you treating me like an outsider? Supreme Ancestor, you are so kind." Gu Xian smiled sweetly, revealing a pair of shallow dimples, looking extremely cute and obedient. 1000. Chapter 182. I've vented my anger, but it's still not enough. When I think about how I was tricked by that bastard Gu Changa, I didn't even have the chance to reject him. That's enough to make me angry. Why is there such an unfilial descendant here? What good does it do him to anger me to death? Looking at Gu Xian's smile, Gu Nanshan didn't show anything on his face, but he was full of grievances in his heart. The great elder couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Looking at Gu Nanshan's expression, he actually felt a little happy. As for sympathy, there was no need for that, and it wasn't necessary. Back then, when he was angered by Gu Changa, he also looked like this. Gu Changa was such a stubborn guy that no one could get anything out of him. When this happened to a junior, he could only sigh. Such a scheming method was really shocking. Even he, who had lived for so long, could not do this. Everything was connected, and no one could find a way to solve it. Alright, the trial in the immortal ancient continent is almost over. Xian, follow me back to the family. There are many things that I should explain to you. Soon, Gu Nanshan's face became serious. It was rare for him to be so serious. As the ancestor of Gu Xian's bloodline, he naturally had to find a way to restore their bloodline's former glory. Before that, he had to seek justice for Gu Xian. Ancestor, is this true? Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned. She didn't doubt the authenticity of Gu Nanshan's words, but she felt that it was unrealistic. First of all, would the rest of the Gu family agree? After all, this matter involved the longevity Gu family's reputation. Now, Gu Changa was the young master of the longevity Gu family, the successor of the Dao Heaven Palace. How could he be tainted with such a noble status? Most of the elders of the Gu family obviously wouldn't side with her in this matter, considering the big picture. Otherwise, why would she have to wander outside and stay away from the family for so many years? Although Gu Nanshan was the patriarch of the Gu clan and had a powerful cultivation base, his authority in the Gu clan was actually lower than that of the patriarch. After all, who didn't have a few ancestors behind them? If the patriarch had to step in for everything, then there was no need for the patriarch to make decisions in this family. Furthermore, this was the most important point. How did Gu Changa react to this? With his personality, would he do something that would harm himself and benefit others? Even if he had some difficulties and secrets, he would not reveal them so easily. In fact, Gu Xian had already considered all of this. Therefore, when Gu Nanshan said it first, she shook her head slightly and thought it was impossible. Her current strength was not enough for the Gu family to value her. She could not even be compared to Gu Changa. Although the Gu family had a good reputation, everything had to be considered for the long-term interests of the family. Gu Nanshan's decisions and actions were no exception. Xian, don't worry. With the ancestor here, I will definitely get justice for what happened back then. Gu Nanshan's expression froze. He did not expect Gu Xian to react so calmly. In that case, his confidence seemed to be lacking. He also knew that with Gu Xian's current strength, it would be difficult for the entire family to value her. At most, she would suppress Gu Changa and prevent Gu Changa from secretly harming her. But this seemed to be useless. From Gu Changa's current actions, it seemed that he really did not have any intention of killing Gu Xian. This made Gu Nanshan confused. Otherwise, why would he randomly say that Gu Changa had some difficulties? Is that so? Since you say so, ancestor, then I will believe you, Gu Xian said seriously at this moment. Her sparkling and beautiful eyes said that it would be strange if she believed this old man. Gu Nanshan was a little embarrassed for a moment. He really liked this granddaughter and granddaughter. In his heart, he also felt very guilty. He really wanted to make up for the hardships she had suffered all these years. Gu Changa has his difficulties. Xian, you have to believe that the family has never had any ill intentions towards you. Gu Nanshan said again. What are Gu Changa's difficulties? Gu Xian, asked. Gu Nanshan shut up. He also wanted to ask Gu Changa what difficulties he had. He also wanted to know. But he really did not expect that Gu Xian, was not doubting his words. She was very puzzled and asked seriously. Gu Nanshan did not answer. Gu Xian, also did not ask. In her opinion, this matter definitely involved a very big secret. It was so big that even the ancestor could not easily say it out loud. Everything had to wait for her to unravel it herself. Gu Changa, one day I will uncover your secret. Gu Xian, clenched her delicate fists and swore in her heart. After that, the three of them did not stay. The main purpose of the Great Elder and Gu Nanshan was to protect Gu Xian. They were afraid that something would happen to her. Once the trial was over, all the orthodoxies would rush in. Any of the younger generation who stayed here would be in danger. Soon, the Great Elder waved his sleeve. The void in front of him blurred and a passage appeared. He planned to bring the two of them to leave the immortal ancient continent and return to the palace of heavenly immortals. Gu Nanshan was the ancestor of the Gu family. Now that the matter was resolved, he naturally had to properly entertain them. However, when the three of them left the immortal ancient continent and returned to the mountain peak where the Great Elder usually cultivated, their expressions froze. A young man in white with a natural expression and sparkling black hair tied up by a black hair band was already waiting there. He had a warm smile on his face and was very elegant. Princess Mingkong, why did you ask someone to stop me? At the same time, in a magnificent ancient city 80,000 miles away from the palace of heavenly immortals in the boundless heaven. High up in the sky, there was a carriage overflowing with light. It was stopped here, surrounded by several figures with powerful auras. A charming and gentle voice came from the carriage. A woman in a red dress sat in the middle. Her 9 fluffy and snow-white fox tails swayed in the void. She was held in the arms of 2 maids. It was Yin Mei. At this moment, she had a demonic and charming smile on her face. At the same time, there was an inexplicable feeling. The coachman outside the carriage was a heavenly god realm expert. However, he had a grave expression on his face. Miss, this group of people is very powerful. It's okay. I think Princess Mingkong is a reasonable person. She won't make things difficult for a weak woman like me. Yin Mei's voice carried a faint smile. It was as if she was not worried at all. In the void outside, there was a terrifying fluctuation that was as vast as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Many powerhouses appeared from all directions and surrounded the carriage. Their divine consciousness swept in all directions. It was extremely powerful. Dong! Heaven and earth trembled. Waves of ripples erupted in the void. The cultivators who were prepared to watch the show from afar could not help but groan. Their chi and blood surged. They were extremely shocked. Then, they retreated as far as they could. They did not dare to approach at all. This group of people was too terrifying. They did not dare to imagine. You have crossed the line. You shouldn't be so close to him. An aloof and otherworldly beauty stepped into the void. Hearing this, her voice was calm and cold. With every step she took, dazzling lotuses of the great path appeared in the void and bloomed one by one. It was as if there was a silver light that turned into immortal runes and imprinted themselves in the void. It was extremely terrifying. It was Yumingkong, who had left the immortal ancient continent. At this moment, her body was shrouded in immortal light. Her face was blurry. Her eyes were deep and calm. Her wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her expression did not change at all. Her eyes were like gemstones. They were indescribably beautiful and could be said to be peerless. When she spoke, there was also the coldness and nobility of a supreme empress. Yin Mei sat in the carriage. She did not seem surprised by Yumingkong's purpose. When she saw Yumingkong in the Baihang mountain range, she knew that Gu Chang'e would find out about her relationship with her. In Yin Mei's opinion, this kind of insignificant matter was nothing to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e would not care at all. After all, she was just a chess piece. Her position in his heart was far inferior to Yumingkong's. With Yumingkong's intelligence, how could she not know all this? Hence, Yin Mei knew that Yumingkong would come to her. However, she did not expect that Yumingkong would be so fast. She had just left the immortal ancient continent and Yumingkong had come to stop her. Such a forceful and decisive action was in line with the rumors. Yin Mei also knew that the future empress was very possessive of Gu Chang'e. She would not allow other women to get close to Gu Chang'e. Everything that had happened today was the best proof of that. Hearing this, Yin Mei could not help but smile. Princess Mingkong, you are too overbearing. If the master knows all this, do you think he will be angry? I don't care about this. Yumingkong said indifferently. She knew Gu Chang'e very well. She knew that Gu Chang'e would not be tempted by Yin Mei. At most, he would just use her. However, before that, she had to make Yin Mei understand that she should not have any unnecessary thoughts. Besides, she hoped that Gu Chang'e would be angry with her. At least, it meant that she had a place in Gu Chang'e's heart. Yumingkong was worried that Gu Chang'e would not care about this matter. He would neither blame nor ask about it. Oh, it seems that Princess Mingkong and the master had a quarrel. Did they have a conflict? Hearing this, Yin Mei's smile was a little strange. She sensed that Yumingkong's words had a tinge of loneliness and disappointment. She was born with a gift for controlling these small emotions. That was why her acting skills were flawless. At this moment, Yin Mei noticed Yumingkong's hidden emotions. She suddenly understood. No wonder when Gu Chang'e left the immortal ancient continent, Yumingkong was not with him. It seemed that the two of them had a conflict in the Baihang mountain range. And the problem was very likely to be with Yumingkong. At first, Yin Mei was very envious of Yumingkong. In this world, Yumingkong was definitely the first girl who could be treated like this by Gu Chang'e. But now, she seemed to see a faint glimmer of hope. She did not want to be a chess piece in Gu Chang'e's hands. She also hoped that Gu Chang'e would really look at her. How do you know? Suddenly, a terrifying divine light appeared in Yumingkong's eyes. It turned into a bright moon mark, containing a terrifying divine power. Of course, I can see it. Yin Mei smiled. At this moment, she was not as afraid of Yumingkong as before. So what if her power and influence were not as good as Yumingkong's? Her use to Gu Chang'e now could not be replaced by Yumingkong. At this moment, as long as Yumingkong was not stupid, she would not dare to kill her. Yumingkong was also afraid that Gu Chang'e would hate her. And this was the chance she could take advantage of. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yumingkong said coldly. As a person who had been reborn, she would not take Yin Mei seriously. She showed up just to warn her. No. If you kill me, Master may not blame you. But Princess Mingkong, you have to think carefully. From now on, you may not be able to enter Master's heart. Have you thought about the consequences? Yin Mei said with a smile. At this moment, she chose to confront Yu Mingkong directly. Are you threatening me? Yu Mingkong's eyes suddenly became extremely deep and cold. Her aura surged as if she could destroy thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with a wave of her hand. A vixen actually dared to provoke and threaten her. This was something that she had not expected at all. Most importantly, what Yin Mei said was the thing that Yu Mingkong was most worried about. No, I'm just explaining everything to Princess Mingkong. Yin Mei shook her head. Of course, if you don't kill me, Princess Mingkong, you have to be careful in the future. There are many things that I can help Master with, but you can't. Let's see who gets Master's heart first. Yin Mei did not care about Yu Mingkong's coldness and murderous aura at all. She was not weak at all. Now that she had grasped Yu Mingkong's weakness, she naturally had to make good use of it. In her opinion, these words just happened to poke Yu Mingkong's heart. Ha, ridiculous. However, to Yin Mei's surprise, Yu Mingkong did not look angry. Instead, there was more ridicule in her eyes. You want to win Gu Changa's heart? Yu Mingkong's voice was very calm, but there was a faint mockery and contempt in it. She did not take Yin Mei's words seriously. She was never worried that Gu Changa would be tempted by other women. She just felt jealous and uncomfortable when she saw that there was another woman beside him. Even if she knew that Gu Changa was pretending to be like that, it was not his true self. She would be the same. No one knew Gu Changa better than Yu Mingkong. In her opinion, Yin Mei's confidence was a kind of ignorance and a dream, so Yu Mingkong did not care about Yin Mei's rude words just now. However, from your words, I understand a principle. It's better to let go than to block. We have to find the root of everything, instead of trying to change everything now. Yu Mingkong said. At this moment, she had already gotten the answer she wanted. She would not give up her purpose, and at the same time, she would not do anything meaningless at this time. Even if she was reborn, she would not be able to stop Gu Changa. So why not use another method? What does Yu Mingkong mean? Yin Mei asked, frowning. She directly called Yu Mingkong by her name. She did not know why Yu Mingkong was so sure that she could not win Gu Changa's heart. She did not believe it. However, Yu Mingkong did not answer Yin Mei's question. She left this place and waved her jade-like hand. All the powerhouses in front of her turned into divine light and soared into the sky, disappearing from this place. They did not continue to stop her. If you can really do it, perhaps it's not a bad thing. Yu Mingkong's voice came from afar. Why? Yin Mei was stunned for a moment in the carriage. On the shore of the boundless sea. Dongli ancient city. There was once an ancient family here that had existed for millions of years, from the past to the present. They had experienced prosperity, decline, retirement, and revival, becoming the overlord of this place. Unfortunately, a few years ago, they had offended the divine sect of the Taichu sect, and many powerhouses had taken action. This ancient aristocratic family was completely wiped out. The original address was now a desolate ruin. The traces of the fire spread all the way. Broken walls and overgrown weeds were everywhere. The broken corners and bricks showed the prosperity of the past. The scene was very bleak. The cultivators passing by occasionally took a look, and there was no lack of sighs in their eyes. Sigh, back then, the ancient Sun family was so powerful. No one dared to refute a word they said in Dongli ancient city. They were an existence that could cause an earthquake with a stomp of their feet. Now, not even a trace of them can be found. The Taichu demonic sect wreaked havoc everywhere. It was terrifying. This kind of power was destroyed just like that. Many old people sighed. However, no matter how powerful a family is, there will be a time when it will fall. Who told them to offend a power they shouldn't have offended, and offend someone they shouldn't have offended? 2. The people on the side also sighed. Shoo, lower your voice. There are some things that can't be said. Have you forgotten what happened to the Feathermen clan in the immortal ancient continent? Be careful with your words. A person immediately shivered and said. Thinking of that news, they couldn't help but shut up, fear in their eyes. At this moment, a wave of crashing sound suddenly came, like a huge wave rushing into the sky. This sound was incomparably loud, sounding from a distant place. It came from the boundless sea. All the cultivators in the ancient city heard this loud sound. Many figures flew through the air, looking towards the source of the sound. Hiss. Seeing the scene, everyone's face was full of shock, sucking in a breath of cold air. That was originally the immeasurable sea, the territory of the sea race. Occasionally, the sea race would come with sea goods. But today was different. There was a large number of warships rushing over, covering the sky and sun. Terrifying fluctuations came from afar. A huge blue flag fluttered in the wind. The Ocean Palace. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Ocean Palace led a large number of sea race, coming from the immeasurable sea. Some people immediately associated it with what happened in the immortal ancient continent. The Ocean Palace's seventh princess was killed by a young girl named Wuxia. Could it be that the Ocean Palace was angry because of this matter? Did they plan to come for revenge and seek justice? Soon, this news spread quickly. For a time, it resounded in all the ancient cities of the immeasurable heaven, causing a huge sensation. At this time, on the peak of the Tao Heavenly Palace, clouds and mist surged, and the mountain wind blew. Everything seemed ethereal and distant, like a paradise on earth. Oh, great elder and ancestor are back. Gu Chang'e, who was drinking by himself at the stone table, felt the movement. With a smile on his face, he stood up to receive them. The void was blurred, and a passage appeared. 3 figures walked out from it, their expressions different, but none of them had a good expression. Why was Gu Chang'e waiting here so early? Gu Xian's small face, which had a satisfied smile, froze. For a moment, her big eyes were full of anger and confusion. Chapter 183. Gu Xian was confused. What was Gu Chang'e doing here instead of staying at his Wushang peak? He had stirred up a hornet's nest in the immortal ancient continent. Was he going to leave the mess behind and not care about it? Gu Chang'e, why are you here? It didn't take long for the Grand Elder to snap back to his senses. Stepping out of the void, he flicked his sleeves and asked. He had never been kind to Gu Chang'e, no matter if it was in the past or now. He admired him, but he could not agree with Gu Chang'e's methods. Their cultivation philosophies were completely different. Gu Nanshan's expression was not very good either. However, because Gu Xian was beside him, he had to pretend to admire Gu Chang'e. This made him even more sullen and depressed. Of course I am here to wait for the great elder and the ancestor to return. At the same time, I want to see if Xian has been slacking off. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. His figure was slender, his skin was like jade, and his robe was wide. When he spoke, he was noble and natural. Xian, I haven't seen you for a while. Your cultivation has improved a lot. I am very pleased. As he spoke, he looked at Gu Xian, who was secretly moving back. If someone was not familiar with him, they would definitely be charmed by his handsome and elegant smile. However, Gu Xian was not. Her expression was cold and indifferent. At the same time, she rolled her eyes slightly in her heart. She did not believe that Gu Chang'e would be so kind to visit her. It was very likely that he was secretly scheming something. Gu Xian clearly remembered that she had gone to visit Gu Chang'e out of goodwill. However, not only did he not appreciate it, he even humiliated her severely. At the same time, she was also forced to be involved in the attack of the Featherman tribe. In Gu Xian's little notebook, this debt was clearly recorded. He was waiting for the day when he would find Gu Chang'e to return it with interest. What? Are you still blaming me because of what happened that day? I'm doing this for your own good. If you lack experience at such a young age, it'll be difficult for you to achieve great things in the future. When I was your age, I had already killed my way into the boundless sea alone. Unlike you, you can't handle the princess of the ocean palace. Seeing Gu Xian's expression, how could Gu Chang'e not guess what she was thinking? He immediately revealed a faint smile and spoke with a natural and amiable expression. As he spoke, he shook his head. His words were quite sincere and serious, as if he was a brother who was thinking for Gu Xian'er. Hearing these words from 21. Even Gu Nanshan, the great ancestor, was stunned. He thought that since Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian'er were archenemies, it was already good that they didn't fight each other when they met. Why did it seem like they were on good terms now? Could it be that he was mistaken? Or that Gu Chang'e had already solved the problem? Thinking of this, he suddenly understood a little. No wonder Gu Xian'er didn't have any hatred or murderous intent towards Gu Chang'e. It turned out that Gu Chang'e had already solved it. For a moment, Gu Nanshan was a little relieved. His anger towards Gu Chang'e and his desire to teach him a lesson had also faded a lot. This junior still had some tricks up his sleeve. In that case, it was actually quite good. Gu Chang'e, don't put on an act. It would have been better if Gu Chang'e didn't say it. Once he said it, Gu Xian became angry. It was simply touching the pot that didn't boil. He was really deliberately angering her. Gu Xian'er was so angry that her teeth itched. She couldn't hold it in any longer. At that moment, she secretly gritted her teeth and stared at Gu Chang'e. In her crystal clear beautiful eyes, there was a chilly air. It was as if there were many ice blades that wanted to pierce through him. Just a moment ago, she was still in a good mood and smiling. This trip to the immortal ancient continent could be said to be a fruitful one. But in the blink of an eye, her small face was covered with ice, like an iceberg that would never melt. You don't understand your elder brother's good intentions now. Gu Chang'e shook his head and said with a little regret and disappointment. Ancestor, can you suppress Gu Chang'e's cultivation? I want to have a fair duel with him and tear his mouth off. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er said coldly. She felt that Gu Chang'e was deliberately angering her. Xian'er, don't tell me you think that with the ancestor backing you up, you've become arrogant again. Gu Chang'e laughed lightly, as if he didn't put Gu Xian'er in his eyes at all. His tone was casual. This expression made Gu Xian'er gnash her teeth in hatred. She thought of the previous times when she was brutally suppressed by Gu Chang'e. Xian'er, cough cough, I'm afraid you misunderstood Chang'e's good intentions. At this moment, Gu Nanshan also coughed slightly. From the current situation, Gu Xian'er and Gu Chang'e's grudges had mostly been resolved. As the ancestor, he naturally wanted to see such a situation. Even if he didn't like Gu Chang'e, he couldn't really let the two of them fight at this time. So he quickly stopped Gu Xian'er. To be honest, even he, the ancestor, couldn't see how strong Gu Chang'e was. Who knew how many trump cards Gu Chang'e had? If Gu Xian'er really fought with Gu Chang'e, with her current ability, she definitely wouldn't have the upper hand at all. Ancestor, aren't you on my side? Why are you always partial to Gu Chang'e? Gu Xian'er was a little angry. In front of Gu Chang'e, she couldn't be as indifferent as usual. I'm doing this for your own good, Gu Nanshan said helplessly. Listening to the words of the two, Gu Chang'e's smile didn't change. He raised his hand and raised the cup, bringing the wine to the corner of his mouth. In his heart, he somewhat understood. Sure enough, as he expected, even if Gu Nanshan was angry with him now, he couldn't do anything to him. After all, Gu Nanshan wasn't stupid. At this time, would he tell the truth to Gu Xian'er and ruin the current situation? On the contrary, in order to maintain the current situation, Gu Nanshan might have to find a way to assist Gu Chang'e. For example, now, if you don't believe me, you can go outside and ask around. What is the Ocean Palace doing now? Thinking of this, Gu Changa's eyes flashed a strange color, and then he said with a slight headache. The Ocean Palace. Gu was slightly stunned, and many scenes flashed through her mind. Many were actually blurred, but one scene was particularly clear. The sky was dark, and the ground was dark, and the murderous intent was boundless. Gu Changa descended from the sky and stood in front of her. Gu just realized that she had personally killed the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace in the immortal ancient continent. Although it was Gu Changa who suppressed the seventh princess, it was she who killed her. She couldn't absolve herself from the blame. The Ocean Palace would not let this go. Now, if the Ocean Palace wanted revenge, they would definitely come for her. Gu Changa was not stupid. At that time, he didn't kill her. He threw the burden on her and then left. You're right, the Ocean Palace will definitely come for me for revenge. Hearing this, Gu nodded. With her current status, the Ocean Palace would not put her in their eyes. However, if it was Gu Changa who killed the seventh princess, the situation would be different. The Ocean Palace would not dare to easily retaliate against Gu Changa. So, why did Gu Changa do that? What was his purpose? At this time, I'm afraid the Ocean Palace is already here. Don't waste your brother's good intentions, Gu Changa said again. Is what he said true? Gu was silent, a little puzzled. In that case, it seemed that Gu Changa intended to trick her. But why did he not help to save her when he saw that her life was in danger? But in the end, let her personally end the seventh princess's life. Gu Changa did not do it. From Gu point of view, there were two possibilities. 1. Gu Changa simply wanted to see her in trouble. He thought that the trouble was not big enough. He wanted her to offend the Ocean Palace, but he did not want to offend the dead Ocean Palace. But with Gu Changa's temperament, was there any power in this world that he did not dare to offend? So the other possibility was that Gu Changa was too arrogant. He was obviously worried about her safety, but he pretended to be high and mighty. And all this, as Gu Changa said, was deliberately arranged by Gu Changa to train her. She shook her head and threw all these thoughts out of her mind. Gu Changa's good intentions. Why did he want to train her? He helped her become stronger, and then she could defeat or even kill him to avenge the loss of his bones. No one in their right mind would do such a thing. Could it be that Gu Changa's ultimate goal had always been this? It had to be said that Gu was at a loss at this time. If this was really Gu Changa's goal. In her opinion, it was extremely stupid. It did not seem like something Gu Changa would do at all. Gu Changa saw that his goal had been achieved. He smiled and said to the great elder, Changa came here this time to discuss something with you when you return. Why are you waiting for me to return? The great elder asked with a frown. Of course, to discuss the recent events with you. If I remember correctly, you promised to protect the various clans in Immortal Ancient. Now that this passage is open, so many orthodoxies from the outside world have come, and they have already destroyed the peace and stability in Immortal Ancient Continent. Gu Changa smiled and did not care at all about the great elder's gloomy face. Don't think that I don't know that the culprit behind all this is you. Don't pretend to be a good person in front of me. The great elder interrupted him coldly. Gu Changa smiled and said, it's useless to talk about this now. The appearance of the Immortal Gate has shaken the world. Great elder, do you really want so many old antiques to come? It's not impossible for the various clans in Immortal Ancient to be destroyed today. As long as the various clans in Immortal Ancient are not unified, the chaos in Immortal Ancient Continent will not stop. For Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, isn't this an opportunity? He said patiently, with an expression that said, even if you know my purpose, what can you do to me? Don't even think about it. My Tao heavenly immortal palace will not interfere in any power struggle. This has been passed down since ancient times, and it will not be broken. The great elder's face darkened. Gu Changa's intention was clear. He wanted to use this opportunity to dominate Immortal Ancient Continent and unify the various clans in Immortal Ancient. However, Gu Changa said it very tactfully. What did he mean by an opportunity for Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace? Gu Changa was the successor of Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. He wanted to use the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace's name to make the various clans in Immortal Ancient submit to him, just like the Featherman clan. The Great Elder had lived for countless years. In an instant, he understood Gu Changa's goal. Gu Changa did not plan to hide this. He smiled and said, "Great Elder, don't be in such a hurry to reject my request. Speaking of which, you still owe me a favor, right? Did you forget? At the end of the day, Xian is still a member of the Gu clan. If the Great Elder really intends to do what's best for her, then please consider my words carefully. In fact, I don't want to use that favor to force the First Elder." At this point, it was already very clear. No one present was a fool. Gu Nanshan could not help but sigh in amazement. He had underestimated Gu Changa's courage. At the very least, Gu Changa was the first person to say this to the Great Elder. Gu Xian had a bad feeling when she heard Gu Changa drag her into this. "Gu Changa, what are you planning now?" She stared coldly at Gu Changa. Gu Changa ignored her clamor. He sat down on the stone chair with a smile on his face. "The wine is already cold. What a pity," he shook his head slightly. He did not keep Yin Mei by his side. She was very good at warming wine. The Great Elder's expression froze. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, "Are you threatening me?" "No. How would Changa dare to do that?" "Great Elder, don't accuse me so easily." Gu Changa smiled. He did not admit to this at all. "Humph." The Great Elder could not help but snort. If Gu Changa did not have this motive, why would he mention Gu Xian's name? Moreover, now that he mentioned that favor, he was saying that if he did not agree, Gu Changa would use that favor. This was an overt scheme that he could not refuse. Gu Changa is really ruthless. He is really good at scheming. Gu Nanshan naturally knew about this from Gu Xian. Back then, the Great Elder made a bet with Gu Changa. In the end, he lost a favor. At the same time, he gave the position of successor to Gu Changa. Today's scene made him sigh in admiration. What kind of person was the Great Elder? But he was also firmly controlled by Gu Changa. He did not have any room to refute. In an instant, his heart calmed down. Being schemed against by Gu Changa did not seem to be a difficult thing to accept. Great Elder, please reconsider. Xian's current status is very awkward. As her master, even if you don't think for her, you have to think for Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. After all, you don't dare to unify Immortal Ancient's various clans, but I do. Gu Changa still had a faint smile on his face as he continued to speak. At the same time, he also threw out his final motive. Gu Changa, don't use me to threaten my master. It's useless. Gu Xian's brows stood up. Her small face was cold. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on Gu Changa and kill him hundreds of times. Saying such words in front of her, wasn't it the same as using her to threaten the Great Elder? She was not stupid. She understood the meaning behind Gu Changa's words. In Gu Xian's opinion, she had already seen through Gu Changa's thoughts. She did not believe that Gu Changa would do anything to her. This is the first time this old man has seen someone threaten others so elegantly. Gu Changa, you are quite capable. The Great Elder's eyes were deep as he spoke in a low voice. Vaguely, in his eyes, the world was in turmoil, and the scene of great destruction. He was truly angry. Great Elder, even if you are angry, it is useless. After all, you still owe me a favor. If you plan to bully the young, I believe the old ancestor will not sit by and watch, right? Gu Changa was still as calm as before. However, towards the end, he looked at Gu Nanshan with a smile. Before he had the confidence, he naturally would not say such words. Now that he knew Gu Nanshan's attitude, what else was there to care about? Your tone is too arrogant. How can a young man like you rule over all the clans in Immortal Ancient? Even with your status, it is still not enough. The Great Elder was silent for a moment before he sighed. That is not important. Gu Changa smiled faintly. This is not something Great Elder needs to consider. This old man can agree, but you must swear on your Tao heart that from today onwards, you will not use any methods to harm Xian Er. In addition, you must acknowledge Xian Er's status. Only after a long moment of silence did the Great Elder open his mouth. There was a clear look of struggle on his face. It was clear that this decision was one he had hesitated for a long time. After all, he had promised the ancestors of Immortal Ancients' various clans that he would protect their clans. However, the situation was already set in stone, and Gu Changa was pressuring him. The Great Elder could only helplessly make a choice. However, before this, he had to obtain Gu Changa's guarantee. Meanwhile, this guarantee was naturally Gu Xian Er's safety. Gu Xian Er was very likely to be his final disciple. The Great Elder was a generous and upright person. Gu Xian Er's greatest enemy was Gu Changa. However, Gu Changa's current attitude was unclear. Even he did not know what Gu Changa's goal was. Master. When Gu Xian heard this, he was momentarily stunned. He even forgot to glare angrily at Gu Changa. She did not expect that the Great Elder would actually compromise with Gu Changa for her sake. This moved her heart greatly. A wave of warmth flowed through her body. In reality, she felt that there was no need for this. It was very likely that Gu Changa was just casually talking about her. Why do you all always harbor such deep malice towards me? When he heard the Great Elder's words, Gu Changa couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He had a helpless expression on his face as he spoke. Honestly speaking, the Great Elder's words were exactly what he wanted. After all, Gu Changa did not have any killing intent towards Gu Xian Er from start to finish. The Great Elder and the others were purely on guard and vigilance against him. This kind of request was like asking for nothing. However, Gu Changa would not explain anything. His actions giving others this kind of feeling was actually very normal. Gu Changa, then do you agree or not? Seeing that Gu Changa was silent, the Great Elder's expression turned solemn as he asked again. If Gu Changa did not agree to this request, then he definitely would not agree to Gu Changa's request. At this moment, Gu Xian Er also looked at Gu Changa. In her flawless eyes, there were ripples like waves. Hidden within them were some small emotions that only she knew. In fact, she also wanted to know Gu Changa's attitude towards her. The Great Elder's words were also a test for Gu Changa. Gu Xian Er was a little nervous. Chapter 184. She was actually very worried that Gu Changa would reject Great Elder's request. If that happened, all her previous speculations would be overturned. Great Elder's words were actually to protect her. Gu Changa's thoughts were unfathomable, and no one could fathom them. Right now, he did not have any ill intentions towards her, but who knew if he still had many hidden motives? Who could be sure of what would happen in the future? At this moment, Great Elder, Gu Xian Er, and Gu Nanshan all looked at him. Gu Changa had already thought of an excuse in his heart. His expression did not change as he smiled slightly and said, Great Elder's request, please forgive Changa for not being able to agree so easily. Hearing this, the expressions of the three changed immediately. Gu Xian Er's small face seemed to have drained of blood in an instant. She was a little pale. Her body trembled. She gripped the corner of her skirt so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white. Gu Chang'e said this because he wanted to get rid of her quickly. Gu Chang'e, you, great elder's expression turned cold. If he could not swear on his Tao heart, it meant that Gu Chang'e did indeed have ulterior motives towards Gu Xian. He could not do anything that would not harm her. How could he trust Gu Chang'e? Gu Chang'e did not seem to hear Great Elder's words as he continued to speak. However, when Gu Xian heard him, his tone became incomparably cold. Great Elder, don't you think this request is too much? You want me to swear on my Tao heart that I will not harm my enemy in any way. Doesn't that mean that in the future, I can only wait for death and let this enemy take my life? If it were you, Great Elder, would you agree to such a request? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. At this time, he naturally had to control the right to speak. This matter. Great Elder frowned. It was my oversight. He neglected one thing. If Gu Xian wanted to kill Gu Chang'e in the future, then what would Gu Chang'e do? Could it be that he could only wait for death to arrive and allow himself to be captured? This was obviously impossible. Unless Gu Xian also swore on his Tao heart and was willing to let go of all hatred. He shook his head. This was even more unrealistic. He only thought about protecting Gu Xian and completely forgot about Gu Chang'e. This was a guy who refused to suffer any losses. Gu Xian finally realized what was going on. This request was too much for Gu Chang'e. With his personality, he would definitely not accept it. If it was her, she would swear on her Tao heart that she would never hurt her enemies in the future. Was she willing? Unless there was something wrong with his brain. Or rather, that enemy had a special meaning to her. After thinking it through, she also understood, but she still felt a little disappointed. Did Gu Chang'e still see her as an enemy? Just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through the minds of the three, Gu Chang'e opened his mouth again and said seriously. However, since this person is Xian then this request. I can agree. What? Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned for the first time, and her eyes widened slightly. She could not believe her ears. She even suspected that she had heard wrongly. Gu Chang'e said so much, but in the end, he actually chose to agree. He actually agreed to such a ridiculous request. Did he really intend to keep her as a threat and let her go in the future? For a moment, all kinds of complicated emotions welled up in her heart. Joy, happiness, excitement, bitterness, as if a condiment bottle had been broken. It was a total mess. I knew Chang'e had his own good intentions. Gu Nanshan quickly said. Gu Nanshan quickly reacted and said. Although he was also very puzzled as to why Gu Chang'e would agree, it did not prevent him from saying so. He praised Gu Chang'e for doing the right thing. In terms of the family's righteousness, this was naturally the situation that they wanted to see the most. As long as Gu Chang'e agreed not to hurt Gu Xian then everything would be easy. Of course, Gu Nanshan did not know that behind Gu Xian there were actually a few masters with terrifying cultivation and an unimaginable origin of the peach tree. Gu Chang'e had considered all of this. He would not take his life lightly. Since you said so, then I hope you can keep your promise. You should be clear of the consequences of breaking an oath of the Tao heart. The great elder came to his senses and nodded his head with a complicated look in his eyes. He felt that, he had misjudged Gu Chang'e. Although his actions were demonic, he had not reached the point of insanity. Could it be that there was more to the matter of digging out the bones? Great Elder looked at Gu Xian who was stunned. There was a strange light in her eyes. He shook his head. It seemed that he had to pick a time to tell her about this matter. Innate demonic nature. Great Elder was pondering this matter. At first, he was not interested in it. But now, he really wanted to understand everything. Then, Gu Chang'e said with a calm expression, can Great Elder rest assured now? Even if Gu Xian wanted to kill him, Gu Chang'e could easily suppress it. He was not afraid of Gu Xian stirring up any trouble. Besides, how could Gu Xian want to kill him now? As for the oath of the Tao heart, Gu Chang'e did not feel that it would be useful to him. Was there a lack of things that he had sworn on the Tao heart? If swearing was useful, why would he go back on his word? I hope you will not disappoint me. Great Elder nodded. Then I will trouble Great Elder with the matter of the immortal ancient dragon tribe. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. Great Elder's appearance represented the attitude of the entire palace of heavenly immortals. When the time came, Gu Chang'e would appear again. With his identity as the successor of the palace of heavenly immortals, he did not believe that the immortal ancient dragon tribe would not submit. As long as he controlled the immortal ancient dragon tribe, it would be much easier to control the entire immortal ancient tribe. Gu Chang'e had a huge appetite. He would not be satisfied with just this. His current target was only the immortal ancient tribe. Soon, he would infiltrate the other orthodoxies of the immeasurable heaven. When he could truly control the entire immeasurable heaven, that would be the time for him to show his claws to the entire upper realm. Soon, Great Elder's figure disappeared. He went to the immortal ancient continent again. Since he had promised Gu Chang'e, he would do it. Xian, are you very moved by me now? At this time, Gu Chang'e looked at Gu Xian, who was still in a daze, and could not help but ask with a smile. Gu Xian, did not need to answer. In fact, he already knew the answer. In the system's notification, he received a large amount of fate points and fate points from Gu Xian, Who's moved by you? You're up to no good. Gu Xian, could not help but stare at him and take a few steps back, keeping a distance from him. She was trying to hide the fact that her heart was beating so fast. That's good. Gu Chang'e's smile disappeared and became calm. Remember what I said to you. Don't have any other feelings for me. The one who will regret it in the end will be you. Gu Chang'e, don't talk nonsense. Who has other feelings for you? With her thoughts exposed, Gu Xian, was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. She glared at him fiercely. This was the second time that Gu Chang'e had said this to her. The first time, it might have been an accident. But the second time, what did that mean? At this moment, Gu Xian, even had an illusion that Gu Chang'e had already seen the future. She was just overjoyed, but now she was very irritated. Chang'e, seeing that Gu Nanshan was about to speak, Gu Chang'e's eyes flickered. He then smiled and spoke first. Grand Ancestor, don't worry. Acknowledging Xian, identity is actually very simple for me. It's just a matter of a sentence. Gu Nanshan nodded and kept quiet. Although he was the Grand Ancestor, he could not force Gu Chang'e to do something he did not want to do. After all, Gu Chang'e was now the face of the Gu clan. He was also the young master and could not be humiliated. If he, the Grand Ancestor, were to announce Gu Xian's identity to the world, then the Gu clan's reputation would be ruined and they would become the laughing stock of various orthodoxies. He still had to consider his reputation and could not do such a thing easily. So now Gu Nanshan wanted to know what Gu Chang'e was going to do. Gu Chang'e, I don't need you to prove my identity. I don't care. Gu Xian, was still rude to Gu Chang'e. Then I'll wait and see how the Ocean Palace retaliates against you. How about it? Gu Chang'e asked casually. Since she was so arrogant, he wouldn't spoil her. The Ocean Palace was a chess piece that he had schemed against until now. Naturally, it was time to put them to good use. Of course, if Gu Xian, continued to be stubborn, Gu Chang'e would let her know what a real beating was. You, Gu Xian, secretly ground her teeth. How could she not be afraid if the Ocean Palace did not have a lot of people and a deep foundation? Gu Chang'e rarely looked down on people. At most, she would escape back to Peach Village. No matter how strong the ocean palace was, could they control the Sea Clan and kill their way there? Stop fooling around and be obedient. I have specially prepared this opportunity for you. You should be the little princess of the Chongqing family, the apple of everyone's eye. This is your rightful identity. At this time, Gu Changge looked at her and said with a gentle smile on his face. Gu Xian had never seen such a gentle Gu Changge and was stunned for a moment. Her little brain was buzzing, and she didn't hear his last sentence clearly. Only the words, "Stop fooling around," echoed in her mind. Gu Xian suddenly felt that her face was very red, like a cooked crab at this moment. The news of the many Sea Clan masters of the Ocean Palace setting off for the ancient Dao Lap city soon shook the entire boundless heaven, attracting countless cultivators and creatures to come and see. As an ancient force that had ruled the boundless sea for countless years, the power of the Ocean Palace was absolutely unquestionable. Many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were very wary of them and would not easily provoke them. This time, the female disciple of the first elder of the Dao Lap's palace had killed the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace in the immortal ancient continent, causing a great sensation. Many cultivators thought that the Ocean Palace would be angry and force the Dao Lap's palace to hand over the female disciple. Gu Xian's identity was now no secret in the boundless heaven. Her surname was Gu, but she was not recognized by the Chongqing family. This meant that Gu Xian was very likely to be an abandoned member of the Chongqing family and was expelled from the clan. However, she killed the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace. Many cultivators felt that the Chongqing family would not go against the huge and ancient Ocean Palace for a disciple who was expelled from the clan. This was not a wise move. And the first elder of the Dao Lap's palace was very likely unable to protect Gu Xian. No matter how strong he was, he could not compete with a supreme force. The entire Dao Lap's palace would not become enemies with the Ocean Palace for a disciple. Therefore, when the Ocean Monarch Palace drove many ancient warships and rushed over aggressively, many people had expected the situation. Some were complicated, some were regretful, some felt pity for the girl whose talent was said to be so strong that she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Changge. The Ocean Palace obviously just wanted an explanation. Therefore, they did not choose to go to the Chongqing family, but to the Dao Lap's palace. Rumble. At this time, thousands of miles to the east of the Dao Lap's ancient city, there were mighty warships that covered the sky and the sun with an astonishing momentum. A terrifying aura swept over, shaking the heavens and earth. The many creatures of the Ocean Palace, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, came from the deep sea. Blue runes soared into the sky like a large blue sea. Their eyes were full of murderous intent as they rushed toward the Dao Lap's palace. It seems that the Ocean Palace is coming with great force. A forced confrontation is inevitable. In order to seek justice for their seventh princess, they are furious. The younger generation was not as strong as others and was killed. Do they still have the face to seek justice? The cultivators next to them could not help but frown. They felt that the Ocean Palace's behavior was shameful. You can't say that. When the background is similar, that is called a fight between the younger generation. You are a nobody with no background. You offended the other geniuses. Can that be called a fight? You are courting death, another cultivator sneered. Yes, it is quite real, the other sighed. But I heard that the situation at that time had little to do with the girl surnamed Gu. Instead, she was hunted down. In the moment of danger, the young master of the Chongqing family, Gu Changge, appeared. Seeing his family being bullied, he suppressed the Ocean Palace's seventh princess in anger. Then, the girl killed the Ocean Palace's seventh princess and made a big enemy. Yes, it is a pity for the girl surnamed Gu. Apart from the great elder, no one would protect her. The Longevity Gu family did not react to such a big commotion from the Ocean Monarch Palace. In the ancient cities, there were cultivators discussing. As they spoke, they rushed into the sky and turned into divine rainbows. They followed behind, intending to watch the show. They did not know the many secrets of the Changsheng Gu family, nor did they know that Gu Xian was surrounded by many powerful cultivators. No matter how strong the Ocean Palace was, they could not do anything to Gu Xian. Regarding this point, Gu Changge was well aware of it. But that did not stop him from using the Ocean Palace as a chess piece. It was obvious that Gu Xian was a force to be reckoned with. Rumble. Tens of thousands of sea creatures and the clouds in the sky were covered. Their terrifying power could be heard from millions of miles away. They appeared outside the palace of the heavenly immortals. Hand over the murderer. Palace of the heavenly immortals, hand over Gu Xian. Justice for the seventh princess. They were all shouting loudly, their voices shocking the heavens. Above the Ocean Palace's warship, a blue-haired general appeared. He was of medium height, and his eyes were cold and indifferent. Palace of the heavenly immortals, hand over Gu Xian. He was the great commander of the Sea Clan. He also shouted, intending to force the palace of the heavenly immortals. The death of the seventh princess had angered the Ocean King. The Sea Clan in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles were affected and punished by the Ocean King. Now, the blue-haired general stood out, holding a blue halberd, showing a terrifying aura. The surging power of a supreme saint was vast and boundless. It turned into an unparalleled supreme saint Dharma body, standing in the sky. It covered the sky and was extremely terrifying. Its eyes were like a lake, covering the sky in an instant. The rune rules turned into a long chain, entangling the halberd in his hand. The terrifying power of a supreme saint was earth-shattering and unmistakable. Countless cultivators and creatures saw and felt it with their own eyes. They all widened their eyes and could not breathe. Guessing was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. Supreme Saint Dharma body. The Ocean Palace is really angry. They even sent out such a super powerhouse. The cultivators were all frightened. Their faces were pale as they retreated to a safe place. If a battle broke out then, a supreme saint's attack, even the aftermath, was far beyond what they could withstand. They would be directly destroyed in body and soul, vanishing into thin air. This is a supreme saint. Many elders of the palace of the heavenly immortals were also shocked at this moment. Facing this terrifying power, even their divine souls were about to be frozen and cracked. Their cultivation bases were merely at the saint realm. Facing a great saint, only death awaited them. The Grand Elder has not returned to the palace of the heavenly immortals. What should we do now? Should we ask the other old monsters? Their expressions became very serious for a moment. They were not aware of the many grievances between Gu Xian and Gu Changge. At this time, they still thought that if the Grand Elder did not appear, no one could stop the Supreme Saint of the Ocean Palace. Even their palace master's cultivation was only at the absolute saint realm. Gu Xian is the Grand Elder's disciple. The Ocean Palace is so aggressive that they would not dare to be too presumptuous. Just as the expressions of the elders and disciples of the palace of the heavenly immortals changed. In the sky, a divine rainbow crossed, and then a slender figure appeared. She was beautiful, her dress fluttering, and her bare feet were whiter than snow as she stood in the void. It was Gu Xian. Her small face had a calm expression. Facing the mighty and terrifying creatures of the Ocean Palace outside the mountain gate, she was not afraid. Her expression was calm, and there was no trace of fear. "I'm here." Gu Xian said lightly. For a moment, the heavens and the earth were silent. Many cultivators and creatures looked at her in shock. They did not expect that she would dare to take the initiative to appear at this time. There were tens of thousands of creatures of the Ocean Palace in front of her, and many masters were hidden. There was a supreme saint in front of her. Where did Gu Xian get her courage and confidence from? The Longevity Gu family did not say anything, the Grand Elder did not appear, and the palace of the heavenly immortals also chose to remain silent. Her figure, standing there, seemed to be very thin. "Little girl, you have guts. You know that you are here to die. You can avoid some torture." The great commander of the Sea clan looked coldly at Gu Xian and said lightly. His words seemed to have sentenced her to death. "Do you know how the seventh princess died?" Gu Xian's expression was calm and cold as she asked lightly. "How did she die?" The great commander's expression turned cold, and he frowned. The tens of thousands of Sea clan behind him were also furious. They did not expect Gu Xian to dare mention this matter. This made them furious, and they wanted nothing more than to cut Gu Xian into pieces. "Because she bullied me." Facing the hatred and anger of all the Sea clan creatures, Gu Xian looked very calm as she said so. The great commander was furious. He did not expect that at this juncture, no one dared to stand up for him, and Gu Xian still dared to provoke them. There was no one else who had the ability to court death. He suddenly waved his hand, and a terrifying pressure turned into a giant golden palm. The Tao patterns and Supreme Saint precepts on it shone, as if it had the power to crush everything. The void trembled and shattered. However, at this moment, a pill shot out, and a terrifying light bloomed from it. A sword light slashed out from within, completely shattering the heavens expanse Grand Commander's aura. Then, Gu Chang'e walked over unhurriedly from the void. At this moment, an endless amount of immortal qi surrounded him, and his aura rose infinitely. A phantom of a great path battle body slowly appeared behind him. "You are a supreme saint, but don't you think it is beneath your status to deal with such a little girl?" He smiled faintly as he faced the terrifying might of this great saint existence head-on. It was not that Gu Chang'e wanted to show off, but he needed the right time. The Ocean Palace was asking for trouble, so he naturally wanted to make the scene bigger. That way, it would cause a greater commotion. Gu Xian remembered what the great ancestor Gu Nanshan had just said to her, telling her to be bold and stand out. With the great ancestor, who could kill a quasi-supreme with one palm, by her side, and many powerful trump cards at hand, Gu Xian was naturally not worried about her own safety. So she walked out without hesitation. But she did not expect that the great ancestor would not make a move, and instead, it was Gu Chang'e who stood in front of her like last time. Is this his intention to admit my identity to the world? Gu Xian looked at Gu Chang'e in a daze. Her glassy eyes did not blink. Chapter 185. Young Master Gu. What do you mean? Are you going to protect her at a time like this? Gu Chang'e's appearance not only made the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander's expression change, but also made the other cultivators and living beings widen their eyes. Many people knew one thing. Gu Xian and Gu Chang'e didn't have a good relationship. There was a conflict between the two. This had been the case since Gu Xian had joined the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. Now, Gu Chang'e stood up at a time like this. Was he going to support Gu Xian? This scene stunned many people. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds. They were shocked beyond words. All the disciples and elders of the Tao Heaven Palace were shocked beyond words. They guessed that someone would stand up for Gu Xian at a time like this, but they didn't expect that person to be Gu Chang'e. Those who had cultivated in the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace should know one thing, and that was to never get too close to Gu Xian, as that would only anger and provoke Gu Chang'e. Therefore, Gu Xian didn't have a single friend in the entire Tao Heaven Palace. At this time, they were looking at the young man in the white robe high in the sky. Many young female disciples came up with all kinds of scenarios in their minds, and their eyes became very strange. They were suddenly envious of Gu Xian. You're asking me what I mean? Gu Chang'e seemed to have heard the funniest joke, and his tone suddenly became cold and arrogant. Do you still not understand at a time like this? Xian is a member of the Gu family. I can bully her, but you can bully her, so you can die. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened, and the mighty sound of ancient warships came from all directions. From the supreme peak, ancient purple-bronze warships appeared one after another. They were incomparably tall and ancient. Majestic demonic chi and killing intent filled the sky. Rumble. The many cultivators of the primeval divine sect stationed here drove the ancient warships here and sealed off the void 8,000 miles around the Tao Heaven Palace. Terrifying divine radiance flowed about the ancient warship, interweaving there as well. It was as if a stellar river was converging. In the sky, the great path Dharma body behind Gu Changa also made a move. It was so big that it seemed to be able to encompass the sky and overturn the universe. Facing a supreme saint, it didn't show any fear and directly descended. On the surface, he was only at the void god realm, but he was going to attack a supreme saint. This scene was no different from a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Was this too arrogant? Directly ignoring the terrifying pressure of a great saint and brazenly making a move? Young Master Gu, for Gu Xian, do you really intend to fight with my clan? The Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander's face. He became very angry. Gu Changa's sudden attack was completely beyond his expectations. Moreover, the surrounding 8,000 miles were all sealed off. This was the Taichu Divine Sect's 8,000 miles seal, which could trap cultivators and kill them all. It was obvious that Gu Changa was determined to kill them. Boom! Facing Gu Changa's attack, the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander naturally didn't care. With a wave of his hand, Supreme Saint Precepts suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, turning into a huge millstone and erasing it. The difference in cultivation between the two could be described as one was the sky and the other was the earth. No matter how terrifying Gu Changa's talent was, it was impossible to make up for such a big gap. But what made the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander feel incredulous was that Gu Changa was going to attack the Ocean Palace for Gu Xian. This meant that the two orthodoxies had shed all pretense of cordiality, and it was likely to usher in the most terrifying battle. It was true that the Ocean Palace was afraid of the longevity Gu family. Therefore, they picked a soft persimmon to target Gu Xian, intending to seek justice for the seventh princess. Otherwise, how could they hold their heads high among the orthodoxies? They knew that the biggest reason why Gu Xian could kill the seventh princess was because of Gu Changa's intervention. But, was Gu Xian really worth it? From what the Heavenly Expanse Grand Commander knew, Gu Changa should be happy. Why would he stop them? This made him extremely angry, but at the same time, puzzled. Why do I feel a little touched when I know that this guy's words are infuriating? When Gu Xian heard Gu Changa's words and saw him standing in front of him, he felt extremely relieved. This scene was very similar to that time. In the immortal ancient continent, facing the mighty living beings of the Ocean Palace, Gu Changa also appeared like this. This time, he was even more direct, speaking to everyone in a domineering and overbearing manner. Although it was more likely that Gu Changa was just putting on an act. But at least he did do that. Actually, this is all part of his plan. He didn't kill the seventh princess himself, just to attract the anger of the Ocean Palace today, to create such a big commotion, to attract the attention of all the forces in the immeasurable heaven, and then to build momentum for me. Gu Xian thought to herself. She was not stupid. Combined with what Gu Changa said before, she instantly connected the dots. Now, how could she still hate Gu Changa? His emotions were complicated to the extreme. Why not? Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled calmly. I can use today's momentum to let the world know. Xian is my sister, and the little princess of the Chongqing Gu family. All these years, I have let her down, and I have always felt guilty, but I didn't have the chance to make it up to her. But, If the Ocean Palace dares to bully her, so what if I destroy the Ocean Palace today? His words were not loud, but they reverberated between heaven and earth. Like a sudden clap of thunder, countless creatures and cultivators were shocked and speechless for a long time. No one had expected such an outcome. Many orthodoxies who knew the truth were shocked. In their opinion, Gu Chang'e would never do such a thing. Once the incident was exposed, not only Gu Chang'e, but also the Chongqing Gu family would be disgraced. Gu Chang'e, did he really want to do this? And destroy the Ocean Palace? What kind of courage and strength was this? As expected of Gu Chang'e. These words came out of his mouth, but it did not seem abrupt at all. Instead, it was very natural. Let everyone feel his tyrannical and invincible strength. Gu Chang'e. Gu Xian was once again stunned by Gu Chang'e's words. Looking at him, was he really going to tell the world about the bone-digging incident? This would not benefit Gu Chang'e at all. If he wanted to admit his identity, he could have done it in a different way. Gu Chang'e, why are you so stupid now? This is not like you. Gu Xian could not help but murmur, her crystal-clear eyes were dazed. Destroy the Ocean Palace, young Master Gu, you sure talk big. Since you want to side with this little girl, then don't blame me. The Ocean King has decreed that Gu Xian must be captured today, and justice must be served to the seventh princess. Hearing this, the great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace said coldly with an ashen face. The terrifying great sage aura swept across the sky, causing the void to tremble and the stars to move. He brought tens of thousands of Sea Clan members here. If they fled because of Gu Chang'e's oppressive words, where would the Ocean Palace put their face? Don't forget, there were so many cultivators and creatures nearby who were watching the show. Everything that happened today would definitely spread to all realms in a sensational way. At that time, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. In the distance, many cultivators and creatures' expressions changed dramatically, and they hurriedly left, knowing that there could be a great battle that could overturn everything. It was hard to imagine. Who does the Ocean King think he is? Today, I will say it right here, whoever dares to touch Xian, the Gu clan will annihilate their entire clan, no one will be left alive. You can also doubt the authenticity of my words, if you really dare to try. Gu Chang'e stood high in the sky with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, he just smiled faintly, playing it down, and was very contemptuous and indifferent. The Ocean Palace seemed to be tyrannical, but compared to the hidden power behind Gu Xian, it could only be regarded as experience points at most. If the Ocean Palace really intended to kill Gu Xian, then the masters behind her would definitely not let it go. How could there not be hidden power behind a master of that level who had reached this step? Gu Chang'e's choice to stand up, no matter how one looked at it, was the most beneficial to him. At this time, from Gu Chang'e's words, everyone could not help but hold their breath, feeling the terrible deterrence and murderous intent. Even the ruler of the Ocean Palace was nothing in Gu Chang'e's mouth. This made all the creatures of the Ocean Palace furious, glaring at him, wanting to kill Gu Chang'e. They, who were used to being strong in the boundless sea, had never suffered such contempt and humiliation. This was no longer a simple provocation. The young master of the Gu clan is as strong and confident as always, not even putting the Ocean Palace in his eyes, but he does have the capital. Looking at today's younger generation, who can really stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Not to mention other things, just this courage, how many people can compare to him? Talking and laughing freely, he can contend with the great saint realm of the Ocean Palace. Many cultivators could not help but sigh. The elders and disciples of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace were also silent. Then, people began to appear, standing behind Gu Chang'e. After all, Gu Chang'e had another identity, the successor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. In today's situation, his actions had truly won the admiration of many of the elders, giving rise to feelings of admiration for a younger generation member. If only I had such a brother. Many girls were fantasizing in their hearts, their eyes full of splendor. They were very envious of Gu Xianper. Was Gu Chang'e going against the entire ocean palace for her? Huh, funny, young master of the Gu clan, you are too arrogant. The ocean palace's decree is this, so what if you have the ancestor of the Gu clan behind you? Do you really think you can contend with my clan? The foundation of the ocean palace is far beyond your imagination. The great commander of the heaven's expanse palace smiled coldly, full of indifference and ruthlessness. He knew everything that had happened in the immortal ancient continent. The Featherman clan's quasi-supreme existence was slapped to death by an ancestor of the Gu clan. So, just in case, he carried a decree of the Ocean King. That decree was not a simple thing, but something that the Ocean King had refined for a long time, containing his full power at his peak state. Even if the ancestor of the Gu clan stood in the supremacy realm, they could still contend against him. Not to mention that behind them was the incomparably huge, intertwined Sea clan. Since ancient times, they were the most prosperous clan with the most people. When the time came and the War of the Immortals broke out, they would not necessarily be afraid. If the Ocean Palace wants to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly at this, his hands behind his back. As his words fell, there was a rumbling and terrifying aura between heaven and earth. The various ancient warships of the divine sect of the Taichu sect were densely packed with runes, emitting divine light. Following his orders, they were preparing a terrifying attack that seemed to be able to sink heaven and earth. The divine sect of the Taichu sect and the Gu clan had always been connected, this was not a secret in the entire upper realm. The dazzling brilliance was extremely dazzling, condensing and intertwining, like the divine light of the Taichu sect, enough to blast everything into ashes. How dare you! Seeing this scene, the expression of the Grand Commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace changed abruptly, and he shouted loudly. He was furious, and a huge palm that blotted out the sky pressed forward. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and the sky trembled, covering everything. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire ancient Dao Domain city. At this moment, not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even many old antiques who did not know about this and were in deep slumber were awakened. The power of a supreme saint is truly terrifying enough to overturn everything, an old man said with a heavy expression. In the current era, a supreme saint was already so powerful that it was invincible. After all, quasi-supremes were the hidden forces of the various clans and orthodoxies. Every time they came out of seclusion or woke up, they had to pay a huge price. How could they be seen on a normal day? Will of the Taichu sect, be with me. Seeing this scene, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed slightly, and then he spoke. With his true strength as a quasi-saint, there was still a possibility that he could fight against this supreme saint with many methods. But he couldn't reveal it now. Therefore, Gu Chang'e thought of another way. The secret method of the Taichu sect. It just so happened that many Taichu warships were gathered in all directions, and he could use all of these forces. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to control it, and their bodies and primordial spirits would explode. But Gu Chang'e would not. His true cultivation level was already much higher than his current level. When the time came, no matter how incredible his performance was, he could use his talent to get away with it. In the next moment, runes gathered from the ancient purple bronze warship into an ocean and fell towards Gu Chang'e. It was like a field of starlight, receiving everything. The great path Dharma body suddenly became vast and surging, majestic and terrifying. Gu Chang'e's aura kept rising. He shook his finger, and when he raised his hand, wisps of sword chi bloomed like a peerless immortal sword. They clanged and spewed out sword light as thick as a mountain ridge. With a rumble, it seemed to move mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, enough to cut down the stars in the 33 heavens. Sword will crisscrossed, turning into sword chi that was thousands of feet long, cutting towards that huge palm. In just an instant, terrifying fluctuations erupted there, as if countless stars had exploded together. The void exploded, and endless light soared into the sky. What? A look of surprise appeared on the face of the Heaven's Expanse Palace commander. He actually felt that his palm was blocked, and some sharp sword will penetrate it through. This is the secret method of the Taichu demonic sect. I didn't expect Gu Chang'e to have a method to fight against a supreme saint. Many of the older generation cultivators were shocked. They recognized the method that Gu Chang'e had used just now. It was to borrow the power of the Taichu warships in all directions. Otherwise, with Gu Chang'e's strength, it would be impossible for him to resist the attack of a supreme saint. Only a few disciples of the Taichu divine sect could master this secret method. Because if they didn't control it well, they would face the situation of exploding. Gu Chang'e's strength had risen to the point where he could fight against a supreme saint. This made the hearts of countless people tremble, especially the younger generation. Their eyes almost popped out. As expected of a young taboo. An ordinary young supreme saint would never be able to withstand this power. Not to mention controlling it. Is this the terrifying gap between a young taboo and a young supreme saint? The gap between us and Gu Chang'e is so big that we're not on the same level. They couldn't help but tremble. Although Gu Chang'e had done all this through trickery, it was enough to show his strength. Even if they had the chance, they might not be able to do it. After all, not everyone could be Gu Chang'e. A supreme saint is nothing more than this. How dare you seek justice? Gu Chang'e said casually, as if he didn't care at all about taking the attack of a supreme saint. This meant that he was only short of saying, "Is that all a supreme saint can do?" But since you want justice, I'll let you know today. What is justice? He continued. You've gone too far, little brat. Gu Xian killed the people of the Ocean Palace first, and a life for a life. Gu Chang'e, even if you're strong today, are you still unreasonable? Hearing this, the Grand Commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace was livid. He was so angry that his veins were throbbing. It was the first time he had seen someone so rude and unreasonable, regardless of the reason. To put it bluntly, he was not afraid of the Ocean Palace at all. He didn't even care about a supreme saint. Arrogant, domineering, and unreasonable. In the territory of the Heavenly Palace of Immortals, you just have to remember one thing. What I say is justice. Now that I said I asked Xian to kill the seventh princess, then I killed her. What can you do to me? It was about time to draw hatred. A strange look flashed in Gu Chang'e's eyes, and then a faint mocking voice sounded again. There was an even more terrifying coldness and strength. Hum. At the same time, he waved his robe, and a terrifying sword light descended from the sky. It was as if hundreds of millions of swords were launched at the same time, clanging. At this moment, everyone stared blankly at the scene, and an indescribable feeling circulated. There was an extraordinary and invincible demeanor on him. Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian was also stunned. She didn't know how much truth Gu Chang'e's words contained. It didn't matter whether it was true or not. At least now, Gu Chang'e really stood in front of her and did everything he said. The Ocean Palace is just so. They saw that Gu Xian was a pushover, so they bullied him. Now I'm afraid they can't back down. In the end, Gu Chang'e's attitude is too strong, so the Ocean Palace doesn't dare to make a move. Many cultivators were shocked, and then speculated and speculated. At this moment, Gu Chang'e raised his palm, and hundreds of millions of sword light descended from the sky. Standing in front of the people of the Ocean Palace and the so-called invincible Great Saint Realm, it was a kind of bearing that even if there were thousands of people, I will go forward. Those who admired Gu Chang'e before were now full of fanaticism. Gu Chang'e, you have to think carefully. Once you fall out with us, what you did in the past, aren't you afraid that the world will know? Gu family's reputation will be tarnished. Does the Gu family dare to admit it? A cultivator of the Ocean Palace shouted, his eyes flashing with killing intent and hatred. He couldn't help but shout. Poof! But hearing this, Gu Changa turned his head and stared at him. A sword light slashed, directly cutting his body and spirit in half. The sword was so fast that even the great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace couldn't react. The explosion of the sword light instantly broke through the sky, illuminating the distant starry sky. Countless cultivators felt a chill all over their bodies. They were extremely shocked and stared at the scene with wide eyes. Try saying one more word, Gu Changa said lightly. At the same time, a strand of dazzling sword light that seemed to be able to cut through time and space erupted from his finger bone. Silence, destruction, horror, no one could accurately describe the divine power contained in this sword light. It was as if even a true immortal could fall under this sword. Without beginning or end, it was difficult to find cause and effect. You. The great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace's expression suddenly changed, and his spirit was a little frightened. Then, the murderous look on his face became stronger, but he knew that there was a Gu family ancestor hiding in the dark, so he didn't dare to act rashly. At this time, you don't have to pretend to be a good person, Gu Changa. He said with a cold laugh. What did that person say just now? What did Gu Changa do in the past? Could it be that there really is some secret? It seems that there should be some hidden grudges between Gu Xian and Gu Changa. In the distance, many cultivators widened their eyes in shock. They were extremely shocked. They had caught the words of the powerhouse from the Ocean Palace just now. Could it be that because of this sentence, he had attracted the disaster of death? What was going on? Would it even cause the Chongqing Gu family to lose face? It had to be said that this sentence caused doubts to arise in everyone's hearts. Many of the cultivators who vaguely understood some of the secrets also changed their expressions for a moment. If this kind of thing was revealed, it was equivalent to offending the Chongqing Gu family. No one dared to speak rashly. For a moment, many people's expressions changed when they looked at Gu Changa, as if to see what he would say. Gu Xian opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. In this matter, she was completely a victim. Once it was exposed to the world, the Gu family would definitely lose face, just like what the Ocean Palace said. She still had deep feelings for the Gu family, so she chose to hide this matter and not make it public. Now, Gu Changa's actions, in Gu Xian's view, were very likely to confess to what he did in the past. As the young master of the Gu family, if he did this, Gu Xian couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't find any reason to hate Gu Changa anymore. What's there to not dare to admit to what happened in the past? If you want to pretend to be a good person, you need to have the confidence to do so. At this moment, seeing that everyone was looking at him, Gu Changa couldn't help but reveal a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. For this moment, he had planned for a long time. He had kept the great path bone that was no longer useful to him in order to wait for this day. At this moment, Gu Changa exchanged for a transcendence bone from the system store, replacing the great path bone's position. However, this matter has nothing to do with the Gu family, it was done by me alone. I'm not as shameless as you people to put all the blame on the Gu family. He said slowly. I'll take advantage of today's opportunity to return this bone. As he said this, Gu Xian, Gu Nanshan, who was hiding in the dark, and everyone else looked on in shock and horror. The dazzling sword aura gushing out from Gu Changa's finger bone suddenly rose and then fell. With a poof, it pierced through his own chest. Dazzling blood splattered out, and there was an astonishing intertwining of divinity. It was incomparably dazzling, illuminating the sky. Chapter 186. Pft. The sword light pierced through the front and back bones. It was accompanied by a glaring blood. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a strange chanting sound. In the void, golden lotuses bloomed, and endless sounds of Tao began to reverberate. Divinity surged, and there was even a fragrance that filled between heaven and earth. Every drop of blood was sparkling and translucent, as if it was the divine blood of an ancient deity. It was resplendent and mysterious, able to illuminate one small world after another. This scene shocked everyone. They did not expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly do this. Self-mutilation. He actually cut open his own body. Many cultivators were even more confused about what Gu Chang'e had just said. Return bones? What bones? Was Gu Chang'e's action planning to dig out his own bones? Many people did not react. You. Even the face of the great commander of the Ocean Palace froze in an instant. The mocking expression froze on his face, and he was in disbelief and shock. Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian'er's voice trembled a little, and her beautiful eyes widened. Her jade-like hands gripped the corner of her skirt tightly, and her heart followed suit. She thought that Gu Chang'e would personally tell the truth, but she did not expect his actions to be even more ruthless. He directly dug out her bones and returned them to her. At this moment, there was a buzz. Her mind was blank. She watched all this with her mouth open, and did not even know what to say. She stood in the air blankly. I really did not expect this. He actually dug out her bones and returned her sister. This guy is so ruthless. He did not even hesitate. It seems that he had expected all this long ago. The powerhouses of the supreme forces who secretly knew about the secrets of the Gu family felt their hearts beat violently at this moment. They felt a strong sense of danger from a junior like Gu Chang'e. This was fear and apprehension. Dug out her bones and returned her sister. I did not expect Gu Chang'e to really do it. If he knew this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. However, it's good that this matter is out in the open. The family has indeed let Xian'er down. What does a mere rumor mean? Even in the entire upper realm, no one would dare to speak ill of the Gu family. Gu Nanshan sighed, but the way he looked at Gu Chang'e was much gentler. At this time, even he felt that the events of that year were just as Gu Xian had guessed, that there was some unknown secret. At this moment, Gu Chang'e's voice still resounded in the world. He was stating a fact. He reconstructed the events of the past without adding any details. He simply and straightforwardly confessed everything. In the end, paper couldn't wrap fire. Sooner or later, this kind of thing would be known by the whole world. Especially since he was forced to say it out loud, he might as well take the initiative to confess. As long as the initiative was in his hands, everything would never be out of his control. And who said that this matter would definitely have a negative impact on him? Gu Chang'e continued. This piece of bone was originally Xian'er's. Back then, when her parents were out when she was young, I took the opportunity to steal it, causing Xian'er to wander outside for more than 10 years. I have let her down in this matter. Today, in front of the whole world, I will give her justice. His expression was very calm, and his voice was also very calm, but there was a strange look in his eyes. This sword light pierced through everything, and it was still making clanging sounds. At the wound, there was a dazzling brilliance intertwining. Bright runes appeared and pulsated. Sparkling and mysterious, vast and mysterious, holy and otherworldly. As Gu Chang'e said all this, a secret of the past surfaced and was made public. So, there was such a secret between Gu Xian'er and Gu Chang'e. This is too unbelievable. It's unbelievable. If Gu Chang'e hadn't said it, we wouldn't have known. Rumor has it that Gu Xian'er is a Nirvana supreme martial artist. So this is the truth. Speaking of which, Gu Xian'er is really pitiful. At such a young age, her bone of Tao was dug out by her own cousin. Yes, at such a young age, she endured everything that she shouldn't have. Gu Chang'e is too much. She was supposed to be the pearl in the palm of the Gu family, but all these years, she has been wandering outside, experiencing the joys and sorrows of the world. It's not easy. Previously, many young women were envious of Gu Xian'er. They felt that they were very envious that she had a brother like Gu Chang'e to protect her. But they didn't expect Gu Xian'er to have such a tragic life. Now that Gu Chang'e had confessed all this, was he planning to compensate Gu Xian'er? At this time, everyone was stunned. Men and women, old and young, as well as living beings of all races, were stunned. Those who knew about the secret of the past were also silent. Gu Chang'e had taken the initiative to confess everything that happened back then. This was beyond their expectations. Frankly admitting all this, and personally doing it, to dig out the bone to return his sister, made them even more frightened. He was cruel to others, but even more so to himself. If it were them, they would definitely dig out their own bones so calmly. Just thinking about it made them shudder. But this was the Gu family's private matter. How it was resolved had nothing to do with them. But after today, Gu Chang'e's reputation and prestige would be greatly damaged. As the most dazzling existence of the current younger generation, he was incomparably brilliant, and his strength had reached the level of a young taboo. If there was a word to describe Gu Chang'e before, it would be perfect. But now, this perfect man had a stain that couldn't be erased. More than 10 years ago, how old was Gu Chang'e? He actually did such a thing as killing his own clan. Now, under his jade-like and otherworldly appearance, there was actually a ruthless and heartless heart. Now, even if he tried his best to make up for it, to make up for his guilt towards Gu Xian'er, it would be difficult to erase that stain. This would accompany Gu Chang'e for the rest of his life. Many proud daughters of heaven who admired Gu Chang'e felt that their world had collapsed at this moment, and their vision turned black. In their eyes, Gu Chang'e was perfect. He was like jade, and his sun was unparalleled. How could he have done such a thing? Impossible, all of this is impossible. This is fake. They muttered to themselves. For a moment, they couldn't accept it. Gu Chang'e, don't say any more. What happened back then is all in the past. At this time, Gu Xian'er, who had been in a daze for a long time, finally came back to her senses. Her voice was cold, but it was mixed with an uncontrollable tremor. Her eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that her emotions were very complicated at this moment, and she was doing her best to keep herself calm. Her mind was in a mess. It was buzzing, as if there were countless flies flying around. But at this time, how could she be calm? Since you dared to do it, why don't you dare to admit it? This bone has been used by me for so many years, and now it's time to return it to you. Gu Chang'e looked at her and said calmly. Gu Chang'e, stop. I already have a new bone. You don't have to return that bone to me. Gu Chang'e's face suddenly turned pale, but his eyes were very calm, like a bottomless lake. Gu Xian'er's voice trembled, and she couldn't control herself. She moved, wanting to stop him. Back then, in front of the palace of heavenly immortals, Gu Chang'e had already been stabbed by her, and he had almost died. Even that bone of Tao had almost shattered. From Gu Xian'er's point of view, the grudge between the two of them was more or less settled at that time. Now, Gu Chang'e wanted to return her bone of Tao, which was something she didn't expect at all. She didn't want Gu Chang'e to do this. She felt that there was no need at all. The grudge between the two of them was already settled. Boom! But Gu Chang'e's movements were faster than hers. Things had already come to this, so how could he stop? Splat! The blood was even more dazzling. He pierced through the wound on his own body. The blood, which was rich with divinity, flowed down his palm. It was incomparably dense in the dense divine light. Then, Gu Chang'e's face suddenly turned pale. He frowned, and with a strong force, he directly tore it out. A 5-colored ball of light appeared in his palm. Buzz! Heaven and earth trembled because a dazzling and sparkling bone burst forth with a strange Tao sound. All the cultivators could even feel the aura of the Tao intertwining. This bone was very extraordinary. It directly activated their own Tao techniques. That's that bone. What a terrifying talent. It can actually affect the momentum of heaven and earth. I dare not imagine. The bone of Tao. This is Gu Changa's innate divine ability. No wonder it's so powerful. This bone has always been Gu Xian's. Many cultivators' expressions changed drastically as they felt the shocking and surging aura of the Tao. Their Tao techniques even began to circulate and were faintly breaking through. What did this mean? That bone of Tao could help them cultivate and affect the rules of heaven and earth. No wonder Gu Changa is so powerful. It turns out that he has always been using his sister's bone of Tao. He's just a person who deceives the world. After digging out his bone and returning it to his sister today, he will no longer have his glory. With this bone of Tao, I can also become that strong. The bone of Tao is so powerful. No wonder he made such a choice back then. Now that he has no choice, he finally revealed the truth. The taboo of youth was only obtained by using his sister's bone of Tao. In secret, the younger generation was secretly excited and incomparably jealous of Gu Changa. At this moment, they couldn't help but be sarcastic. They felt that Gu Changa would definitely lose a lot of cultivation and battle strength after digging out this bone of Tao. Their chance to rise had come. Of course, there were also experts in the dark with blazing eyes staring at the bone of Tao. They could feel the surging power hidden within. If they could fully comprehend the innate patterns and various mysterious runes, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly and usher in a great leap forward. Those who want to snatch this bone can also try. At this moment, Gu Changa looked incomparably weak. His face was pale, and there was no lack of smile on his face as he held the bone of Tao in his hand. His elegance did not diminish and he was extraordinary. The bright red on his white clothes was a ghastly sight. This scene made many women unable to bear to watch. Their hearts trembled as they looked away. The tens of thousands of creatures in the ocean palace stood majestically in the sky. At this moment, they were also silent and felt a sense of fear. A ruthless person like Gu Changa made them uncontrollably fearful, even fearful. The Grand Commander in front of him was pale. At this time, it was already beyond his expectations. He originally thought that he could use this matter to threaten Gu Changa, but Gu Changa's actions made him tremble uncontrollably and feel cold all over. This was definitely not something an ordinary person would do. This young man was too terrifying. This bone of Tao, I'll return it to you now. Gu Changa had a smile on his face. The bone of Tao was wrapped in endless runes and fell towards Gu Xian's. Gu Xian's fingers trembled slightly as she caught the bone, which still had Gu Changa's blood on it. But she was stunned in place, suddenly at a loss. Gu Changa's sudden actions left her at a loss. Gu Xian really did not expect that Gu Changa would really dig out this bone of Tao, and that there was a familiar aura in it. That was the Tao bone that belonged to her. It was once born in her body and had all kinds of innate runes that belonged to her. All this time, the thing that motivated her to cultivate hard was to defeat Gu Changa and take back everything that belonged to her fair and square. But now, she had not defeated Gu Changa. Gu Changa had returned everything that belonged to her. This made Gu Xian feel lost, as if she had lost her goal. She actually no longer hated Gu Changa as she did in the past. Now, her feelings towards Gu Changa were very complicated, so complicated that even she could not explain it. There are some things that you can't covet. And suddenly, Gu Changa's voice rang out, making Gu Xian look up and stare at him in a daze. An inexplicable sense of peace flowed in her heart. Gu Changa was clearly such a bad person and exuded a scheming aura. But why was he so nice to her? Oh no, Gu Changa's words sent a chill down the backs of many cultivators who were looking at the Dao bone in the dark. They felt as if they were suddenly targeted by some terrifying existence. A shocking chill enveloped heaven and earth. Gu Changa indeed wanted to let some ignorant people know that even without the Dao bone, it would not affect him at all. Without deterrence. Otherwise, it would be very boring if some clowns kept jumping out to court death. Buzz. His gaze swept across the building. Divine light appeared in his eyes. Black and white runes condensed, and then, with clanging sounds, crossed the void and slashed out in an instant. The void trembled like a piece of paper. It was as if a peerless immortal sword had been unsheathed. The sword intent was boundless and could split the heavens. It was so fast that it sent chills down everyone's spine. Many people even felt a deep and vast sense of antiquity, as if 6 mysterious ancient wells had appeared. This sword light broke out of the scabbard from the ancient well. The divine light was hidden in it, as if it was connected to another world of the dead. Ah! It was accompanied by a series of terrified screams. In that building, many cultivators who were looking at Gu Xian's Dao bone with burning desire revealed fear and despair. They wanted to rush away quickly. However, this sword chi came too quickly. It was as if it had pierced through time and space. The sword light swept past their glabella. With a buzz, a pile of withered bones was instantly left behind. Even their true spirits were destroyed. A gentle breeze blew, and the pile of withered bones instantly turned into ashes. Hiss. Even now, Gu Changa is still so domineering. How terrifying. It's just a gaze. The methods of the young master of the Gu family are definitely not as simple as this Dao bone. Young people can't be humiliated lightly. This scene made many people shiver in fear, their souls trembling. This was their fate for having thoughts that they shouldn't have. I still advise you to put away those unnecessary thoughts. The road to the netherworld is long, and there's no other way to go. As Xian's elder brother, I will make it up to her one by one. You don't have to worry about this matter. However, if you want to interfere in the private affairs of the Gu family, then this group of people will end up the best. Asking for fresh flowers, Xian has suffered enough. If anyone still dares to touch her, then wait for me to come and exterminate them. Buzz. Gu Changa glanced in all directions and said calmly. Combined with his pale and bloodless face, he gave off an inexplicable sense of intimidation. Everyone in the distance lowered their gazes. They didn't dare to look him in the eyes. At this moment, no cultivator from any orthodoxy or major sect dared to say anything. Gu Changa personally explained what happened in the past, and even dug up the bone to return his sister. No matter what happened in between, Gu Xian couldn't bear to hate him. Now, he had shown his great courage, which made people tremble. Not to mention that this was the private affairs of the Chongqing family. Even the expression of the great commander of the Ocean Palace in front of him changed abruptly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. The justice that the Ocean Palace wants today, then how about I give it to you now? Gu Changa's mouth had an inexplicable meaning, and he suddenly laughed. His injuries were healing quickly, and a strong divine light bloomed from his blood. Streaks of divine light connected his injuries, as well as the bones that were torn by him, and were quickly healing. The terrifying and surging aura of life was like a vast and exuberant galaxy. At this time, Gu Changa's mind also rang with the sound of the system's notification. Ding, you have resolved the hatred of the daughter of fortune, Gu Xian. You have gained 8,000 luck points and 40,000 fate points. But he didn't care. After all, this was what he had expected. Gu Xian had now resolved the hatred, and was not far from the final point he wanted. And today's events were already a pleasant surprise. Xian is the heaven's pride of the Chongqing family. What the Ocean Palace has done today, in my opinion, is already a provocation to the Chongqing family. Ancestor, what do you think? Gu Chang'e opened his mouth, showing a calm smile, and even made people feel that he was weak when he dug out the bone. It was as if the person who dug out the bone was not him. All these years, Gu Chang'e has been using Gu Xian's bone. His own talent and means have never been shown in front of the world. In other words, Gu Chang'e actually has another powerful means. The aura just now seems to involve the rules of reincarnation, many experts in the dark whispered, and their eyes were full of shock. Not good. The great commander of the Ocean Palace's expression changed dramatically when he heard Gu Chang'e's words. He immediately took out the Ocean King's decree. Buzz. This Ocean King's decree was incomparably huge, and as soon as it appeared, it emitted a vast aura. The word "kill" on it was like a small golden sun, instantly filling the sky. My king, please protect us. The great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, he kept growling, and knelt down in front of this golden decree. Everyone looked at all this in shock. Above the great commander of the Heaven's Expanse Palace, there was a golden decree suspended. The aura of a supreme expert filled the air, and the divine chains of runes intertwined, soaring into the sky, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void. Vaguely, it seemed that a supreme existence was about to descend here. Humph! You're courting death. Accompanied by a cold snort, in the void, a dark-faced old man appeared. It was Gu Nanshan. Today, all of you will stay here. He glanced at the golden decree, and said coldly. Tens of thousands of Sea Clan creatures were terrified to the extreme, as if they were facing a brilliant heavenly power. They could not help but kneel, and their legs went soft, and they fell to the ground. Including the many elders of the Tao Heavenly Palace, and even the old antiques who were alarmed by the supreme sage aura, their expressions changed slightly. Gu Nanshan's current strength was not weaker than Gu Chang'e's at all. He directly attacked. In that palm, stars rotated, as if many stars were being destroyed. It was terrifying to the extreme. Buzz! Heaven and earth spun, and suddenly, it turned dark. Many large stars trembled in the sky, as if they were about to fall. An incomparably huge palm fell from the sky, pressing down on the Sea Clan creatures in front of it. Warships, flying boats, and even mounts exploded under this pressure, as if they were turned into fine powder, and instantly disappeared into thin air. The Gu clan's patriarch has made his move in the end. Oh no, this attitude is already very obvious. The Longevity Gu clan intends to directly destroy all the Sea Clan people here. All the cultivators and living beings were shocked. They also felt the aura of this invincible heavenly power. Rumble. A terrifying anomaly appeared under this palm. The sky trembled, and the earth collapsed. The sea of blood was endless, and immortal corpses floated up and down. Accompanied by a horrifying sound, all the Sea Clan creatures were crushed under this palm. Their warships were broken, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Gu clan has gone too far. Bullying the young with your age, don't you have any shame? At this time, accompanied by an angry and dignified voice. A sea dragon that seemed to be made of dark immortal gold spread its wings and soared, emerging from the golden decree. A crack appeared in the void, like a piece of paper. Its eyes were like two small suns, and its body was surrounded by black divine fire, bursting with dazzling divine light as if it could burn and incinerate everything. On its back sat a terrifying and blurry figure, surrounded by chaotic energy, wearing an immortal gold crown and holding an emperor godly sword. My king, save me. The heavenly expanse great commander's face was full of despair, but suddenly, he saw hope. Whoosh! The sea dragon swooped down, and the figure of the Ocean King on it had a cold and fierce look in its eyes. Its power was monstrous, like an invincible existence, and it was about to rush toward Gu Nanshan. It's not the Ocean Palace's turn to be presumptuous in front of the Gu clan. Gu Nanshan's expression was cold, and he quickly moved to destroy the golden decree. He paid extra attention to the heavenly expanse great commander, and he suppressed it with his supreme ability. With a punch, it was as if the world was superimposed on each other. No. The heavenly expanse great commander was in despair. No matter how he resisted, it was impossible to escape from an attack of this level. The difference was too great. In the next moment, it exploded, and its body and soul were destroyed. A supreme saint fell without even the slightest bit of resistance. This terrified the rest of the Sea clan. Stop! The Ocean King was furious, and unleashed his most terrifying ability. Billions of light beams burst forth. Suddenly, the heavens cried and the earth mourned, and the sun and moon dimmed, as if they had arrived in ancient times. A terrifying battle that caused everyone to tremble broke out. No matter how far away the creatures were, they couldn't help but prostrate on the ground, and even their souls were suppressed. In the end, no one could see the battle clearly. It was accompanied by the Ocean King's earth-shattering roar of indignation. Only the golden decree was reduced to fragments, falling from the sky and turning into ashes. The tens of thousands of Sea clan creatures were all annihilated here, and no one survived. Wuxia ordered the powerhouses of the divine sect of Taichu to seal 8,000 miles of the sky, and he had already set up an inescapable net. After the matter was over, what happened here was spread out immediately, and it shook the entire immeasurable heaven, and even spread to the other heavens. All the orthodoxies who heard the news trembled. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.